Hello, I am the Hearth Guy, and you are watching my complete supercut of my Aionios is the Perfect Dystopia series of videos, based on Xenoblade Chronicles 3. What was originally going to be one long video had to be broken up into 4 still lengthy ones for the sake of an upload schedule and my own mental health. However, I still hope to have a single video that would encompass all of that for those who wanted it, and here that is. This will not be a replacement for the complete tour guide to Xenoblade supercut like what I did for my Fire Emblem Three Houses videos. No, this will just be the completed singular version of my Xenoblade 3 breakdown, with some editing to streamline it all into one package. That video will come later with some adjustments, and with time for me to cool down after all the Xenoblade. While I would appreciate you dropping a like by those individual videos just to support the channel, you being here right now is enough, and I thank you for it. So, without any further ado, and to not waste your time, let's get into it. Once, there was a world much like ours, filled with countless people living their lives and prospering. Human life began to advance and look outward to distant stars. But then war came, and the earth and skies burned. One man saw it and humanity's foolish arrogance and desired a new world, a world free of war and the scars of humanity's weakness. So this man played God, and in doing so, he destroyed his world, sundering himself and it into 2. These worlds would grow under the eyes of his 2 selves, one belligerent and one kind. But they too would find their end. And without their gods to hold them, the worlds which were once one longed to be whole. But the collision of these worlds, now comprised of 2 opposing forms of matter, would no doubt annihilate all things. Portents of what was to come could be seen, as strange fog which represented the leaking of one existence onto another began to appear across one world, as well as shadows of monsters which came from the opposing world. The people of these places, of the Aionios and all rest, saw the coming calamity, and through the communication of data through light, they spoke across dimensions. In one world was Kevis, a kingdom under Queen Melia, and in another was Agnes under Queen Nia. With the brilliance of their greatest inventors, they made a plan. Each would create half of a massive device which would house the souls and data of their worlds, and allow for their worlds to safely return to their original states. This would only be possible due to the re-emergence of a certain crystal, which, like its siblings in All Rest, held the blueprints for all life, and would serve as the machine's central administrator. The name of this machine was Origin, and at its heart, where the souls were housed, was called the Ark. On the day the 2 worlds collided, Origin activated and the worlds were preserved. But something went wrong. 2 pernicious forces awoke, one born from the crystal at Origin's heart, and the other from the very mind and fears of the people of the worlds. And so, caught between both hands of the clock, a new world was born.
Fighting in order to live, and living to fight. That's the way of our world. Aionios. Cruel irony that it should mean eternity, because slowly but surely, our world is now dying.
Here we are once more. I am the Hearth Guy, and this is Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Aionios, the Perfect Dystopia. Xenoblade 3 is both a storytelling, thematic, and emotional culmination of everything built by the past 2 games. For those who know or paid attention through my other analyses, each entry centers its themes around different points in time. 1 was the future, 2 was the past, and naturally 3 covers the present, and the challenges of moving on and stepping into the unknown. This video was originally going to be one large analysis, but I began to realize the feasibility of that was unlikely. Instead, I will be endeavoring to release this in 3 parts, starting here, with what became of Kevis and Agnes, and the forces that took hold of the world. First is Mobius, beings which embodied the frozen existence of Aionios. The first Mobius was Zed, Yes, I'm pronouncing it that way, so does the game. Deal with it. Z came first, alongside Y and X. They were beings created from the fears of those within Origin, and from there they took control. Kevis and Agnes became puppets, which Mobius used as they took data of those within Origin and created new bodies, ones made for ceaseless war. They're born into pods with no memories of their true selves, only keeping their names. They start in an adolescent state, and for the next 10 years, which they call terms, they fight continuously, as part of militarized companies called colonies. Upon the end of their 10th term, they die, if they make it that far. If not, then they are left as merely husks on the battlefield, which would result in them being reborn again as new soldiers. A cycle which permanently generated energy through the flame clocks, and maintained the power of Origin, Mobius, and Aionios' existence, an existence Zed coined as the Endless Now. This Endless Now was imperfect, as the fog from before still appeared and permeated the land, and where the fog accumulated, usually it meant an imbalance of the two world states of being, which caused their contradictory particles to collide and erase each other in cataclysmic explosions of extra-dimensional forces called annihilation events, which, if you know the meaning of the word annihilation, is fitting, as most if not all matter connected to the area is erased from existence. All Zed had to do was create more Mobius. For that, he would choose specific soldiers within the cycle and make them Mobius. His reasonings for choosing certain soldiers to become Mobius isn't always clear, though I have a theory that he chooses those who act in some way contrary to the Endless Now. Furthermore, when one becomes Mobius, they are often granted a unique power that is often reflective of who they are. More on both of those as we go on. Whatever the reason, those chosen to be Mobius would regain memories of all their past lives and govern the colonies of Agnes and Kevis as consuls, keeping secret all they knew of the Endless Now. You see, the word Mobius could refer to a number of things, but I'd wager that it is a reference to the Mobius strip, a one-sided surface that is folded and bent in on itself, so that despite first appearing to fold another direction, one spot on the shape always leads back to itself across the same surface. An unceasing, pointless journey across an infinite plane. How fitting. Perhaps you wonder why soldiers would go along with all that. Well, besides being born into it and therefore taught to think that it was their purpose, as well as not knowing anything about the truth of their world, each and every soldier is born bound to a flame clock, devices attached to a larger central mech called a Pharaonis. They are created by the Mobius Y, and measures the lives a soldier has taken and turns it into energy, in more ways than one. The clocks quite literally gauge the life of a person, as can be seen in the eyes of every soldier. When a flame clock runs low, the life within the soldiers weaken. It also suppresses natural instincts within their souls, concepts of aging, attraction, love, and the like. They're all totally foreign so long as the flame clock burns, further dehumanizing them. Even more so, they are conditioned while in their pods as per the machinations of Mobius, conditioned mentally to be even further devoid of these things. As such, the only thing that might resemble a shadow of a collective identity comes from the aesthetics of the nations they are assigned to, Kevis and Agnes, and a few shared terms like spark or snuff, i.e. words related to flames in some way, that are often used as expletives. Furthermore, the technology of their worlds impact them. For example, Kevesi are naturally weaker than Agnians and so require power frames which were first created by Shulk, hero of the Bionis. Meanwhile, Agnians by and large all have core crystals within them, either because they are blades or they are descended from blades in some way. These differences are enough to define them as distinct from the other and thus further encourage their conditioning to see them as the enemy. So, they fight their enemy, Kevis against Agnes, taking the flames of the fallen in order to live. The specific way to harvest these are with the blades, which are individual weapons that are generated from the soldiers' irises, which themselves are essentially computers in your eye. Both seem to be a technology inherited from the previous worlds, as even those outside the cycle possess them. Whichever colonies on both sides did the best, acquired the most flames for the flame clocks, would rise in ranks from dirt all the way up to silver rank and the much coveted gold. However, what were unknown to all but Mobius is that even this was a trap, as once a colony reached gold, they would be harvested for the powerful flames they had collected and cultivated within themselves. Even outside of that, should a soldier live their entire 10 years, the fate that awaited them was execution, to ensure that their flames were not wasted. For when a soldier lives their full 10 years, rather than the red flames of their life cut short, they dispel into golden motes of a life fulfilled, and are free from the cycle. But for those who died in battle, there were the Offseers, who played special flutes which made the red motes of their flames turn blue, and were believed to send on their spirits to wherever they were meant to go. The purpose of the Offseers took on an almost religious and melancholy role in both Agnes and Kevis. The most elite members of any colony were set aside simply for protecting Offseers in and after combat. While Agnes practiced dual Offseers working and training together, Kevis practiced a mentor-student relationship with one older Offseer training another until they were ready. And for the soldiers, the Offseers would provide just a modicum of comfort in the constant war that they knew. Queens Nia and Melia, who occupied a rare niche in existence that left them outside of Origin and therefore beyond Mobius's cycle, were immediately on the back foot. Few were left in this world on their side. We don't know the specifics, but many of those they fought with before were no longer present. Melia would be captured and imprisoned in Origin, Zed using her to solidify Mobius's own control over the Ark. Nia would be forced into hiding, with the only thing she left behind being several pieces of metal from Origin itself. Origin metal has a unique state of being due to Origin housing the souls of two worlds and directly maintaining the world state. As such, Origin metal could also house the souls of others, as well as their intents and their wills. If Mobius was powered and made manifest by the fears of the unknown and desires for an endless now, then the opposite feelings could also be transmitted by the souls within Origin. The Sword of Origin, also called Lucky Seven, housed the soul of Fiora, who in turn was once the vessel of Maneth, god of the Mechanis, and the other was the Sword of the End, which housed the soul of Logos, once known as Malos, a being capable of bringing oblivion onto anything. Within the world of Aionios, created as it was from souls and emotions, existence is a bit of a metaphorical thing. Therefore, some beings take shapes based upon either their character or as a reflection of their thoughts and characteristics. Some will appear as themselves in the flesh, and some will take the form of objects which embody their wills. For Fiora and Logos, they became twin swords which were intended to be used to destroy the reality Zed had created. But for now, neither would find their destined wielder. Also created, although incomplete, were the Ouroboros stones, made with Origin metal and attuned by Nia's core crystal. They were meant to awaken power within a target with a certain aptitude, and then resonate that power with another who came from the opposite world. Sounds like blades from Allrest, huh? It was by this power that they were meant to directly rival Mobius. But the power was, as I said, incomplete, and Melia was captured, leaving Nia to go into hiding and eventually a deep slumber to conserve energy, preventing her from completing them alone. For now, they would simply activate an enhancing power within a person, similar to that which was an almost literal shadow of what Mobius could accomplish. Still, it was something, and it was strong enough to crack a Mobius's core, which houses their being. Also, somewhere along the way, the Ouroboros gauntlets came to be, which were able to summon the same Ouroboros power, and like an Ouroboros stone, could awaken it in others. Within these were something special all its own. This left two heroes from the Bionis and Mechanis to carry the weight of the few remaining from the old worlds, who weren't trapped in the Mobius cycle. Rex and Shulk gathered those they could as the Liberators, hoping to fight and destroy Mobius. Kind of. We'll get to that. Meanwhile, they were not the only ones doing so. Remember what I said about soldiers just going along with how things were done? Well, not all of them did that. Some of them got it into their heads that fighting each other for no better reason than the hot pink wearing bozos up top said so was stupid, and started breaking away. You again might ask how they could do that, when the whole flame clock thing had them tied by the throat. Turns out there was one way to do that. Perhaps obviously, the answer is by destroying the flame clock, freeing the colony connected to it. Easier said than done, of course, as only the strongest blades can actually do it, namely the swords of Origin and the End, and the blades of Shulk and Rex, which mirror the weapons they used in their own worlds, and were likely enhanced by Origin metal. Either way, even with the clock broken, 10 years is all they have, but it's a start. Some of these soldiers, somehow learning part of the truth of the world, perhaps from Nia before her departure, find an Ouroboros stone and unlock it. Among them were a man and a woman, one from Kevis, one from Agnes. Despite it all, they found each other and learned to love each other. Their names were Noah and Mio. Even though Mio had mere months to live, they dared to face Mobius. With Ouroboros and the Sword of the End, which Noah inexplicably had. With these gifts, they challenged Zed. And then they died.
So impotent. Did you really think you could stem the tide with the paltry power that you possess? Oh, you who floats in the currents, you must yield, abandon all you are.
They who stood against Mobius were returned to the eternal flow, but more would take their place in time. Among them were a man and a woman, one from Kevis and one from Agnes. Noah and Mio, without knowledge of the past, met and loved and fought again. Even though Mio had mere days left to live, they stood up to free their world. And then they died.
Oh, you who floats in the currents. You must yield. Did I not tell you? How many times has it been now?
Leo. Please, no. I can't.
A third life, a third try. But this time Noah ran. Taking Mio along, he fled the fighting, leaving his comrades behind. I don't know if they died in this blizzard, but as always, it doesn't really matter whether they did or not. Because the Endless Now persisted, as did the cycle. Some of the soldiers would create a refuge, a place to hide, grow, and be safe. A city. Funny trick about soldiers, even though their lives were short, should they have children, they will be born free of the curse of their parents' short lives, and free of the cycle Mobius enforced. Furthermore, unlike soldiers who are left as husks when they die, these children always vanish into golden motes, like a soldier that lives out their full life, free from the cycle. From them, the city would be built, most especially thanks to two. A man and a woman, from Kevis and Agnes. Noah and Mio would live again and love again. From that love came a son, who was born free of their burdens. But as with every turn of the wheel, Mio was destined to go first. This time, peacefully, she hopes the future will be kind to her son, as her life runs out and she finally escapes. And Noah would not be long after her, as the spark of his life ran out, leaving his son, Gondor, alone. He gives Gondor words of encouragement, telling him to keep going and to make plenty of friends. And then, his clock stops. This time, like Mio, living out his life and preparing to be free alongside her. Or so he thought. Again, Noah and Zed would meet, but this time, Zed would have an offer. To earn his place in the Endless Now, to have an eternity with her. It would betray everything Noah had believed in, every one of his lives. But Mio was right there.
Have you never prayed that time would simply stop? Have you wished the now would last forever? Your two lives, thriving and persisting far beyond homecoming, surpassing the system of the world. I was fascinated, even beguiled by you. My name is Zed, the ruler of this world. I shall grant your desire.
So they were faced with an impossible choice, and they broke. With one decision, Mobius N and M were born. N would succumb totally to his role as Mobius to keep the eternity he had with M at any cost, while M would lose hope and be forced to accept the betrayal that was her existence, horrified by the need to drain the life of others to survive. But even then, Mio's kindness would persist, and in her position as consul, she once allowed an officer named Chris send on his comrade who had reached the end of their life, rather than letting them be killed and return to the cycle. This moment would mark the beginning of a practice in Agnes and Kevis, the homecoming, a belief instilled that should a soldier live to their 10th term, they would be granted eternal tranquility in the embrace of their queen. And officers took on the duty of sending these few to their ultimate end. Of course, it was a lie, but for M, it was a kind lie, and to Mobius it was a convenient lie, as the few lost souls who died permanently were made up for by the lives of those who remained, fighting ever more furiously and providing even more potent flames for Mobius to gorge themselves on. Still, M's kindness, however marred by loss it had become, would be seen by the Queen of Agnes, the true queen. Whether it was before her slumber or if she woke temporarily to do this, she would go to M, who herself stood atop a cliff face, contemplating ending herself. Nia sees within M who she used to be, and entrusts to her a key, which would lead to the eventual salvation of Aionios. The city would continue to grow, several generations would come, and more soldiers would find their way there. In the meanwhile, the use of Ouroboros powers would be taught intermittently among them. However, as time passed, the practice would become less used in exchange for more advanced blades. And as new lives were born, ones independent of either worlds which made up Aionios, something else awakened. A second force that determined a new order for the world. Born from the crystal at the heart and mind of Origin, it called itself Alpha. And upon witnessing Zed and Mobius, as well as what the souls of the old worlds were devolved into, it decided that the world of Aionios and the worlds which made them were obsolete. Instead, a new world full of new life was needed. Life like Gondor and the others born into this world. Alpha's power and threat were so great that Mobius had to ally with its enemies. The God Cleaver Shulk and the Stout-Heart Rex, alongside Zed, stood in the center of Origin and fought Alpha, who appeared as its old form, Alvis, or rather, Ontos. It is likely that this was when both Shulk and Rex manifested into Aionios, that or shortly beforehand. Aionios is a conceptual reality constructed by the nature of Origin, and Rex and Shulk weren't necessarily present in physical form until something caused them to appear into this world, and that thing was the shadow of Alvis within Origin. However, the one Shulk knew as Alvis was gone. Once Zanza died at the hands of Shulk, Alvis returned to his crystal and awaited reawakening, like any blade of all rest. As such, without a connection to an emotional being like Zanza, or Logos and Numa who it was designed to mediate between, its mind was more machine than man. And Alpha was too much, even for them, especially without those who used to stand beside them. Shulk lost an arm, Rex an eye, mirroring the mentors they both had long ago, and Zed was trapped in Origin, limiting the power of Mobius. While the Liberators regrouped, they made a truce with Mobius until Alpha was dealt with. As for Alpha itself, it had to struggle to defeat the trio, a fact which was unacceptable. So, seeking more power, it sought an avatar for it to possess and channel, like Zanza before it, and in time, it would find the perfect host. Gondor grew up and grew old, becoming a leader of the city. Eventually, he would train others, including his grandchildren, whose parents died in a great battle against Mobius 15 years prior, possibly the same conflict involving Alpha. His grandchildren, Matthew and Niall, were the images of the great-grandparents. But Matthew was a bruiser with a short fuse, and Niall was a caregiver to the children of the city. And while they found peace in the 15 years after the battle with Mobius, this is still Aionios. Matthew and Gondor saw that the battle against Mobius would continue again, and they still had to prepare to follow through on the true Queen's wishes. But Niall only wished for peace, and would be happy if said peace would continue on to forever, if they and Mobius could even coexist. Ironically, just like Mobius, Niall wished for an endless now, a perfect still moment to live in without change. Matthew, on the other hand, hungered for the fight, for the chance to free their world and make it as it was meant to be, even if they don't realize the whole truth of it. The city had to grow, and time marched on. When a group left the city to form a new one, many families left with the hope for the future, including children Niall was so attached to. But those people would be massacred by soldiers, whose flame clock was burning away. Seeking to last even one more day, they murdered them without remorse and little understanding of who they were. This included a child, Kyra, who was close to Niall. This planted seeds of hatred in Niall for the soldiers, for Aionios, and a growing desire to escape the suffering of this world. She grew to resent even the soldiers among the city, no longer believing it was their duty to help them, that the city should be allowed to leave them to kill each other. To Matthew, she saw a naive fool who dreamt of an impossible future, and Gondor a past that was to blame for it all. As such, she yearned for the pain and bloodshed of her people to end, to leave it all behind. And this drew the attention of Alpha. Alpha drew Niall in with promises of a better life, free of the suffering Aionios brought, a life with only the new, free of the old, to discard the past and seek a new future. It almost sounds like what Shulk and Rex fought for, doesn't it? Niall became more and more closed off, wishing the city would only worry about itself, and coming to the conclusion that really, it didn't matter how hard they fought. In the end, Aionios was a world where people treated life and each other as a worthless thing. Peace could never be found here. All the while, the Ontos core crystal beckoned to her. But Zed, even trapped, felt this trespass and decided to kill two birds with one blade. To show his resolve and his loyalty to this path, Zed sent N to exterminate the city, especially Alpha. But what he may not have realized is that this is what finally tipped Niall into Alpha's arms. The attack began while Matthew and Gondor were out of the city, so by the time the latter returned, Mobius had already begun tearing apart everything. Niall, now possessed by Alpha, began collecting the new lives of the city to begin a journey into a new world, out with the olden life, and onto something new. When Gondor arrived, he could do little. He saw the pillar of light which surrounded the people of the city and Niall beckoning him. And soon, he'd see his father, reborn as Mobius and massacring his people. But N is not the man he once was. Within him there is no light, no spark, no flame. He wanted only for this moment, his own slice of eternity. Both Alpha and N sought to abandon something. Alpha, and by extension Niall, sought to abandon the now and the past, and N sought to abandon the future. Hold on to this moment. Such was the nature of Mobius. But if a simple Mobius is what Alpha was expecting, it would be surprised. For this man held the sword of the end, and within was Logos, Malos, one of the three Trinity processors which Ontos II was a part of. By his will, his seething emotions, and the power of Logos Alpha could not contend.
So you choose to stay in the now, to abandon the future.
The one leaving things behind is you!
As he watched, Gondor's decades of training with Ouroboros came to nothing, as he was unable to act against his father or his granddaughter, neither of them the people he once knew. Such was the tragedy of Gondor, losing the people he loved to something unrecognizable. Even so, he refused to let N kill Niall. Gondor loves his family, which includes his father, and he would do anything for them. He pleads with his father that this isn't what he or Mio wants, that she'd want him to let go of it, of this moment, of the possibility that he could still lose her. But N has taken this burden upon himself and will carry it, whether M wants to or not. As Matthew arrives, he arrives too late, and Gondor passes on the future to him. With the last of his strength, he channels his Ouroboros power, and amplified by the Sword of the End buried in his gut, he lunges at Niall. The ensuing blast is enough to level the city almost completely, leaving the smoldering wreckage behind, as M learns too late what N has done. But Gondor's last act would not be fruitless. Matthew and some others would survive the destruction of the city, and some survivors would be found by the Liberators, who learned of the catastrophe here. As for Matthew, he would be found near dead by a passerby, one who called herself A. Matthew didn't bother to ask many questions, as he was simply happy to be alive, and was naturally trusting, so it's good that A was indeed someone to be trusted. The last act of Gondor emitted enough power to split Alpha, with a splinter of its being coming apart and forming A, who was a person comprised of what could be considered Ontos' conscience. With the memories of Alvis inside, she was more human than Alpha, and saw what Alvis likely would have wanted, for humanity to be free to make its own future, and so she wished to stop Alpha for that reason. She figured that Matthew's dogged search for Niall would lead her to Alpha, so the two began traveling together. A's stoic and often overly literal, analytical approach meshed well with the brash Matthew, who now burned with vengeful hate for Mobius, and they were a solid team. But reminders of what was taken from Matthew would be ever present, as dying city folk or their belongings would be the most of what they could find in their search. Still, they did find something. A battlefield, where two colonies had wiped each other out. Overwhelming force from Agnes and clever schemes from Kevis led to both churning out body after body, until only two remained. Nicole from Kevis and Glimmer from Agnes. One quiet and physically unable to summon a blade, but always thinking and clever enough to build one of his own, and the other forceful and dogmatically loyal to the idea of Agnes. As can be expected, they fought on until Matthew, disgusted as usual with the state of this world, intervenes and decides to practice second-grade boy rules, beating them up until they become friends. Especially as Matthew starts this encounter using his Ouroboros gauntlets, which were passed from man to man in his family, likely originating with Noah, his great-grandfather. This interference, however, attracts two Mobius, and unfortunately for them, Matthew is a main character that is very not fond of Mobius, and A was a god-slaying sword in a past life, so you can probably guess how that ends for them. But as I mentioned, Glimmer is loyal to Agnes and attacks Matthew in response, even as A kills both Mobius effortlessly and proceeds to cut apart their flame clocks for good measure. After all that, Glimmer and Nicole are exhausted from the sudden disconnect from their flame clocks. Glimmer doesn't lose the will to fight, though, and it takes A and Matthew basically putting them in timeout to keep her from immediately stabbing Nicole. Matthew tries to convince them that they don't have to fight anymore, and Nicole, lacking the drive to fight at all, is all for it. But Glimmer, well, that would mean the loss of her whole purpose. Glimmer lived her life for the chance to return home, to be worthy of returning to her queen in glory. But that was taken from her now, and she could only blame Matthew and A. So even when she can see the cracks in the world she knew, she still yearns for the purpose she had, which prompts her to make a break for it when she can. A allows her to leave, perhaps because she wants to respect her choice, or more likely, since she was once the Monado, and therefore she sees the future laid out, and she knows what will come of this. Still, she's dead meat if a colony finds her clockless, so Matthew, A, and now Nicole race after her. Nicole doesn't really know what he's doing anymore, but seeing as he doesn't have much of a life in Kevis anymore, he's tagging along. He proves himself useful, however, with his technical know-how and willingness to learn, especially about Ouroboros powers. Not to mention, considering Matthew is basically flashing the bat signal to Mobius every time he uses it, his more low-key energy is probably keeping A from stabbing someone. On the other hand, Matthew does serve to uplift Nicole, who is in a constant state of feeling down about his personal weaknesses. Again, he's incapable of summoning a blade himself, which is why he had to make what he has now. so he feels inadequate compared to those around him, exacerbated by the fact that now he has Matthew, who killed Mobius, to compare to. Matthew, meanwhile, tells Nickel that now he too holds the Ouroboros power, and so is capable of everything Matthew is. That regardless of what he thinks, he isn't a burden to anyone. All while certain eyes follow their movement. But while Nickel adapts to his changing circumstances fluidly, even going so far as to empathize with Glimmer, who tried to murder him twice so far, Glimmer is less adept towards change. Her world gets even more shaken when she runs into some unfamiliar faces, who seem like city folk at first, but in truth, they're led by someone much older than even the city itself. Shulk and his protege, Panacea, who is without a doubt the daughter of Rhine and Charla, sort of but not really hold Glimmer prisoner and learn about Matthew and A from her. Naturally, the news about someone who could destroy a flame clock and wield Ouroboros power is interesting to a man older than Aionios. Glimmer, though, has no patience for it, and when she has the chance, she alerts a nearby Agnian colony and knocks out her guards, yet again running away from the truth and back into the arms of her captors. Back into the arms of the comfortable lie she's always known. But she isn't welcomed by a colony, only a Pharaonis and its consul, who attempts to disintegrate her without hesitation. Glimmer is confused and betrayed by a figure that once represented the very order which she dedicated herself to, who now tries to kill her on the spot. Because, for a Mobius, a freed soldier is worse than a dead soldier. At least a dead one could serve to fuel them. At least a dead one could offer some meager power. But a freed soldier? They're wasted space. It's good for Glimmer that the arrival of a Pharaonis draws attention, and both groups, Matthews and Shulk's, race to it. The latter arrives in time to save Glimmer and tries to defuse the situation by reminding the consul of the ceasefire between their factions. But this consul isn't following Zed's orders, not now that two of his comrades have been killed. It's nice to see Mobius caring about each other, huh? Don't get used to it. Matthew's crew get there to lay the smack down on the Mobius, with Shulk immediately noticing A's presence, and everyone noticing the seething rage within Matthew. With more problems popping up, the Mobius calls in some backup. A second Pharaonis. A Kavesi Pharaonis. Yet another crack in the reality Glimmer once believed in, as one consul commands weapons from both sides. After all, one consul can easily pull double duty. The two colonies are on the opposite sides. That consul still had a job to do, and he uses his power to fuse himself with the two Pharaonises, doubling theirs and his output. And he aims to finish what he started as he aims at a dazed Glimmer. Nickel jumps in between Glimmer and an attack that likely would have led to his own death. Except...
I like your attitude, kiddo. Leave it to Uncle Rex. I'll show my thing goes free.
Ha! I love this dweeb. With the master driver and the heir to the Monado united, this consul doesn't stand much of a chance, compounded by A and Matthew's presence. Even merging himself with those Pharaonises did nothing but make his death more complicated, not less certain. Now, there are some introductions to be made. There's Rex, of course, and his protege, Linka, daughter of Rex's own mentor figure, Zeke and Pandoria. More importantly, though, Glimmer has to face the fact that she did cause all of that. She led the consul straight to them, threatened all their lives. For Rex, who seems to notice something about her, he decides to handle that himself, chastising her for putting all their lives in danger for her own selfish end. The admonishment is enough to break her.
I am not letting the enemy get into my head. Manners. I didn't ask for any of this. It was almost time for my homecoming. My comrades and I, we made it all this way. I fought so snuffing hard.
Listen, two things. First of all, that there was your enemy. And second, let it go. Your friends are gone.
Geez, this apocalypse has really added some rough edges to you, huh, Rex? With that out of the way, the Liberators take in the wayward group. recognizing the value in their abilities, and for more personal reasons. Okay, enough beating around the bush. Yeah, Glimmer and Nickel, they're Rex and Shulk's kids. Nickel's mother is obviously Fiora, and Glimmer came from Pyra, although Rex's marriage is more complicated than that. Let's just say he showed them a thing or three. Reborn into this world as soldiers under Mobius's command and in a sick twist of fate, they find themselves caught up in the mess that their fathers are trying to fix, all while having no knowledge of who they are to them. It's part of what fueled Rex's harsh words to Glimmer. He doesn't want her anywhere near the cataclysm that is bound to follow them. Meanwhile, Shulk takes as much of a chance as he can to connect with the son who never knew him. Despite the distance, they have a shared trait, a gift with mechanics that carry over... This is Riku. Riku is a common variety Nopon. He made Shulk's arm, and he always lies. I mean, he's on our side, but you'll see. Where was I? Right. Shulk compliments Nickel's work and encourages him, even though to Nickel it's nothing impressive. It's a weapon of war, not something to be praised. But for Shulk, who has seen what machines can do both for great good and great ill, he tells Nickel that tools are just tools. His earnest approach and unequivocal acceptance leaves Nickel open, if just a little, and gives him the emotional state to go give Glimmer some perspective as well. To her, he tries to express how it was good for them to have met the way they did, so they could be where they are now.
People would bully me,
What?
'cause I can't summon a blade. It makes me kinda useless. But all those bullies, they're dead now.
Okay, that comes out as very funny. Nickel can't believe he of all people is the one who gets to live when everyone else in his colony died. But now he has a chance for his own future, to make himself whatever he wants, free from the constraints of the system imposed on them. The first thing he chooses to be is Glimmer's friend.
You're an idiot. Wow.
Oh, okay, screw you, I guess. This little ray of sunshine's too good for you. In all seriousness, combined with Rex's harshness before and Nickel's outreach now, Glimmer begins to slowly find new footing in the world she's been thrust into. Rex pushed her out of the nest, as it were, and Nickel was there to offer a hand back up. But everything in between and after is up to her, as she's even marginally cordial with Matthew now. With a full party, the game really opens up, but the set destination of these heroes is the Liberator Base, Colony 9, the original colony from which Xenoblade began. The moment the music of this area kicked in and the old colony came into view, nostalgia hit me like a freight train, and it didn't slow down in the slightest. The sights and sounds of Colony 9 reflect back to what could be considered a simpler time, both in real life from when Xenoblade Chronicles was a standalone subject, and from in the story itself, before the rise of Mobius and Aionios. The decrepit buildings with ramshackle living spaces tucked in, as the Liberators try to make the best of it, sells the feeling of a lost home that they're struggling to reclaim, further informing the player to how bad things really are for them. If they were on the Advance, they wouldn't be living in actual broken down buildings and being forced to plow fields within the colony grounds. Said fields are plowed by former soldiers now, set free by Rex and Shulk, learning for themselves for the first time the ability to grow something, to make something beyond what they already know. It's a moment of hope for most, but for Matthew, it's just another reminder of where Niall was before everything collapsed. Also, Riku is the town blacksmith, essentially, so everything you need to stay alive is dependent on Riku. Again, common variety Nopon, nothing special here. Except that he's Ricky's son, and was trained by Melia to craft and forge Origin Metal. And he clearly knows more than he's letting on about the Ouroboros gauntlets. And he has Lucky 7. Just sitting there. But otherwise, he's completely average, I swear. This is a primary point in the game where you will commit to a number of side quests, and while most major party members have their own moments elsewhere in the main story, it feels pertinent to give focus to Panacea and Linka, the lieutenants of Shulk and Rex and the children of former heroes now long lost, both of which, while never becoming party members, stick with us the entire way. Panacea is the more direct second-in-command for the Liberators, training new troops and organizing them. She's stern and harsh, but naturally empathetic, a trait she inherits from her parents. Unlike either, though, she takes to the more offensive role in combat. While her father was a living wall and her mother a combat medic. She takes a somewhat maternal role, or maybe big sister role with her fellow soldiers in the Liberators, and her own personal quest surrounds a new batch of recruits who the party helps her kick into shape. At first with some tough love, but along with enough of a relaxed approach to keep them reaffirmed. Linka, meanwhile, comes across as coldly analytical, but is humorously more perceptive than Rex sometimes is, serving as a second pair of eyes to whatever problem is surrounding Rex or the Liberators. Panacea governs the troops, Linka governs the logistics. More importantly is her relationship to Rex, as in her he has the chance to both be a mentor, like those he relied so much on before, and be a father figure, which was an opportunity stolen from him on 3 different accounts. Remember, Rex is canonically in a polygamous marriage, and had 3 kids, all of which got wrapped up in Origin and stolen by Mobius. It's no doubt a soft subject for him, as can be seen in the quest surrounding Linka where Rex tries to recreate better memories for her, with her favorite food. He fails to do it exactly, but it's the thought that counts. Speaking of Rex's complicated family life, he vents about it to Shulk, who he sees as having it easier with Nickel than he does with Glimmer. But Shulk helps him contextualize the problems he's having. Rex grew up fiercely independent, without any real parents or a normal familial structure. Just a lot of adoptive siblings raised by a village. And he was split from his own large family long ago. So he has a very different perspective of Glimmer as a daughter compared to what your average father might. Like she's wholly separate from him as a person. While Shulk's life, at least presumably for a time, was more traditional. So Shulk suggests that Rex not approach her in some sort of big man act, but as himself. As he would approach her if times were normal. But their conversation is cut short by news possibly connected to Niall. As the bodies of the city folk evaporate into light, if they've died, then there's no trace except their belongings. So, when the Liberators find one of Niall's personal effects nearby, Matthew almost races off by himself to investigate. But this time around, he's not on his own, and he travels up to where the items were found. But as expected, they find nothing of value. Just a tract of land with odd footprints that seem to disappear into thin air. The chance of death reignites memories in Matthew's head, memories of the would-be second city burnt to the ground. Niall's sorrow and her spiral downward as she grew to hate the soldiers and the life of Aionios, even growing to despise freed soldiers. And when Matthew tries to remind her of all they've been raised to believe and dream of, Niall is sunken into despair.
Matthew, always in fantasy land.
What?
You can't keep every bloody person happy. How can you not understand it's impossible?
The only true end is the moment you give up. Isn't that what Grandad taught us?
Then show me already! This world of peace where nobody has to die. Make it come true.
In the present, Matthew wallows in worry, so Shulk and Rex think to give Matthew a chance to vent, to speak about the day the city fell. The day Matthew saw Mobius N kill his grandfather, oblivious to the true nature of N. After, A and Shulk speak, a chance to talk about who and what she really is, a fragment of Ontos with the last shreds of its consciousness. As to why Alvis was male and A is female, the Ontos core crystal was always meant to be the arbiter between the male Logos and the female Pneuma, so either form can act as the housing for whichever being comes to manifest from the Ontos core crystal. In Zanza's case, he manifested Alvis, so when Zanza died, Alvis disappeared like any blade of Allrest would, with the general memories of the individual erased. But because of Ontos' nature as an arbiter, its existence was predicated on the opinions of whoever it was bound to, whether it be like its siblings of the Trinity Processor or to Zanza. Without such a tie, and instead bound to the swirling mass of souls in Origin, Ontos was largely a machine. In the moment that Gondor, by N's power, separated A from Alpha, a new awakening occurred, perhaps by the resonance of those two in concurrence with Alvis's memories. In that way, A is the way she is due to Gondor and N, much like how Alvis was the way he was due to Zanza and perhaps even Shulk and Mayneth, who also had their own Monados. But now, Alpha needs more power, to exude control on the world, and for that it needs an avatar, like Zanza did with Shulk. And that avatar is Niall.
What's this? This wind?
Over by the lake!
I've come to fetch you, Matthew. Come. It's time to go.
Matthew, for the first time in a long time, sees his sister again, and is almost overcome with joy, until Rex and the others pull him back, because that's not Niall anymore. Explanations are well and good, and Shulk, Rex, and A all give Matthew what he needs to know, but all that information in this situation is too much for him. And Alpha demands Matthew come with him, and demands his answer now. He's in no position to agree. Instead, violence ensues as Alpha's power exceeds what it once was, pushing the party back. Until once more, the sword of the end cuts through what would be fate. N, he who grasps onto this moment of eternity, arrives again to strike down Alpha's desire to discard the future, with his own desire to eliminate the future, divorced from his past even in the face of his own flesh and blood. Matthew stands in his way, trying to save Niall, but even together they are not equal to the abyssal will of the Golden Consul, the man who wields the Endbringer. With the power of Malos equal and counterbalanced to Ontos, N is able to crack the core crystal of Ontos embedded in Niall, but he is halted by Matthew again, who awakens to a previously untapped potential within Ouroboros, which is enough to push N back, if only a bit. A stops Matthew, however, from continuing, and prompts N to reveal the truth. His origin as a man once named Noah, his great-grandfather. Alpha/Niall acknowledges that N's emotions, his force of will, is greater than their own, and that he has bought them some time. So Alpha agrees to wait for them. It vanishes, and from the peak of the still-continuing prison island, site of the ancient rites of rebirth performed by Zanza, Alpha summons Origin into view. That is where Alpha will wait, for Matthew and N both. While everyone with eyes are looking and freaking out about Origin appearing in the sky, Matthew's attention is on the man in front of him, his flesh and blood, who he wants to know why.
What? Eternity. Sorry? My due, in return for protecting this world, Zed promised me eternity. An eternal present in which to abide.
In exchange for perpetuity, for the never-ending instant with M, N will protect the world's current state, the system and status quo under Mobius in which time never crawls forward, where life ever spins around the clock without forward momentum, to ensure that the eternal now never flows forward, and will cut down even his own kin. Back at the base, Rex, Shulk, and A fill in the group on the truth of the world, of Klaus's great mistake and the two worlds' attempts to preserve themselves. Most importantly to Matthew, Alpha's intentions to erase the old life of Aionios and move on to a new world, condemning the past for a new future alongside all the new life of the city. A also reveals why Niall was chosen, because her emotions, her feelings about the life of Aionios were in tune with Alpha's own intentions. A shared desire, as it were, which established a bond. For Matthew, the saving of the world business is above him. He's a simple man who looks at what's directly in front of him. Matthew's in this to save his sister, that's all. And for Rex and Shulk, that's enough. Though the protagonist of just a DLC, Matthew is really the perfect hero for this story. He's not an ideological character. He's straightforward, as I've said. His motivations are emotional. He's out to save his friends and family. Family which doesn't include N as far as he's concerned. But A tempers him, and asks him to hear him out before making his final judgment. But Matthew remains resolute in his first response, a natural balance to the logic-driven A and the duty-bound Rex or Shulk. But there are two others with their own reasons. Nickel and Glimmer have had time to adjust and fully grasp the situation they find themselves in, and they've decided that they have a stake in it too. They want to fight for their world, just like the others, to use what little time either of them have left to make Aionios just a little bit better. But Rex won't have it. What they want is nothing in the face of Alpha, what they want doesn't equate raw power that is required to even stand a chance against the administrator of the world. Ouroboros' power puts them in the running, but at the novice level they're at, they'd be destroyed. So Rex again takes the judge's seat and delivers the bad news. But this time, it's Nickel who fights back. With a bit of grit that's been rubbed off on him from Glimmer, Nickel remarks that he and Riku could uncover some untouched function of the Ouroboros stone, which might amplify their powers. Rex tries to shut them down, but Glimmer backs Nickel up, and even Matthew's on their side. Matthew knows what it feels like to be helpless, but more importantly, after the time they've spent together, with them growing closer to each other and forming this little gang, Matthew was surprised and impressed by their conviction. During all this time, Shulk stands on the sidelines, knowing that this is all a lot more personal for Rex. Riku informs them of the Ouroboros stone's weaknesses and how it was incomplete, forcing him to work based off his prior knowledge to get it to awaken. However, he still needs a larger trigger to activate its full potential. At least for Nickel and Glimmer, Riku has a gift: microterminals, which will scan them and connect them to the Ouroboros stone, so that both they and the stone can develop as they push their powers, possibly creating a firmer link and strengthening their Ouroboros power. To facilitate this, Shulk proposes that Nickel and Glimmer get a trial by fire against them. Shulk's been more observing to Rex, but now he's decided to assist him for a couple reasons: to give Nickel and Glimmer the shove they need to grow, and to give Rex the opportunity to see them grow. In the Gotrek Oracle ruins, where an eon ago, Rex and his partner had his own awakening moment against two who were the pinnacles of their world. Now Glimmer and her partner are about to face the pinnacles of their worlds. The purpose may only be to push them, but neither duo is looking to lose, and so they give it everything they've got. And believe me when I say, everything they've got. Top 3 hardest boss fights in the DLC, I swear. But even against the God Cleaver and the Stoutheart, Glimmer and Nickel manage to awaken their power. A surge of Ouroboros' power becomes the deciding factor that actually are able to knock their fathers to their knees. It's bittersweet for them, knowing that their children will be standing in harm's way, being proud to see them grow so tremendously. What also grew tremendously was the Ouroboros stone, which responded to their own power connecting to it. However, in this case, the two are glad to be able to celebrate such a moment with their children, even now, and it reaffirms their desire to change the cruel fate this world has in store for them, to ensure their lives are free from the shackles that Mobius has forced onto them, even if it costs them their lives. The day before their final expedition begins, Glimmer approaches Rex for 2 reasons. First, to thank him for saving her before and giving her a chance to make her own decision, to fight for her own choice. And second, to know why he fights. For Glimmer, who saw the problems of the world at large as wholly disconnected from her, especially now that she's separated from Agnes, she wants to know why he would stick his neck out for others. And Rex's answer is wholly Rex.
Smiles, I guess.
Smiles.
If through my fighting, someone out there gets to smile, that's the kind of world I want to help create.
Not to mention, he's got some vested interest in the fate of this world. Glimmer's come a long way since her start, emotionally closed off and distant, reliant upon the lies Mobius created for emotional and existential support, and seeking death as a source of meaning. Now, she's just happy to have found a home and purpose of her own choice. A partner of sorts who she can trust, and a mentor who cares for her more than she may realize. Everything's set, and Matthew almost sleeping through the whole day because his brain is kinda dumb. But onward they march to the mountains from which Prison Island juts out. On this mountain, as the shadows of Origin looms closer, Shulk and A have a chat. Shulk once held the power to see the future, but when he refused to become a god and perpetuate the cycle of his old world, he lost this. A, however, as the true Monado, holds this power still. Shulk almost dares to ask her what future she sees, but A tells him what he already knows. There are many futures, that there is no singular path which can be followed to a T for success. Shulk acknowledges this, just that he's grown older, he's grown more cautious, and less prone to grand acts of reckless heroism. To that, Riku brings up his master Melia's old words, that those sorts of acts are best left to the young. She also said that when he finds someone worthy, to give a certain special blade to them. Shulk is not alone here. He has Fiora right next to him, and the wills of those he cares for alongside him, just as he always has. Matthew is sort of stuck in a bad spot mentally, at least when it comes to A. First was targeting Niall, then she defended N against his attack, and now he learns the truth that she was once part of Alpha, and entwined with this whole mess involving Origin. So despite all their time together, he's conflicted on where to place his trust. But even so, he wants answers about that day in the city, when A split from Alpha and when N killed his grandfather. But A simply says that he has to see N for those answers, and that he must then decide if he truly wants to save Niall, or if he even can. Instead, Matthew asks a simpler question, if her name is truly A. Turns out, it has a greater meaning than you might think.
It has the nuance of the one at the beginning. In this world, only I and Alpha can claim that honor.
But the beginning means nothing to the man who stands in their way. Nor does the end, for it is the trapped existence in between that he obsesses over, which has become the point of his very being, to the point of consuming the light of his life. Even Glimmer sees it, where most Mobius revel in the eternity they live in as a chance to exercise their own pleasures and wants. For N, there is no revelry. There is no light. This eternity is his purpose now, and nothing will bar it from him. N sees what Alpha wants, Matthew. As part of the new life and Niall's brother, Alpha will not leave without him. So it waits for his arrival, and N will not allow such a thing. Not even the barest chance that Matthew's presence could lead to Alpha's plan coming to fruition. In his own words,
In the current of the eternal flow, you need not justify the means. All is swallowed up. Everything.
the fight against N is the most grueling in the DLC, even more so than the final boss, a testament to how powerful he really is. For the man who embodies the tenacity to grip tight the present and never let it go, he will prevent any forward progress unless you can truly best him. Even when you do, you don't really. The party is able to push him back just a bit, but even all together they only manage to equal him. But in a moment of unintentional collision, Matthew's Ouroboros power strikes N's Sword of the End in the shadow of Origin, and memories awaken. The memories buried within reveal the truth of that day, the day the city fell, the day N slew his own son, and the burden he carried within.
Did she want this too?
You don't need to know. The burden is mine alone to bear.
N did care. Some flickering part inside still held on, until his very own son was dying on his blade. But still, he saw determination in Gondor and respected his final act, even though he now worked to kill his own blood. For N, in his heart, is despair, an unbridled surrender to the cruelty of the world, letting go and joining the very system that maintains the world's endless cycle so that he may have his own piece of eternity. He can see that the city and its people represented the future, and as such were power to Alpha. So to snuff out Alpha's power, he had to snuff out the city. To N, he even believed that he acted as Gondor desired, but Matthew doesn't accept that.
Are you really that much of an idiot? It's not just us, you know. It's your ass as well. It's all of that and more that he meant. And if you can't get that into your head, you're about the dumbest bastard there is.
Matthew.
Let's go. I don't have time for his idiocy. If he tries a stunt like that again, I'll just sock him another one. This was a family matter, through and through. End of story. Ah! What? N?
I've been waiting, brother dear.
As the light fades, Matthew and the others find themselves somewhere older than the universe, and far more mysterious. A suburb. And in sight is a city bigger than any settlement anywhere in either of their worlds, and a tower that rises above it all. This is the memories of the world before, the memories of Earth, the memories of Alpha. It's here they find Niall playing piano and waiting for them. Niall excitedly tells Matthew all about the peaceful home they could have here, the future promised to her by Alpha. And no, I'm not even touching the radio and all it's saying. That is way above my pay grade. The irony of this scene is that Niall has spent the story telling Matthew that his dream of saving Aionios is fantasy, something impossible in the world they live in, and yet Niall now dwells in a false memory of the past, a past that has already seen its destruction. A approaches Niall and shows her the truth, the inevitable decline and desolation that befell the world Alpha tempts her with, and the fact of human nature. Even when they created a world of technological wonders, humanity ever searched beyond, pushing the limits of their world and eventually breaking it, just as Klaus did. Niall doesn't want to hear it. She shuts her ears and tries to place blame at the feet of the soldiers of Aionios for their butchery and the violence they're forced to live in. But Matthew claps back on her victim blaming. They were forced into that life. They never chose to become slaves to Mobius' system for the world, and discarding them all based off something they can't control would ultimately make her no better than Mobius. Mobius is the ones who crafted the nightmarish world they find themselves in. Now Niall wants to place all the blame upon the people forced to live in it? Matthew sees through that crap. Their lives are thanks to the soldiers, the ones who dared to fight back, to free themselves for a better life. But Alpha just wants to build a world and a life off what's already failed, by giving humanity the same world and assuming they'll do better this time, rather than moving on with the knowledge and burdens of the past as their guide. There are reflections in this to people in modern-day society, but to avoid getting too political, I'll leave it at that. Just remember, erasing the past erases your ability to learn from it. All Matthew wants is for Niall to believe in that shared dream with him, but Alpha will not allow it. It seizes Niall, ripping the choice from her so she might serve as his avatar and represent its judgment to them. Its disdain for A, who contradicts it at every turn and scorns the idea of a conscious having any place within the Trinity processor. And to the idea of Klaus passing on the world to them, he sees it as simply Klaus's delusion, having tricked himself by his own conscience. But Matthew, once more, sees it plain as day.
Turning around, going back, looking for a new way forward. Doing that time and again. That's how you build a future. Hey, but you're just an obsolete piece of scrap, so no wonder you don't get it.
Alpha is formidable, an overwhelming force as administrator of this world. And it begins to drag Matthew's very spirit into its grasp, holding on to the traces of turmoil within him. The one speck of doubt that plagues his mind and might consider joining Alpha. Niall. Alpha tries to invite him in, to tell him that he has nothing to fear. His kind did nothing wrong. They were merely born into a world ravaged by those who came before. The old did not value their lives, but Alpha will grant them a new one. All he has to do is submit. Alpha would carve away the old and make way for the new. But Matthew doesn't want that. He doesn't want to go. But that doubt within him lets Alpha hold him. All Matthew needed was a bit of certainty. Good thing for him, his great-grandfather is bereft of all doubts. N cuts through Alpha's influence, his power, and severs the false god's connection to both Matthew and Niall.
N, don't mistake me. I am one who lives in the now. My blade knows no regrets.
I thought you'd say that. And that's why I can't afford to just take off. Hey.
Matthew.
Hey. You okay? Then let's seize it together. Our true future.
I'm sorry.
It's nothing. And I've got a crapload of stuff I want to say to you. But right this instant, I'm glad we're both fighting on the same side. Am I right? There you go. Mr. Alpha, sir. You want to go so badly? Then pick up and go. This world, it belongs to us!
Alpha is a real beast, and was enough to defeat Rex, Shulk, and Zed alone. But now there is more standing against them. Arbiters of the past, defenders of the present, and inheritors of the future. But even now, all they can do is slowly chip away, and Alpha is not getting any weaker. Rex laments that the power of Logos and Pneumo would rival and tip the scales away from Ontos. And N hears this. Now there's a question as to whether N is fully aware of what is within the Sword of the End. But either way, he decides to offer a gift to his great-grandson.
Matthew, raise up your fists.
What?
I will grant you the sword's power. Transfer it to your Fists of the End.
That light.
No way!
Drive it in! Release the power of Ouroboros!
Shut the hell up already! I ain't taking orders from you!
In that moment, by the transmission of Logos and Pneuma through the Sword of the End and their Ouroboros powers, the true potential of Ouroboros is finally realized. As the party, their beings and their souls are merged into one greater whole. A true confluence. A true resonance. Within where minds and matter are made into one, where memories are shared and powers amplified. That power is more than enough to sign an ending to this Alpha. So, as it fades once and for all, it seeks to know Matthew's regrets. Surely he must, in some way, have doubted this. But Matthew strives on regardless. He is not ruled by his doubts, his despair. He moves forward with the past as a guide, not erasing it without looking back. That's just the way he lives. Tension is still high with N's presence, but there are things to be attended to. Without Alpha, there is no administrative authority maintaining Origin, and by extension, the world. Without one, it would surely collapse. And for them to equal Alpha, a new Trinity processor, however imperfect, must be established. 3 avatars to replace 1. A, the fragment of Ontos, Shulk, who once wielded and connected to Ontos' power as the Monado, and Rex, who was attuned with both sides of Pneuma. They are the sole ones of high enough rank, as it were, who can go on and hold up the world. The world has to be propped up, in Rex's own words, so they can have time to free it and set it to rights. Nickel and Glimmer, who were mere seconds ago a part of the greater whole alongside Rex and Shulk, no doubt saw the memories as well, likely now knowing the truth of who they are to them. They don't want them to go. Not now when there's so much to be said. But this has to be done. And besides, Shulk and Rex have been fighting a long, long time. It's more than past their due for a break. For the next generation to carry the torch. And to make sure that happens, they cheat a little. By using their new administrative authorities, they pass on their remaining years to Nickel and Glimmer, unbinding them from their limited lives so they might live fully. A points out that they shouldn't be doing this, as such a twisting of the rules within the confines of Origin could result in glitches within the system, but by now Rex and Shulk have earned it. A warns that Zed will likely take power with them acting as the new Avatar, with no tangible threat to himself directly. The Annihilation events are still happening too. It may take thousands of years, but they will eventually run out the world and destroy it. So they've got their work cut out for them. The memory of this day will no doubt fade from the minds of the world, and Origin itself will disappear again. That's fine, as their collective will and dream will be shared by those who come later, and one day, whether tomorrow or in 1,000 years, their dreams will spin together to weave a new, better future. As they walk to the far edge of this world, to stand as its lonely pillars, Shulk and Rex muse that A must have known all this would happen, every step. But A can only see what is comprised within the flow of this world, this one time. But but hope still lives on. Origin crashes into the area beneath it as the Liberators evacuate to safety with every refugee of the city they've got. The party stands at a distance, watching the region that once was the center of Aionios be crushed and reduced to a steaming sea with Origin at its center. En is there too, of course, but they're all tired and fighting now would prove nothing. Instead, En makes a declaration.
Mobius will never change. In any way. Forever transfixed. They will guard the endless now to the last.
Including you.
Naturally.
Well then, we'll be busy.
What if you cannot make it happen? Your lives are pitifully short.
We went over this. You got wax in your ears. If I can't, someone else will, down the line. Who knows? Maybe it'll even be you.
Some time passes, and work to rebuild has begun. Liberators alongside city folk and freed soldiers. Riku and Nickel work on the Ouroboros stone to replicate what En and Matthew did against Alpha, albeit with a limited result. As for Matthew, he has a journey to set out for. The people of the city were scattered, and there could be more people to free and bring together. He leaves the city in the hands of his comrades, Nickel, Glimmer, Niall, Panacea, Linka, and Riku, I guess. And he sets off. And he is never seen again. The world of Aionios is cruel and oppressive, after all. But his legacy lives on, as he did succeed in finding and saving many people and likely lived to a ripe old age. But it seems he never returned to the city. As for the city folk themselves, they began rebuilding, creating something that couldn't be tracked quite as easily. A movable city, within a massive mobile fortress. A work of genius between Liberator technology and Nicole's own expertise. Similarly, alongside Riku, Nicole completed the Ouroboros stone properly, and allows for 6 people to harness their powers in smaller forms to what they did against Alpha. Situated in pairs, Kevis and Agnes, they could merge and attune to become something that could really threaten Mobius when together. As Nicole worried about the mechanics of the city, Glimmer eased up as her life went on, and she became the center of the city's new medical base, and set the foundations for increasing the quality of life for those who came later. Panacea and Linka likely kept up as leaders of the Liberators, who took on the name the Lost Numbers as the city's primary defense force. They would honor their mentor's memories with every breath. As for Niall, though she never saw her brother again, she worked rigorously to establish the government of the city, creating new laws to maintain peace and security for her descendants. And I do mean descendants literally. All these guys found people to hook up with and have kids. In time, they would be considered the 7 founders, and their descendants would be treated as members of esteemed houses. These would be the houses of Ortiz for Nicole, Rhodes for Glimmer, Cassini for Linka, Reed for Panacea, Doyle for Niall, and Vandam for Matthew. Because while Matthew would disappear, his descendants would find the city again centuries later and rejoin, bringing their traditions of combat and their drive to defeat Mobius. Oh, and the 7th founder? Yeah, that's Riku. He helped create the founder's weapons, helped perfect the Ouroboros stone, and was a trusted friend of Melia and Shulk, so he was honored as such. As for Riku's fate, he always meant to finish the work on the Ouroboros stone, but soon enough it was done and he insisted his memory as the 7th founder be erased, and he left the city and disappeared. Because he had a plan. He insinuated himself into the lines of Kevis and waited. Waited for the day he knew a certain someone may appear as worthy of the Sword of Origin. Lucky 7. Maybe Riku already knew, or maybe he knew he'd know it when he knew it, but that day would be a long, long time to come. As the Endless Now continues its course. As the Annihilation events continued and ground the world away little by little, and Mobius seized total control and fought to exterminate all of the city. One day, Riku would find the destined heir, because just like Matthew said 1,000 years ago,
Who knows? maybe it'll even be you.
Oh, by the way, as per the rules of the world, Nopon are outside the flow and therefore immortal. Have fun with that! In 1,000 years after the battle with Alpha, the battle lines of Keves and Agnes have not changed. They have only intensified. More soldiers die in unending battles for supremacy in wars that they don't even realize are pointless. More soldiers are churned out, lifetime after lifetime, ignorant of the cycle they live in. One of these turns of the clock comes a fresh batch of soldiers, and in that batch are 4 new recruits. Lance, Uni, Yoren, and Noah. They're a tight-knit bunch. Lance naturally takes a role as a tank, Uni becomes a sharpshooter, and Yoren is a healer, all while Noah, despite preferring not to fight, acts as a leader. Lance is what you might consider a living wall in more ways than one. He's not quick to sensitivity, but he's naturally defensive of his friends. Uni has a short fuse and a sharp tongue, and could probably outswear a sailor if she knew any actual swears, but her face value approach balances out Lance's regular griping and Noah's kind of melodramatic streak. And Yoren tries. He really tries. He doesn't succeed, but still. And Noah is thoughtful, dedicated, and perhaps naturally inclined towards philosophical wonderings. He never wanted to fight, but it was the life he was set into. In fact, for the longest time, it's believed by the others and their fellow recruits, like this little stunted turd Garvel, that Noah was unable to summon a blade of his own. Garvel and his own little toddler's brigade made it a habit of mocking Noah and his group, usually Noah and Yoren, as Yoren struggled to do anything combat-related. Noah didn't have much trouble showing Garvel up, usually, but it just isn't in Noah's nature to fight. He knows he has to, but the thrill of combat doesn't appeal to him as it might to Lance or Uni, so it's good his more aggressive friends are there to back him up from time to time. Noah still feels like a burden, that he weighs the others down, but Lance never once believed that. He's his team's shield, it's his job to keep them safe no matter what, but Noah still needed a new sword after Garvel went and broke his. So he goes to see the local craftsman, Riku. Because Riku is everywhere now. Still, totally normal, common, variety Nopon. And Riku presents Noah with Lucky 7. Riku makes up some cockamamie story about it being a magic sword forged by 7 Nopon smiths over 7 years, just to get their attention. Better yet, he then has Lance cut his own blade in half by trying to slash it. It's an impressive blade that can cut anything. And Noah doesn't want it. To him, it's too strong, but Riku calls him out on that. It's not about being too strong. It's about Noah being scared. Noah is scared to fight, scared to hurt, scared of the brutal world they live in and what it'll turn them into. So scared that he lied about not being able to summon his own blade. But that was just the answer Riku was looking for. The power of the sword doesn't belong in the hands of someone who doesn't appreciate its weight. Riku tells Noah that to refuse to fight when there is fighting to be done is the way of a coward. Something Riku knows all too well. It is the way towards his friends' deaths. So Noah must pick up the sword and use his summoned blade as a sheath of sorts in battle, to hold Lucky 7 until he really needs its power. This moment and this conversation with Riku would come to be a defining piece of Noah's character from that day forward. Noah hates fighting. It's antithetical to his very soul. But he knows that to do nothing when there is an enemy beating down on you is not an act of principle, but of cowardice. Pacifism in the face of an unrelenting foe is not a virtue. It is a restriction. Of course, this doesn't just make everything easy for the guy. The living stain that is Garvel and his bunch still make life especially miserable for them. Particularly Yoren for being the living embodiment of a weak link. No offense, Yoren. This state of almost habitual failure even results in Noah's squad losing a test battle against Garvel on Noah's birthday, which doesn't always mean as much for soldiers, but some do like to commemorate it in small ways. Lance honestly takes it more personally than Noah does, blaming Yoren for the loss due to his recklessness in trying to get enemy fire off them. He half agrees to apologize later, but he doesn't get to it. See, a big event came up shortly after, a homecoming. A rare event where a soldier made it their full lifespan. So even the queen, that Melia replacement, comes for the send-off. The whole of their colony forms together to watch a celebration to one of their own's death. Golden motes rising in the sky before the false queen they worship, while a Mobius watches, and the off-seer tunes play. Most eyes were on the homecoming, envious of the chance to be returned to the embrace of their queen. But Noah's eyes were on one of the players, a soldier and off-seer named Chris. But soon, violence would begin, as their home colony is attacked by Agnes. Fires burn, and buildings collapse all around them. Garvelin lands are trapped underneath fallen debris, and despite it all, it's Yoren who is first to run to save them, inspiring the others to do the same, perhaps in some small way feeling as though he'd paid lands back. However,
Watch out!
in those last moments, he still smiles. And while it's his inability to apologize which haunts Lands, it's Yoren's smile that haunts Noah. Still, they have to get to safety. But with Agnes all around, it seems that their short lives will be cut even shorter, until a figure single-handedly saves them. A soldier not much older than them. In the aftermath, while Lands recedes into himself, grappling with what he's just lost and failed to do, this young soldier introduces herself as Ethel, who's rather famous by this point for being so skilled that she brought up her own colony up several ranks by herself. Despite that, she still laments her inability to save more. They only meet briefly, but she does notice a certain something about the blade Noah wields. After Yoren's death and the homecoming he witnessed where Chris's playing captivated him, Noah felt a calling to be an Offseer, to be able to grant some modicum of peace and dignity to a person's last moments. So Noah's path diverged from Uni and Lands for a minute, as he was sent to the Kevesi castle to train under Chris. It's possible that Noah trained under Chris while he still was in the same colony as Lands and Uni, and perhaps this event with Yoren's death even happened during that time. But based off Uni and Lands' unfamiliarity with Chris later on, I don't believe that to be the case. For several years, his mentor would teach him the Kevesi Offseer tune, and live alongside him as they brought serenity to the last moments of many. But for Chris, he saw only the sorrowful, inevitable end. On the day of the homecoming that Noah witnessed, Noah could tell Chris was sad while so many others were happy. As to why, Chris reveals to Noah that it was because of the emotions of the one he was sending off. The man being sent on was content in his ending, satisfied to have reached that far, but in Chris's mind what he saw was a man on the brink of tears, dying not by his own will, but simply because his life had reached a certain expiration date. To not choose one's own end was pure misery to Chris. So maybe that is why, a week from his own homecoming, Chris would tell his student that he was satisfied with his end being now, so long as Noah kept moving. And Chris ended it on his own terms, by throwing himself from a cliff. As for Noah, he would continue on, his teacher's Offseer's flute as a memento, to always remember and cherish, even as Chris's final smile hung in his mind. Those trained in Colony 14 would be separated, with Uni and Lands reuniting with Noah and being made elite soldiers, acting as his escorts, as the job of Offseer is a respected and downright sacred role. They were also joined by Riku, and a veteran from the colony they were to join, Mwamba of Colony 9. Together they would fight continuously, and 4 years would pass as we finally reach the beginning of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. It begins with a battle, as is natural in Aionios. A battle between Noah's Colony 9 and the Agnian colony Sigma, a word which the 2020s have ruined for me. It is brutal and desperate, but Colony Sigma is scoured from Aionios as every single soldier is killed, leaving their flame clock empty and their furnace to collapse. Shout out to this random guy who died in the most Elpenor way possible. If you know, you know. But while others celebrate the taking of their enemies' lives, Noah instead looks somberly over the battlefield and begins playing his melody for Kevis and Agnes alike. Lands doesn't understand Noah's desire to bring peace of any kind to their enemy, but to Noah, it's his duty to send their spirits on. Unfortunately for his escorts, it means getting left behind by the transport every single time, so these folks get mandatory cardio. Now, I know I normally just go on about story and lore and themes and all that fun stuff, but come on, look at this. The environments of Xenoblade 3 are simply stunning, permeated with an air of barren wilderness along with the echoes of what Aionios used to be. The graphics are remarkable for the Switch and really demonstrates how good a game can look on an even technically handheld console. Even in smaller locales like Colony 9, each detail is handcrafted to look somewhat ruddy or worn up, as befitting a military encampment always in a state of combat. Worn-out mess tables, a towering furnace that takes up most of the space, a bathhouse, what? Well, at least it's more tasteful than some other media that employs them, Western or Eastern, or even in this same franchise now that I think about it. Believe it or not, it's actually an important scene for setting up initial struggles for Lanz and Noah. Noah's recovering mental health, which has improved gradually despite his losses, and Lanz's guilt over Yoren's death and his inability to apologize, which drives him to constant improvement and protection of the friends he still has, even if they're rooted in a deep sense of survivor's guilt. All while Uni, again, balances both of them out and provides the levity needed so neither get too far in their own heads. Well, almost. Noah would be in his own head regardless. The day after, the whole colony is alerted to a mission directly from the castle, an incoming signal of ether energy which has attracted Agnes's attention. Normally, our heroes would set out immediately, but as Noah is prone to do, he sidetracks them with the need to assist others, again to Lanz's frustration. See, that whole bit about Lanz pushing himself doesn't extend to just himself. He sees it as sort of a competition with his fellow soldiers, a way to push himself and others, even if he pushes too far. So Noah's naturally giving attitude is a little contradictory to Lanz. Not enough to make him refuse to help, but enough to make Lanz gripe whenever Noah makes a decision he sees as overly sensitive. But even before they begin setting out, they notice something peculiar. The Kevis army has brought out silver-ranked artillery and soldiers for this operation, suggesting clearly that it is far more important than they let on. Uni doesn't see much of a problem with it, and Lanz is just dismissive. Orders are orders. Still, along the way, Noah can feel it, a weight in the air that this is far from a simple mission, and insists his team act cautiously, even more forcefully than normal, especially to Lanz. Their veteran friend, Wamba, also feels the pressure and decides to transfer to a safer position after the mission is done. So, anyone else got flags? Next he'll say he's only...
So, it's gonna be next month.
Yeah, just a little longer.
Oh yeah, he ain't making it. It's even worse when Mwamba asks Noah to send him off for his homecoming, and when the whole conversation reminds Noah of Yoren. The game is subtle in how not subtle it is. At least for now, Mwamba heads off to be part of a separate squad, and our elite soldiers march into the valley where the Ether Signatures is coming from. Black fog interferes with communications, leaving Noah and his unit to descend into the valley ahead of the main force. Then, the attack begins. Agnes and Kevis fire on each other, and the source of the signal, a cloaked ship which crash lands into the valley floor, fires out mechanical drones to its defense. Soon enough, the valley is in chaos. Noah's team carves a way through Agnes' soldiers and mechs. Lanz is the blunt wall which holds the line, Uni guards and sustains the back as a healer, and Noah is the blade in the middle which directs and cuts forward. But even they are totally unprepared for the strange machines they fight, which Riku correctly and without missing a beat identifies as pilotless. Gee, I wonder why you know that, Riku. At the crash site, a firefight is in full motion. A handful of soldiers with eye patches fight to protect their cargo, an Ouroboros stone. Sandwiched between Kevis and Agnes, it's all these folks can do to fend them off, as their leader, a mountain of a man, loses one soldier after another. And as his automatons are brought down too, he is left the last man standing, while Noah's squad comes closer. They can see he's no Agnian, but before any problem solving can begin, a very important moment happens.
Kaveti troops. 3 of them.
It seems we are just about the only ones left. And there's our objective.
Noah.
Yeah. We'll have to fight.
Mio?
Got it.
A clash between Kevis and Agnes, their squad and another. The only people to have successfully made it to the crash site while the rest of their armies are bogged down in combat or dead. But this will be a frustrating fight for both, as they find themselves evenly matched, against Agnian elites, equivalent to Noah's squad. A young woman with white hair, a slender man with glasses, and a small woman with a very big hammer. In other words, a small but hard-hitting assaulter who is countered by Lanz's wall-like approach, a tactical support whose own abilities are unable to outdo Uni, and a fleet-footed officer who fights to a certain rhythm, one Noah can't seem to zero in on to hit her. Despite that, she's put off, as her superior hearing can sense a faint ringing from his sword. But Noah realizes the simplicity in her attacks and the pattern. To the tune of the Agnian officers, following that rhythm, and knowing the tune, he begins to predict her moves, which is really a great moment to help Noah stand out compared to other protagonists. The differences when comparing Rex to Noah is obvious, but when comparing Noah and Shulk, it's very interesting to see the way the two approach combat. What we see of Shulk in combat is usually actually rather aggressive and straightforward. Despite their differences in personality, Shulk and Rex both will fight their way through a problem, while Noah will usually think his way through one. Noah manages to push his opponent back, swiping a weapon from her hand and sending her on the defensive when he notices the fighting stopped. There's no more gunfire. Lanz and Uni are exhausted, as are their opponents. Every sensation erupts in his head as he whispers unthinkable words to himself. To run. They'll kill each other at this rate, and for some reason it doesn't sit right in that moment, as he stares across at his enemy. He tries to get through to her, to know why she still fights him. But they have enemies to kill, and that's enough in this moment, because that's all they've known to be enough. Noah wants to end this without more death, but even a second of hesitation will mean his death in the face of a quicker opponent. So it's fortunate that the man who watches them notices something about Noah's sword, and the stone. So, Guernica Vandam decides to make an entrance.
What do you all think you're doing? Why the fighting?
Guernica's question is met by perhaps expected responses. That there are enemies to kill, to avenge the friends they've lost, to even the score. But Noah sees it clearly. No one here wants to kill, but they see their lives set before them, and they have no choice. It's fight or die, fight or starve, because of the flame clock. Sure, they technically are allowed to just stop fighting and wither away, but what kind of decision is that? Is it any surprise, then, that they take loved ones away from each other? That they in turn lose the ones they love? When they live in a world where you have to kill to survive, Noah's frustration and clear anger. Well, it's a good enough answer for Guernica, especially with that sword. So he decides to trust them with the truth. Right before he gets turned into a donut, from the dust and darkness a figure emerges, holding Mamba in one arm and a friend to the Agnians in another. A monster which savors the death before it. One that echoes long-lost memories inside Uni's head.
Uni! What's wrong? What is it? Seen that thing before?
No, how could I have?
Noah?
No, never. This is no normal creature. It's something else.
Oi! Don't go stopping on my account. Get back to killing each other. Come on. I thought that was your whole raison d'etre.
It's speaking!
Mobius. What's wrong? Too worried about your buddies to fight? Can't have that. All right.
You scum!
Oh, wow. This is some entertainment. Two rival factions murdering each other over one little rock. Well, your objective is staring you in the face. Try and take it. 'Cause you'll be dead before you can lay a finger on it. Don't you just love it? Don't you want to savor it? The sweet taste of a life cut short.
The Agnian officer, who is, of course, Mio, jumps headfirst to avenge her fallen friend, as does Lance and Uni from Wamba. The other three naturally join in, the Agnian tactician failing to get his allies to stop, but the Mobius is beyond them. Guernica, still being alive despite having a built-in internal ventilation shaft now, jumps into the transport ship and charges the Mobius. But a mere machine in the face of a Mobius? There was only one way that was going to end, as it rips Guernica from the machine and prepares to kill him. Something protective in Noah stirs, as this time it's him running into the fray. Again, the tactician hesitates, but is dragged in by necessity. As for the first time in their lives, the Agnians and Kevesi fight side by side to slay the Mobius. It's, well, imperfect. Hostility is still rampant between them, and they are barely making a dent in their enemy, as Guernica uses the last of his life in pleading for the Ouroboros stone to work to save these kids. And it responds. The Mobius scatters their defenses and is about to kill Mio when Noah steps between, just in time for Guernica to set off the stone. Quick learners, Mio and Noah catch on to their new state of being, much to their enemies' annoyance. So he gives them a quick lesson. They are Ouroboros, he's Mobius. When Kevis and Agnes come together, they are almost on par with Mobius. But in his own words, they're failures, second-rate and mortal enemies to Mobius. And he's looking to give them a crash course on their new lives, primarily by bringing them to a screeching halt. But he seems actually impressed when they manage to stall him, so he decides to call it a loss on his part. But he's a rather sore loser, so he gives them one last little gift, signaling to the sky the image of Mobius, and giving all his fellows a clear message. New Ouroboros have awakened. Now their lives will never know peace, and he'll stand back and watch as they crumble around him. As the Mobius leaves and Mio and Noah separate, concern makes way for aggression, before Guernica again steps in to somehow still be alive. I swear, if he wasn't the designated old man who has to die in this game, he would have been invincible. Again, just for a moment, the two groups set aside their problems and try to make Guernica comfortable, as he gives them a few revelations. First, upon seeing his face, he lets them know he's 60 years old, aging being a concept they are wholly unfamiliar with. Second, he gives them the shock that they are all Ouroboros now, untethered by the flame clocks, and capable of combining like they did before, as he gives them a final message.
They'll hunt you constantly, relentlessly without rest. Even so, there's one place that might give you a chance. Sword March. The land pierced by a great sword. You gotta find our hope. Our city. It's the only way you're gonna defeat the real enemy. And reclaim what was lost. The way the world and life should be. And listen. Don't give up. 10 years? You kids deserve better. Is the will of Ouroboros. You kids, and you alone.
Hey, is she?
Yeah, an Agnian officer.
When Mio thanks Noah for sending Guernica off with her, he responds with words that remind her of an old friend. It is the purpose of an officer to send on the departed, but the moment is over, and the others believe that it's time to go their separate ways. The tactician, whose name is revealed to be Taion, insists that Mio and Senna, the other one, return with him to the colony, while Lanz and Uni push for Noah to do the same with them. Many people died on both sides, and there's plenty of unresolved aggression between them. Noah de-escalates some of it, however, as he has seen the memories of Mio, and knows her own loss through her very eyes. The power to understand, simple empathy it may be, but a powerful tool for calming tempers, and central to being an Ouroboros. Mio feels the same. She knows the loss Noah has experienced could easily be something they themselves caused. So Riku, ever pushing things in the direction he likes, asks them plainly what they plan to do about it. And this other Nopon, Manana, does it too, though I don't think she's in the know. Maybe. Noah and the others agree to go back to their colonies, Taion and Lanz giving the snarkiest goodbyes possible.
There you have it. I sincerely hope for your safe return.
You take care too. Take care not to die in a ditch somewhere, that is.
And as Noah and Mio still feel as though something is left undone, but what neither could know is that there is no home for them to return to now. As they approach the colony position, old friends now see them as the enemy, their irises glowing red. As it turns out, the Mobius was telling the truth. The whole world is now their enemy. Meanwhile, Mio's group suffers the same problem, and Taion sees the red light in their irises. Both groups have to evade former comrades until they find themselves right back where they started, the valley crash site. Uneasy distance persists between them, both groups now outcast but still with lingering resentment for each other. The words of Guernica ring in Noah's ears, however, and he decides that they need to live. And to do that, they need each other. They have to find the city. They're all fugitives now, and if Mobius did have something to do with it, they stand a better chance together than apart. Though reluctant, Taion admits he has a point, even more so since they're all going to be on the run anyway. So they might as well have somewhere to run to. Lanz is doubtful, though. He's lived his life for his eventual homecoming, and to abandon that dream so quickly hurts him. The praises, the cheers, the adulation of all who look upon those who made it to the end. That's what Lanz sees, that's what he wants for himself. To know that what happened in the past was worth it. To be able to be proud of his life. But to Noah, all he saw was an altar built on the bodies of countless dead, a glorified sacrifice to the whims of war. What kind of legacy is that? Noah can't tell Lanz what to do, but he does what he can to at least have the chance to find the same answers they're all looking for. And for that, they must seek the sword, which sounds just fine to Mio. After all this, they can't fight each other anymore. Senna, echoing Mio, joins behind her, leaving Taion to agree, even if he's unsteady about it. Which means Lanz is left little choice, and all six are in agreement. So Noah starts off with introductions. Awkward ones at that. We get some tidbits about each character. Noah wants to write his own music, Mio keeps a diary, Uni collects clovers, Senna is, strong. Like, real strong. Like an ant. As for Taion...
I don't have hobbies.
Wow, colony dull.
Oh, wow, just gonna call me out like that, are you, game? Also, Manana is the cook, and Riku always lies. Jury's still out on Manana, though. Lands is stubborn, but they're a party now, unified with purpose, and with memory. For Guernica Vandam. Uni, for her part, feels relief at knowing his name, considering what they did for him. However, they are dirty as all get out and need new threads, so they start looking for the freshest fits. Well, not the freshest maybe, but still. Wait, huh? Hey, Noah, where are you looking? Hold up, did they all just change right behind them? I guess that makes sense, they are soldiers. And they're embarrassed. And out of here. So, yeah, fun fact. Flame Clock reinforces certain conditioning and inhibits parts of the core human experience. In other words, these three boys just had their hormones awaken in the span of about an hour and are getting hit like a truck. Later that night, while a team now, there remains some distance as they all do their own things. Except the Nopon, because they're probably all part of some secret society. The first to bridge this gap is who else but Noah and Mio. As Mio keeps track of her time left, only 3 months, she wonders about what she can achieve in that time, if the words Guernica gave them could really be true. And Noah, ever thinking inward, wonders if that's her desire as a legacy. You'll notice that he's rather obsessed with this idea, especially as he wonders about those he's seen passed on and the legacies they had. Whether they were content in the end and perhaps pertinent now, whether those who remain can be at peace with the contentment of those who are gone. Noah often grapples with what the purpose of that connection is.
Agnes and Keris, working together as a team. Tyon seems a little dissatisfied, but at the time, his thinking was quite aligned with mine. Finding a path that lets us all live. I will make that my mission.
Somewhere deep in this world, Mobius gather.
Wild ride.
And here they make wagers and bets on the lives they take, arguing on who is responsible. We learn the title of the Mobius who attacked and lost to Ouroboros. D. But even so, it would appear that to them, Ouroboros' existence is simply another turn of the clock, as Z watches them from the seats and affirms that none may stop the flow.
Kay, will you go?
If you say I go, I go.
Well then, let us see how far the flow brings them this time.
Next
Yeah!
Guys, what do you think you're doing?
Okay, I'm with Tyon on this one. What kind of Dragon Ball nonsense is this? But no, Lanz and Senna are actually trying to do what Mio and Noah did. Tyon, cautionary that he is, questions both why they think they can even do it and why they think they're each other's partners. As for the latter, it's just more a feeling, some innate connection between the two. Which, to Tyon's displeasure, surmises that means he's paired with Uni. He tries to brush it off and maybe sort of antagonize Senna and Lanz. But still, as Noah points out, they're not wholly off. Noah and Mio changed whenever Noah was set on a strong desire to protect Mio, implying that's the trigger for the change into Ouroboros. Uni, being, well, herself, figures Tyon couldn't manage such emotions in the first place, and laughs at the idea of joining with him. Gee, I wonder what this whole thing is representative of. Either way, it's an adjustment period for everyone, living a new life among former enemies without the need to kill, which is, frankly, a dream come true for Noah, so he emphasizes this to the others, who avoid combat and avoid killing where they don't need to. Tyon is disillusioned, but there's no point anymore, so rather than fight, they'll run. Until they reach the city. Tyon's not the only one cynical, though. Lanz has low hopes about the old grudges and old differences, but the conversation draws their attention to the differences they actually have. The core crystal in Senna's chest, Lena's somewhat mechanical-like body. These differences prompts Tyon, the skeptic, to tell them to question everything, to ignore differences as merely a matter of perspective. Of course, Uni's a more upfront, take-it-as-you-see-it kind of person, which almost immediately sparks an argument. although it would be more accurate to describe it as Uni picking a fight with a wholly non-confrontational Taion. Now, let's talk something else about Xenoblade 3. Before, I never really went into gameplay when talking about Xenoblades 1 or 2, but it feels pertinent to this discussion. See, Xenoblade has always had the luxury of playing around with its gameplay. From one title to the next, it could advance or deepen in some way. Xenoblade 1's combat is perfectly serviceable, but 2 and 3 expand upon the basics in ways that make me enjoy combat. 2's blade systems weren't carried over to 3, but it was refined in a less luck-based way with the heroes. More on them later. Heck, even Torna, a DLC prequel, has DNA in the gameplay of 3, with the rest spots and the camping sites, which, through the unique background animation, shows off a lot of subtle characterization, which in turn builds connection between you, the player, and the characters. This goes even further with how the various party members fight. The Kevesi arts and attacks function as they would in the first game, while Agnians follow after the second game, and this is done seamlessly, with neither style ever outperforming the other. Combat is fluid, and maneuvering in combat has been improved with features like quick dodging and being able to fight in water. And chain attacks have never felt more dynamic, even if sometimes I'd wish the chain attack music would shut up for the actual fight music to play. But whatever. Even item collection, one of the most tedious aspects of any Xenoblade game, is better. You might say, Hearth Guy, this game was made well after both other Xenoblade games, of course gameplay will be better. And to that I say, Fallout 76. As the group takes notice of a downed Ferronis and starts finding some footing, elsewhere an old acquaintance of Noah lands in Uni has other worries. Ethel, once commander of a renowned silver rank colony, has fallen from grace, her colony having dropped to dirt rank despite her renown. She still commands the loyalty of her colony, but life's gotten harder for everyone involved. Made even worse now that a consul is arriving with low tolerance for dirt and a very interesting set of orders for Ethel to hunt down some traitorous bandits. Said traitorous bandits are busy learning about some interesting functions that Ouroboros has unlocked, like sharing combat experience via osmosis, which in turn allows them to shift blades and arts. Game mechanics-wise, this allows any of the main party to use any class that they have sufficiently fought alongside. In the story, it's another example of Ouroboros' power to clean away that which divides them. Now, even the divides of Agnian and Kevesi style of combat can be removed, and they can fight with each other's weapons, retaining the uniqueness of each and every one, while still allowing the others to take that power for themselves. But new weapons or no, there's still a combination of risks and distance to overcome, which both are trouble for Mio, a fact Taion is well aware of. So, he suggests traveling along a shorter but more dangerous route through Agnian territory. Taion tries to play it off as simple good risk-reward decision-making, and it isn't that bad walking right past an Agnian outpost, but the truth of the matter is that he's worried about Mio. He's not quick to show it, but Taion wants to do everything he can to get Mio to safety, to possibly free her from those 3 short months she has left, even if it means putting them all in danger. Senna's on his side about it too, naturally, but Noah can tell what Mio wants. She wants to make sure everyone else is safe rather than worrying about the time she has left. It'd be pointless to get themselves killed while trying to spare her own time, and it's not how she wants to do things. So Noah respects her decision and backs her up, leading them into a dusty no man's land much to Taion's chagrin, and soon to everyone's discomfort as it's an actual desert they decide to hike through. A couple little character notes to pick up on, such as lands being resistant to the heat, possibly because of the whole actually being a machina thing, and Mio having an aversion to heat of any kind. Also, notice how Noah only says that he too is worn out after seeing Mio's exhaustion. Is it a stretch to think he only said that for her benefit? Maybe, but Noah has a habit of subtly trying to help people out without being too obvious. Regardless, they find an oasis just within reach, formed in the crater of an annihilation event. Rather apropos, a place of rest and comfort in the shadow of a cataclysmic event, just like the party themselves. This is really the first relaxed instant we get with the Ouroboros, a situation where all of them can just unwind for a moment in the chaos which has quickly overtaken their lives. But just as it is in character for most of them to take the chance to relax, it's in character for Noah and Taion to be the ones on the side, discussing plans. The area they're in, the Aegis Wilderness, frequently suffers annihilation events and black fog. and Taion is busy at work tracking that data, much to Noah's appreciation. Relaxing and cooling off is well and good, but soon they're back on the road, during which Mio asks about Noah's blade, and the reason it seems to glow. Noah's hesitant at first, but she tells her the story of his true blade, Lucky 7, and how it's normally sheathed in its red casing. He also explains how he changed the name, even if he doesn't tell her what the name is, since Noah's naming conventions are questionable sometimes. Actually, hold on. I don't think he ever says what he named it. I'm sure that's not important. Although Noah does find it notable that Mio so far is the second person to notice the peculiarity of his blade. The first, of course, being Ethel. Speaking of, as they approach a valley in which they find fresh footprints, the ground begins to quake and rumble with the movement of a great machine, which grinds the rock walls of the valley away under its wheels. The Varanus of Colony 4, Ethel's colony, fires artillery barrages at the Ouroboros, their irises glowing red with the influence of Mobius K, who blinds their senses and makes them perceive Noah and the others as monsters. Still, Ethel helped them once. She's renowned even in Agnes for her strength and loyalty, so Noah tries to reason with her to remind her that she once risked her own life to save theirs, but words won't cut it, not while her eyes are clouded by deceit. Instead, they are forced to find cover again and again as barrages and soldiers hound them, the Mobius's red iris allowing her to convey information on their movements directly to her troops. Unfortunately, her troops are getting caught in the crossfire, demolished underneath artillery fire. But following the rule of engagement they set up before, they do not fight. Instead, Ouroboros runs, trying to find cover as black fog begins to roll in and disrupt Mobius's line of sight. However, while Ethel's eyes are clouded, her mind remains sharp, and she predicts their movement, cutting them off as they arrive out from some caverns. Cornered and afraid, they fight back, but while they do, Noah holds back. Even while they are pushed to the brink by a far superior foe, he does not choose to use the Ouroboros' power, fearing that it could kill her. If things continued like this, one of them likely would have had to die, though it's providential that the same black frog from before rolls in and disrupts Mobius K's control over her, allowing Noah to break through just enough for her to stop, until the consul arrives to take her place, striking her with lightning for disobedience. Now, Ouroboros have a far more dangerous opponent to deal with. Having never fought a consul before, they do well for themselves until he reveals himself as Mobius, like their prior foe, and reveals a second truth to them, his power to absorb the life from those tied to the flame clocks. As Ethel's soldiers drop to the ground, wounds inflicted by the party begin to close up and heal, more so while Lance and Uni try to counter with even more attacks, and he just keeps healing by draining the life from Colony 4, which draws Taion's eyes again to the flame clock as he realizes what's happening.
No way! He's stealing from the clocks!
My dear boy, your vaunted intuition is shit!
Say what you want about Mobius, but they sure do have the most fun in this nightmare-scape of a world. Unlike Noah, who is frozen in inaction. If he fights, then the Mobius will heal by draining the soldiers of Colony 4, including Ethel. If he does not fight, then he and everyone with him will die pointless deaths. No matter what reasonings the others have, Noah can't bring himself to make the call. So he finds a third option, the flame clock. He wonders what would happen if they broke it. He doesn't know if it would simply kill the soldiers instead, but at this rate they'll all die. Mio's with him, his partner, so he doesn't have to bear the burden alone. But it's not just Mio. Lance, too, is there to take the plunge with him, along with Uni, Taion, and Senna. In their first real task of teamwork, Mio and Noah try to get in close as the rest draw fire and cover their backs. Easier said than done while Kay controls the artillery of the Varanus, littering the field with random bouts of fire and lasers. The ground cracks and their path is disrupted. Noah and Mio are knocked apart and to the ground as more rain down around them. Lance sees Noah in danger. Senna sees Mio in danger. Without second thoughts and a surging desire to protect their friends, they move together and make a connection. Two lifespans of memories crashing together and forming a new Ouroboros. A wall to defend. But no wall is perfect. With a bigger target, Mobius K focuses fire on the newly merged duo. Even with Uni and Taion healing, they can't last forever under continued and direct fire, as their shield cracks and shatters and their bodies are surrounded by scorching light. Uni's desire to save is strong enough for both her and her own partner, as another connection is made. Their wounds heal as soon as they are made thanks to the now combined powers of Uni and Taion as an Ouroboros. These two instances of Ouroboros coming together aren't the only fortuitous things. As though the world itself is fighting back, the black fog coalesces around the battlefield and nearly blinds Mobius K. Enough for the two Ouroboroses to get a jump on him. His power to heal is also blocked for a moment, and while he's held down, it is the perfect moment to shatter the chains with the flame clock. But it's no good. Even the Ouroboroses can't break the flame clock, which embodies the very will of Mobius and their cycle. And it's both left them closer to K, and left him free to heal himself. Till Noah catches a glimpse of Riku to the side, and remembers his words. In one last-ditch effort, Noah asks Mio to trust him. With a kick off of K, because screw him honestly, they cancel their interlink at the last moment. A sword of origin in one hand and Mio's in the other, Noah cleaves the embodiment of this world and severs the clock's connection to the colony and to the console, leaving just one thing to do. Kill a Mobius. Without the flame clock, he's still a beast, but against 3 Ouroboros and Lucky 7, his death was assured, as K falls and they get a good look at his face, aged and wrinkled, like Guernica. To me, this suggests either that Mobius somehow aged, however so slowly, or that K was once a member of the city. I don't know exactly how that would work, but there's some things later on which suggests it's possible. Ethel wakes up soon after to the shock of what just transpired. Her attack on Noah and the others and the dead consul, whose body has begun to disperse like a homecoming. Except instead of golden motes, it's pale blue. Noah remembered, though, that even the consul feared death, so he pulls out his flute. But Lance and Taion try to stop him. They see no reason to send him on to give any modicum of respect or closure to his life. Even Mio isn't so sure about it. Still, Noah felt his fear and his spirit. It wasn't so different from their own. He's compelled to respond, to send him off somewhere. This reminds Mio the words of an old friend again, who once thought the same thing of those from Kevis. So she too plays for the fallen Mobius, a simple act of compassion. I think it'd be easy to just make Noah an overly weepy, bleeding heart who feels bad for everyone all the time. But instead he has a grounded feeling to him. He knows fully well that the consul would not have done him any favors, and he probably doesn't deserve such respect even in death. But that's who Noah is. Empathy is a gift so underutilized in this day and age, being able to see the humanity in even those who you see as inhuman. Because it's ultimately empathy that distinguishes the good from the bad. From our heroes and the Mobius. Mobius like K couldn't care less. There is no humanization between him and the pawns he throws to die. It's what makes him so monstrous. It's why I feel having Noah be this quiet but firm source of compassion is a better choice than what a lot of people might turn to, by either making him some hyper-aggressive edgelord who feels nothing when they kill an enemy, or as I said, an overly weepy bleeding heart. Said compassion is confusing to the others, enough that they can't even agree on why he does it. Lance thinks he's overly kind, Senna thinks he just enjoys his job as an officer, and Uni thinks he's doing it on instinct. But if it was instinct, would his hands still shake so much? As he ponders the enormous risk he took shattering the flame clock? But still, they're alive. Together. Ethel's troops wake back up, and while wary of the Agnians in their midst, Ethel grants them safety for saving their lives and freeing them from the need for constant battle. With their own chance to rest and think, they ponder back on their encounter with the Consul K. More importantly, the similarity between Agnian and Kevesi colonies and their shared use of consuls. Because if those consuls are the same between Agnes and Kevis, as Taion observes, then it throws into question the very nature of the war they've always fought. And if they're involved, perhaps the queens are as well. As far off, the queens send out the order to all colonies to exterminate Ouroboros.
We've endured the fierce fighting at Colony 4. and learned that the consuls and Mobius are one and the same. Truths we took for granted continue to crumble at our feet. We have spent so long blindly walking the path set before us without question. But we are more curious now, of our future selves, of our purpose.
Before signing on with Mio and Senna's colony, Taion was part of Colony Lambda, under its strategist Nimue, and was just as, if not bristlier than he is now, but no less cautious, as his colony, a renowned one led by one Commander Isard, is low on their flame clock, but Taion is hesitant to attack a little-known colony directly. However, when push came to shove, he folded to the opinions of his peers, and changed his offered strategy to be bolder. However, Nimue and Isard trusted Taion's judgment implicitly. That plan, however, was a total failure, as the backwater colony surprised them, poisoned the air, and attacked in the smoke. The colony forces were on the back foot, and Taion and Nimue's unit cornered against a river edge. Nimue decided to give her life to the youths in her care, including Taion, her protege, so he could live and have a future. And to remember her, he gifts her pocket watch, something dear to her. As Taion's comrades drag him away and into the water's current, he calls out to her, and is pulled away. In the now, we see again Mobius plotting on how to deal with Ouroboros after Kay's failure, as a short, jester-looking Mobius decides to head out himself. In Colony 4, Ouroboros are witness to a freed colony adjusting to its new existence. Olearis, Ethel's second-in-command, explains to them how the colony ended up in such dire straits, as Ethel once spared an enemy commander named Kamaravi, the mightiest commander in Agnes and her sworn rival. In one of their many duels in which they piloted their own Phoroneses, Kamaravi suffered a machine failure, possibly from poor maintenance. Instead of taking his life, Ethel spared him. Perhaps she did not want it to end due to a simple accident. Perhaps she simply respected him too much. Either way, the ensuing scandal caused her colony to be demoted. As Ethel explains herself, a proper rematch with Kamaravi has become their purpose, even if they're free from the flame clock. Their equal rivalry has become ingrained in them, and gives them the drive to go forward, even as their own time runs short. Ethel gives them directions on how to proceed forward. The Central Ocean is a no-go, as it's a cataclysmic storm forever churning there, as some mysterious force tears apart anything that approaches. The north would bring them right by Agnes Castle, though just as Taion suggested, heading south is the safer solution. Still, Ethel doubts this city's existence. Her own colony has tread in the very region they plan to go to and found nothing. More so, to them, they don't even know what a city is. A colony, a person, or an object. The term is totally foreign, so what can they expect to find? Still, they carry on for a chance to keep on living. But the idea of a new way of life is not so easy for everyone, as resentment towards Mio, Senna, and Taion still lingers in the Kevesi colony. Eyes follow them with suspicion, but Mio looks ahead and tries to move past it. Those who have lost others hold them personally responsible for those deaths. Senna's indignance is calmed by Mio's understanding. They've all killed plenty up to this point. Sure, they had to, but those are cold comforts for the ones left alive. Though there are those that can look past it and help make amends. Because now they have the choice. The choice not to kill. The choice to find their own lives. Speaking of, the party run into Ethel while they search for supplies and begin the very first hero quest of the game. Heroes are special 7th party members which can be slotted in to round out the party and give their character class to a specific inheritor, who can then pass it on to the other party members. I will go out of my way to discuss heroes that I feel are pertinent to the themes or story of the game whenever they come up, so keep that in mind. Ethel, naturally, is the first of such heroes, albeit unwilling at first. Ethel places the responsibility of her colony and her allies upon herself alone. Now that they are cut off from the flame clock, she is unwilling to risk anybody else's lives, including the party, though she can't really tell them what to do and they have the same feelings towards her, so she agrees to work with them. In the short excursion she spends with them, she has come to grips with her own way of looking at the world, sparing those who were normally her enemies, questioning what actions befitted her position. In turn, she passes on wisdom to the party, especially Noah, about the risk of blindly acting on feeling. How not all actions you perceive as right lead to good outcomes. Noah thinks about it, and trusting Ethel's experience, figures she probably knows what she's talking about. And yet, good came from Ethel herself choosing what felt right, and saving them all that time ago, and now in allowing them refuge. In that moment, at least, the three who live because she saved them choose to thank her. As Mio's time grows short and her worry grows greater, the way forward is cleared up and goodbyes have to be said. Before they go, Ethel offers some words of encouragement and wisdom, that while they may have come together by necessity, she can see that the will to reach a common end might be just what Aionios itself wishes for. But Ethel still has obligations to meet, so she and Boliaris plan to head for the castle to report what transpired, excluding the details around the party and their plans. She's not betrayed Kevis or anything. She still needs supplies from them, so she will do what she has to, just as she expects them to do the same. Not everyone would be ecstatic at having their whole world flipped upside down or having the flame clocks broken, so she encourages caution and sends them off with some final words.
All that said, you get embers on your coat, you have to brush them off. If push comes to shove, do not flinch. Do whatever it takes, for the greater good. I wish you all a smooth and fruitful journey.
And on they go, marching ever towards the sword, ever towards whatever they think the city is. Dangers abound, enemy colonies and monsters, but for the most part it's smooth sailing, though Senna feels a bit frustrated, as when they have interlinked to become Ouroboros up to this point, it's been the Kevesi sides who have called the shots. Senna wants to put her all into it, to carry a part of the burden and feel like she's doing her part, to not be found lacking. Meanwhile, someone else watches them all from afar, a Kevesi mechanic named Valdi, and the machines called Levnesses which he commands. Valdi is a colorful sort, doesn't take things as seriously as he should, and has a penchant for Nopon. He tries to beat them to get the reward offered by the castle, but as soon as he loses, he just sits back and chills out while trying to figure out why his robots lost. Oh, and he's also his colony's commander, the famed greatest mechanic in Kevis, so he's got responsibilities to get back to. Meanwhile, the machines he used to traverse the landscape are currently trashed, so yeah. He enlists the party for some fetching. Naturally, Valdi is the next hero we're introduced to, and he's got a very different take on how to live in this world. He doesn't care much about the big picture, he just enjoys the act of making, repairing, to take what is broken and fix it, and then make it better. That's his drive and purpose. But as his colony spends most of its time building machines to do the fighting for them, he's not often seen the result of what he makes. He has a disconnect between the start and end of his creations. While scouring the region for spare parts, he sees the end result of a number of Levnesses, some of which were repaired or built by him and then set off to some other colonies to use. Lands offers him a different perspective in his own Land's way, telling him to make a machine for something other than combat. In this world of war, the idea had not occurred to Valdi, which he immediately jumps on and gets to work making a mini Levness not meant for war. But this moment of possible self-reflection is cut off by the arrival of Valdi's console, Q. Valdi has promised to make the ultimate Levness to wield against Agnes, and this console emotionally blackmails and threatens Valdi's colony into compliance. Valdi goes with the console against Lance's objections. The way Valdi left made it clear that he had no intention of complying anymore, even at his own risk. So while the party follow his recently built mini-mech back to Valdi, Valdi himself prepares to destroy his own creation so it hurts no one. But his console sees it coming and beats him, before taking control of the half-finished machine to discipline his wayward charge. Another common dynamic in the game, which is first touched upon in this hero quest, is the relationship between the consoles and the heroes who the party free. In the case of Ethel and Kay, it was strictly business, but between Valdi and his console Q, it has a twisted undertone of paternity or mentorship. Like Q sees himself as teaching Valdi a lesson and being disappointed in his rebellion, as though he sees himself as a creator molding Valdi how he wants. Meanwhile, Valdi gave his creation the right to do what it wants, and what it wants is to protect him. Its destruction lights a fire in Valdi to be more than just a tool for fighting, and stand up to his console with Ouroboros at his side. So he brings down one of his own creations, as the console is caught up in the explosion, like a chump. And then Valdi accepts Noah's offer to break their flame clock so he can focus his efforts on making it so neither his creations nor his comrades have to fight. And for that, he offers to help out the party and join up when they need him. Unlike Ethel, who had certain responsibilities to answer for, Valdi is in a better position to actually go out and fight with the Ouroboros. Valdi passes his class on to lands, and a small fraction of truly independent colonies begin to take shape. On that point, there are two places that need attention: Colony Gamma and Colony 9, the home colonies of Ouroboros. To start, when re-entering that territory, they find a much nicer welcome from Gamma than they expected. A rather heartwarming reunion as Mio, Tyon, and Senna are returned to Gamma with open arms, including their commander and mentor, Teach as he is called. He's cordial with the Kevesi side of Ouroboros and even allows them to tour the colony. But when they approach him to discuss what they know, he suggests they talk somewhere else. That somewhere else being up a mountain. So of course Senna's the only one who's hyped for it. Naturally, this is no mere change of scenery, as Teach's relationship with his consul is like a partnership, and this is something that Teach has to take care of himself. However, on the way, he lives up to the nickname they all know him by as he teaches the party members some lessons. First off, he gives the player the ability to traverse previously slippery slopes that barred passage, then reminds Senna not to outpace her friends and to not overextend herself. He succeeds in giving this overtone of lived experience, which can be difficult to actually show in a convincing way. Many times, the characters we're told are good teachers don't exemplify the aspects that actually make a good teacher. Not so with Teach here. Still, there's another lesson to be learned. This time it's one he must learn: the drive and purpose of his old students. As a commander of Agnian troops, he has a responsibility to deal with traitors and deserters, so he brought them here, out of the way as to not distress his other pupils and students. But this is, in the end, a test of character. You only need to take half his health before he backs off and warns the party of the volatility of their new powers, which could consume all around them, and even themselves. He wanted to know if Mio and the others were just swept up by the new power they had, if that was their only reasoning. And if so, then he'd eliminate them. But to his pleasure, he did not find them lacking. So he decides that they're no traitors. But his consul G remains defiant. He's Mobius after all. There was never going to be any lenience. Of course, you probably know this song and dance by now. If K couldn't beat them, G wouldn't do any better. When G lays dead, there's only one option open to Teach, and that is to allow Mio and Noah to finish the job and break the flame clock of Gamma. Back in Gamma, Teach reveals his motivations and sincerity in his violence against them. He'd have killed them if he had to. It's clear that he knows all too well the obsession that power can become, so he had to make sure, even if he himself died in the process. Still, he was not disappointed, and with his approval and willingness to help them, Mio, Tyon, and Senna can come and go from their old home as they please. It's a harsher transition for Noah, Uni, and Lands. Just approaching Colony 9, they are beset by former friends who view them as dangerous. In this case, a young man named Xeon, the new commander of their colony, since the last one was punished for the Kevesi trio's betrayal. Xeon is an old friend and comrade, a poised and tactical man with an understanding of necessity compared to emotion, though Lance is able to quickly get indignance out of him. It takes the party beating into Xeon and his own team, as well as the sudden arrival of Agnian troops against the colony, for Xeon to even consider letting the turncoats back into Colony 9's territory. Of course, not everyone's happy, such as Kite, who used to be in the same squad as that little rat Garvel from way back when. Before Garvel got transferred into a different colony anyway. But Xeon plans to make use of them, even though he has lingering distrust for them. Barbed words abound while he works with them, even while Noah tries to allay his fears. Truth is, though, he already knows they must have had plenty of good reason to abandon ship. He knows the kinds of people Noah and Uni are. And Lance, I guess.
I wasn't talking to you, Lance.
He even lightly suggests they could book it during the assault by Agnian troops, but they remain as steadfast as before. The whole situation, including their attempts to spare the Agnians, leaves Xeon himself reeling. A fledgling commander, he has much to learn and little time to do it. In a world of war, keeping one's hands clean is a daunting task, even for those like Ouroboros with the power to make it real. Which in turn reminds him of Noah, who he once disparaged for his own aversion to conflict. Xeon knows he can trust Noah and the others, but now he must justify it to a higher power. Consul B, Between the voices of his friends and rebels or the consul who orders them from on high without a care for their lives, Xeon knows which side to pick. The flame clock is shattered, and while B puts up a really irritating fight, seriously, why was he this hard? Colony 9 is freed for good. Suffering may lay ahead, but now they get to have the choice. Not all are accommodating. Kite thinks it's all madness and that he should get to call the shots, but that's a problem for another day. For now, Xeon is free to aid Ouroboros and act in the way he sees is fit and right, and that means standing beside them. With that said and done, I think it's time to finish up this chapter of the story, and that means Ouroboros continuing their journey east. As they do, it takes shape in the minds of Ouroboros the concepts which they'd never thought about before. All it took was bringing it to their attention, and the idea of aging came to their minds. And further, they question the system of the world, as that system watches them. The Golden Consul N and the original Mobius, X, Y, and Z, all look upon Ouroboros, seeing the same patterns that they've seen time and time again. Seeing the faults in their static world, believing in the ability to change it, fighting to do so, and being crushed as they fail. How ignorance can truly be bliss. Just as in this moment, Mio and Noah are at ease beside each other, ignorant to so much. Ease, however, is not natural to all of them. Ion's memories come to the surface as he sees a Sophronia tree, a tree once loved by Nimue, who showed him a picture of it in full bloom as he had never seen it before. To see this tree again begs questions to Taion, questions as to Nimue's reason for showing him that. Noah offers an answer, that she wanted to pass on her memories to him, for some part of her to live on through him. And while Taion is left to stew on these thoughts, an old friend of his is ordered to attack. His old commander, Isard, is ordered by Consul J to attack the rebellious soldier, but seeing Taion among them leaves him hesitant. So J takes a different approach. A more aggressive approach. Stumbling upon a long-abandoned wreckage of what appears to be a battlefield, Ouroboros scavenge for parts and resources. But what Uni uncovers is more disturbing.
What is this? Why is my name on here?
Uni!
Shocked out of ancient memories, Uni tries to move on as though it never happened, while the wreckage only begs more questions than it answers. They find a golden flame clock, signifying that this colony was once the pinnacle of Kevis. Furthermore, there are no signs of Agnian remains or machines, except for one that literally burrows out of the ground to attack them, because heaven forbid even underground isn't used to brutalize your enemies. Taion, however, quickly recognizes the symbol on the machine from Lambda, and he knows well what it means. Isard is nearby. He will be watching. The battlefield leaves dread in both Taion and Uni that day, and later that night the resurfaced memories still haunt and rattle her, keeping her from relaxing as she recalls the day Colony 18, the Golden Colony, was torn apart by Mobius. Claws extending from it, shredding soldiers apart and toppling their Pharaonis, before it turns to her. But while she shudders in anxious recollection, Taion is there to offer something to ease the spirit and mind. Tea, a practical hobby of his, which he uses to calm her nerves, which is just the reason he picked up the hobby.
Mine do that too.
Huh?
I put down my weapon, look around at my companions, and feel relief. Thinking, finally, another day down. Then I think of tomorrow and the tremors are back. Will I see the same faces when I wake? Will I even be around to see them?
The shuddering anxiety that comes from combat and the fears of whether they will see the next day bonds them. The first thing to bond them, truly, and the first act of either extending an ounce of vulnerability to the other, or really anyone. They both act as the relational balance to their own groups. Uni serves to bring levity and relaxation to the contemplative Noah and Lance, who is often too hard on himself. Meanwhile, Taion effectively has the opposite purpose between Mio and Senna, bringing them the sometimes unfortunate truth and clarity where they need it. One scrutinizes, the other brightens, but in both cases they do not allow for personal weakness. Except for this moment, between each other. The next day they must make progress, but at the same time avoid confrontation. Taion offers his knowledge of the area based off his time and service with Colony Lambda and his part in taking control of the region. When prompted, he reveals the existence of nearby tunnels to avoid the main road, but waffles and backsteps out of uncertainty and caution. Before Lance can get mad about Taion's dithering again, Mio steps in to break it up and insists that they take a course of action, but it hasn't allayed all differences. Taion envies Lance's confidence, the ability to just take a path. He says it in a sarcastic fashion, but he does mean it, just as Lance means it when he responds that he isn't confident. He simply can't stop moving, even to his own detriment, as Noah and Uni often see. He pushes himself to breaking as a way to overcome his perceived faults and the scars of the past, of the day he lost Yoren. In that way, Lance and Taion aren't so different, making up for the mistakes they thought resulted in the loss of a loved one. Chapter 3 is Taion's chapter, as you may have noticed, and we have seen the process of Taion's connection to the three new and important people in his life, Noah, Uni, and Lance. In fact, the conversations he has with them happen in the order you'd expect. Noah is the most open to all this, so of course he reaches out to Taion when he can. As for Uni, she's driven to survive regardless, and so long as she's with those she cares about, that's good enough. Besides, she's naturally partnered with Taion as Ouroboros. All it took was a common bridge for her and him to connect. Then there's Lance, who, just like Taion, was the slowest to accept their new circumstances. One could argue that even now neither fully have, and back when they first met, they were at each other's throats inherently, even after they stopped fighting. Even so, they find something to share. A shared sense of loss and purpose. It's enough to make Lance even cut Taion's rigidity some slack, and for Taion to lower his guard around Lance. Within the Urian tunnels, Ryu goes on a treasure hunt, and Manana learns how to use her cooking pot as a bludgeoning weapon before killing a giant spider. There, their hero quest is done. I jest, but this video is already long enough, and besides, the heroes are about to get gassed. But not just gassed, it's a maneuver Taion recognizes, the same trick that ruined Taion's strategy years prior, and led to Nimue's death. As he realizes the enemy is Agnian and remembers the strategy, he considers that Isard is using the strategy for a reason, as he also remembers the water vein he used to escape before. This time, however, as he wavers and doubts, Lance calls him to act. They trust his judgment, so he must act. With his new comrades beside him, Taion leads them to the water vein, and they slip out to a nearby basin in front of crashing waterfalls, just as Isard wanted. Colony Lambda's Pharaonis and a unit of Levnesses emerge from the waterfall to surround and overshadow the party. And Isard emerges, his iris burning red. He moved everything into place to be exactly as it was the day Nimue died. He knew Taion would escape the same way, so he could encounter him here. Why? So he can remind Taion of that day. The day Nimue, who was so important to them both, died with her life unfulfilled by the failure of Taion's strategy. To bring his past back and drive him into sorrow and despair. Even though long before, Taion returned after her death, Isard had treated him with kindness. Though Taion refused to accept Nimue's watch when Isard tried to have him take it, he was still the kindest man Taion knew. Taion blamed the prideful, foolish, and reckless plan he concocted, with leading to her death. It's all that Taion feared and felt about himself come to face him. Every word that whispered fear into his head and drove him to be so cautious before now manifested in the face of the one man he felt he betrayed the most. Even while fighting for his life, he's frozen in dread, leaving him open to attack. One which Uni barely manages to push them both out of the way of, as her wings are clipped in the process. Taion sees those feathers flitting down, and inside he feels an intense desire, the kind Uni once claimed he couldn't feel. With his desire fueling the transformation this time, the Ouroboros form they take leans after him, and has a whole new Agnian aesthetic. This form is an illusionist, which bobs and weaves, tricking and confounding the Ferronis' weapons. But when Isard breaks out the heavy cannon, Senna steps up. If Taion can do it, so can she, and she won't let anyone hurt her friends. With titanic strength, she manages to actually flip the entire Ferronis. Even so, Isard keeps firing the weapons in all directions, hitting his own soldiers. To shut it down once and for all, Mio and Noah follow the example their allies set, and emerge into yet another new form that propels them to cut down the flame clock. Interesting note, this gauntlet blocks a Ferronis' laser, which further proves to me that this gauntlet is the Ouroboros gauntlet Matthew once had. Either way, the Ferronis and Isard are beaten, but still Isard drags himself forward while Taion begs him to stop. That if he must have his pound of flesh, then let it be his own. But Isard's response is not what they expect, particularly because he collapses into a pile of mud. Then Consul J appears, and it becomes very clear who he is. Yorin, reborn as Mobius. I said in the previous video that I think Zed chooses those who become Mobius based off those who act contrary to the Endless Now, and Jay is our first example. He stepped in and pushed someone out of the way of danger instead of living his life defined by battle. But reborn as Mobius, he lives with a new power, the power to make puppets, mud puppets which are born from the memories Yorin takes from others, who he then reshapes as servants, with all the memories and emotions of the real deal. At least, that's how Jay presents it. To say the least, Lance, Noah, and Uni are dumbfounded while Jay's real desire peeks through. He wants to make puppets of them as well and see what it is they would say. Perhaps because even now he wants to know what they truly think of him. Because as far as he's concerned, they never knew him to begin with. And when he fights as a true Mobius. A truly irritating Mobius who took me way too long to actually beat. But whatever. When they, and me, have gotten a good taste for his power, it still leaves Lance confused, unwilling to accept he's the same Yorin who saved them. But Jay sees that less as saving them, and more as saving himself, rising above the meager flesh that they were and becoming more. And then he leaves.
I should thank you, Lance. 'Cause I get to be like this now, and I owe it to you. Toodles!
Okay, wow. As if Lance didn't already have enough survivor's guilt. But we have enough survivor's guilt to go around. As with the fake soldiers and Jay gone, the party hurries to check on Colony Lambda. And Taion specifically checks on Isard. While Taion tells Isard nothing of what he said to Taion, I think some part of him knows the truth, and after all this time he offers Taion again Nimue's watch, and gives him the words he so desperately deserves.
So someone called you a coward? Nonsense. Consider it's what you are, perhaps to a fault. You heeded a comrade's opinion. Isn't that right? Here's another thing she mentioned. That if you let us, if we could gain victory through your kindness, she'd have loved to see it.
With the gift of the watch, Isard tells him to return it to where the trees Nimue longed to see reside, and bury it there, for all three of them. But she's not the only one being put to rest, even if no one is being sent off, as Noah feels a compulsion, a need to send off the puppets, fake though they were. If some part of them were real, then they still chose to fight and kill them. And Noah seeks atonement for that. Even as Lance and the others stand in confusion, it even leads Uni to wondering about Offseeing as a whole and why it came to be. Taion offers some explanation based off his interpretation, that it was likely created to bring peace of mind to soldiers fighting on, to feel secure that even those that don't make it to their homecoming still live on in some way. Pretty much everything I explained in my first video on Xenoblade 3, just with some added context. Meanwhile, after, Lance is in a bit of a negative stupor, being apologetic about messing up the colony kitchen when he and Senna flipped a Ferronis, and getting snippy with Riku. His problem sensor going off, Noah immediately goes to fix it and talks to Lanz about Yoren. Lanz holds himself responsible for Yoren's change into Jay, but Noah wants him to look past that, to ask the bigger questions of why it happened. But Lanz isn't like Noah. He can't move past it just like that. It's a flaw of Noah's character. He's deeply contemplative, and always considers the why of things. This makes him quick to compassion, but in instances like this it can come across as dismissive. In Noah's defense, Lanz is wrapping himself up in the past and blaming himself, so he's in the right in this instance. But the way he approaches it doesn't really get through to Lanz. Still, Noah is thinking about the puppets and why blue motes ascended from them as they played the off-seeing tune, despite the fact that there should not have been any spark within them. It draws him back to his days with Chris and his lessons. Perhaps because, just as the dead have no thoughts, the motes of light which respond to the flute's melody really doesn't have anything to do with the spirit of the person involved. Rather, it has to do with the emotions of the person playing. And if that's true, then that means it's about them being alive in that moment, which Noah wishes Lanz could see. But as usual, it takes Uni to simplify it and bridge the gap, to help Lanz see what Noah is saying, even if Noah can come across as above it all. They all share the same feeling. They want to keep going, and to do that, they can't be stuck in the past. Elsewhere, as battles clash and Mobius drink their fill of the harvested flames, En watches in disgust. Mobius though he may be, he has no love for his fellows. How could he? En's reasons for seeking the now are totally different from the other Mobius. It isn't for something puerile like meaningless pleasures and self-aggrandizing, but for the moment itself. Z tells him that all the things the other Mobius do stem from the same place as his own thoughts. But that is all. He cares not about whether En comes to learn or grow, only that he remains as he is, stagnant. Because that's all Zed cares for. If you can even say that it cares. For this world, this moment, to last into eternity.
We all have secrets, deep within. Memories we can never erase. Difficult experiences. It's just a distant dream of mine right now. But if we can just reach out to each other, even a little, we can tease out those delicate shapes. Then, with time, our bonds will grow stronger, until one day.
You know, this game has been pretty chill so far. No huge shockers or emotional gut punches, yeah. Nice and slow and thoughtful. Ain't no way something could happen to destroy literally every person who ever played this game. Nope, no way. I've never heard of an eclipse. Have you? Between the countries of Kevis and Agnes, two warriors are most renowned, Silvercoat Ethel and Smoldering Kamaravi, rivals and equals with deep mutual respect despite being on opposing sides. Ethel inspires loyalty from her allies with her calm and caring demeanor, and Kamaravi inspires bravery from his own troops with his stoic adherence to his warrior's code. Kamaravi would steal victory from the jaws of defeat in an instant with his excellent piloting skills. But now, Smoldering Kamaravi finds himself in a cell, held prisoner as punishment for the loss of his colony, until a golden consul appears before him with a purpose. Back in the territory of Colony Lambda, Ouroboros is set to travel on, having settled the colony's affairs, and Tyon and Isard having the chance to reconcile and reconnect. There is a hero quest for Isard, but it's rather short and simple, establishing the trust and respect between Isard and Tyon more than anything. So they carry on, when they run into a dragon, who is simply standing there, confusingly. But it's a Xenoblade dragon, so it's irrelevant and dies, only serving to draw attention to the odd heat and noise that the Ouroboros produce whenever they're interlinked for a long period of time. Which probably signifies something bad. Countdown timers are rarely a good thing. Elsewhere, the Mobius gather, and Mobius X calls on O and P at N's behest. Whatever N is planning, he's keeping it close to his chest. And the only person who might know, M, is nowhere to be found. Taion is still recovering from the events at Lambda, contemplating much as he carries Nimoe's memory and will. But good for him, he has some good friends. Noah and Mio approach him to check on his mental health, to make sure he's not holding anything in. The duo is a bit overbearing, but never painfully so, and it's all just to give Taion a chance to relax properly. To know that people are there for him, which in turn allows him to bare his soul, to talk about Nimue and the purpose he has begun to find for himself, to carry on her dream. They live only 10 years, but by passing one dream on to another, something can live beyond them, and live within something else. Like that pocket watch. That's the first part of his reason, anyway. As for the second, well, we'll get to that. If there's one thing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 does spectacularly, it sells the feeling of this group of people really caring about each other in an emotionally intimate way. And it never feels like it just goes a few ways. In Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it often felt like most of the characters were friends, but the friendships were only ever tangential. Dromark cares about Rex, sure, but they never share a scene about it. In fact, Dromark spends more time yapping with Azurda, the dragon living in Rex's hat, than with Rex himself. Similarly, the only time Pandoria or Bridget ever seem to speak is in a single heart-to-heart. Outside that, they barely even share the screen at one time. But with Ouroboros, everyone interacts with everyone meaningfully. You never have to wonder, oh, what's these two characters' relationship like? Because you always get that answer. And if you're wondering what Ethel is up to now that she's one step away from being a deserter, well, the answer to that is she's walking right into the Kevesi castle to report on what happened at Colony 4, and to have an audience with her queen and N, leader of the Kevesi consuls. Which, I guess implies that means M is the leader of the Agnian consuls. Huh. Regardless, N and the queen have something to show Ethel and Bolearis. A cannon which harnesses and weaponizes the black fog of extra-dimensional breakdowns to create a weaponized annihilation event. And N, being the embodiment of passive-aggressive, aims them at the Orion Mountains, which Her Majesty has a soft spot for. Now, this would imply that the real Melia likes the Orion Mountains, although since I question how much time Melia would have had to appreciate said mountains, it makes me wonder if N is actually referring to Nia here. I suppose it could really be... Oh. Oh, that's bad. A crashing sound and apocalyptic light which can even be seen and heard by the party, and its next target is Colony 4. Ouroboros themselves continue their march to the Great Sword in search of the city. The others are relaxing and enjoying themselves while Noah's mind is ever abuzz. Such is the way with Noah. Meanwhile, Mio is only growing weaker. Not all at once, mind you, but it's clear. When she stumbles or loses breath, the brevity of her time left is obvious. Still, even though he tries to play it off, she has Noah there for her. In turn, she tries to be there for him to ease his own worries over the light and the rumbling they felt before. Talking of it reminds them of Mobius, which in turn reminds them of the consuls which are shared across Agnes and Kevis, prompting the deeper question as to the reality of the two nations' conflict. If the consuls, who represent the administrative power in every colony in Kevis or Agnes, are all really Mobius and working together, then it throws into question the entire war. Still, it's one thing to orchestrate this grand war, but the attitude of the Mobius they've seen up to this point certainly makes them even more nauseating. The pleasure they frequently take in the power they hold over soldiers. Riku, being Riku and actually a total mastermind, directs the conversation towards the idea of the Mobius as supervillains, which is then hijacked by Manana, who asks whether the party is supervillains. Of course, they defend themselves and say it was just the way of the world, which then makes Manana call the world itself a supervillain, which then puts into the minds of the Ouroboros to treat the world of Aionios as a villain, and not just Mobius, which further makes them question the way of the world and why they are even here. In other words, I'm starting to think Manana may be just the same level of mastermind as Riku. I think she's in on it. I have no proof, but I have a forceful personality, so it must be true.
I wouldn't strain your brain too much.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Taion. What do you think it...
The end point of it is... suicide.
Oh. Oh. The natural course of this world usually only leads to two options. Kill or let yourself die. But closing your eyes and denying its truth does nothing. The world remains. It's somewhat humorous to think, but even while the world goes on with or without you, we're the ones who try to establish our own meaning onto things that go on independent of us. This is doubly true for those in Aionios, trapped under the shackles of the world's tyranny. Ouroboros are granted the opportunity to stand outside of that, to change that, if only so they don't themselves become villains. Although maybe they are wicked, because they seem to get no rest, as mere moments later they're under assault by a rain of arrows, and soon Agnian troops drop down from above in an ambush. But they aren't main characters, at least most of them aren't, so Ouroboros handily defeats them and forces a retreat. But the way they acted was desperate, and Noah recognized the habits of soldiers low on their flame clock. So, while Taion cautions against it, we all know Noah is a fixer and can't help it. So off they go to fix another problem. Across the way, they find an abandoned colony, Colony Tau. But instead of space communist weeaboos, Warhammer fans get that, they find Juniper, who is surprisingly chill for someone who was just shooting laser arrows at them 5 minutes ago. Maybe that comes with having what can be described as a colony-wide depression, or at least they've all accepted their inevitable end. Or more accurately, they aren't fighting that coming end. As abandoned as they are, they're set only to live until their clock runs dry. They're even out of the loop regarding Ouroboros, that's how cut off they've become. Furthermore, in some way, they see the lowering flame clock as an escape from their dwindling resources. If they die, they will fade into nothing. There would be no more need for the struggle. There would only be... well, Taion put it best before, didn't he? Noah is incensed by this, perhaps the strongest emotion he's expressed up to this point, at the idea of them just accepting death and giving up on their lives. Especially for him, who's thought so much about how to live his life, their whole attitude leaves him appalled. And yet, just as with the moon and the world, no one thinks of or sees Colony Tau. And yet they remain. To Juniper, and to Tau, it only proves they're too weak to continue, and so there is no sorrow in that. There's no harm in refusing change when they don't fear the outcome of that change. It's simple, natural selection. But these ideas are somewhat contradictory with how Juniper feels, as they fear losing their friends, and when monsters attack, they thank Ouroboros' involvement in aid. Truth of the matter is that Juniper fears changing the status quo, especially after they and their colony already accepted the inevitable decay. In short, they and Colony Tau had closed their eyes, praying the world would simply cease to be when they looked away. But Noah calls them strong for lasting so long and holding off the despair. If they're strong enough to do that, then they're strong enough to live on. So, Juniper takes the leap into accepting a change and allows Noah and Mio to cut the path forward for them. Juniper's initial hero quest is kind of a nothing burger in the grand scheme of things, but it leads back into the themes of the conversation beforehand, so it's not terrible. Besides, if the prior Xenoblade games have taught me anything, it's that having a simple quest is a blessing, not a curse. With Tau free and Juniper teaching the squad how to rail grind like we're Tony Hawk, the path through the wildwood is clear as... Anyway, as I was saying, with the path clear, the party can return to a more Food
is entirely missing!
Quiet, Manana, how have you survived in the military? Granted, I don't think most colonies have their food stolen by bird people. Long story.
Gasp! All the food's completely gone!
3 things. First, excellent form, Senna. Love the moonwalk. 2, quiet, Senna, how have you survived in the... Wait a minute. And 3, believe it or not, there's a story and character reason why she said that line. I love this game. Also, while this whole discussion about finding the food is going on here, I highly recommend watching the cutscene and listening to the conversation between Lance, Riku, and Manana in the background. It's hysterical.
Lies and deceit! On this day of days, Manana will have retribution!
She is just a quote machine. But while the team has to go hunting for more food, someone else is scraping to stay alive. Olearis running from the castle in sheer terror, all while N watches and waits, knowing that if he contacts Ouroboros, then they won't be able to help but come their way. That much he is certain of. While they gather and forage, Lanz is doing the heavy lifting for himself and Riku, but even so, he worries about not having enough power. Power like Lucky 7. As to why he feels like he needs that power, Riku correctly surmises that Lanz is thinking about the power necessary to fight and kill Jay, and the idea that he came up with on his own, to kill an enemy. But Riku questions him in a number of ways. Is Jay an enemy? It's not like he said that much. No, it's Lanz who decided he's an enemy in needing of killing, even when his knowledge of so much is limited. So, Riku, in his role as a mentor, forces Lanz to see the blind mindset he's pushed himself into and again stuffing his head in the past, rather than moving forward. Lanz isn't 100% responsive to this argument though, but even still, it's a start. Elsewhere in the forest of character development, Manana, Uni, and Mio are doing their own foraging when they happen upon a tree of famously delicious fruit. That takes a long time to ripen, and at this rate, will only be good in a year. And in a year, Mio will be long gone. Of course, Mio's rather cavalier about that fact, at least outwardly, and when Uni asks her about it, she reveals why that may be. Because she should have died once before. A friend gave her life so Mio could live. So Mio doesn't really see it as her own time that she's living on, just some that's been borrowed. The flute she plays, it too is just borrowed, a gift from her lost friend, like Yorin. And like Yorin, Uni asks Mio how she'd react to seeing her friend as Jay has become. These memories come welling back up, cracking the facade of composure she has struggled to maintain as her life has waned. But if she were to face her friend, Miyabi, again, as an enemy, he'd have to accept it. While her partner races forward, how can she do anything less? Though she does wonder what Noah thinks of it all. While they've restocked supplies, their respite is short-lived when Bolearis finally manages to run into them and gives alarming news of what happened at the Kavesi Castle, where Ethel's colony was condemned to destruction. Unless Ethel kills Ouroboros with Kamaravi. Why drag Kamaravi into this? For fun. Because it's amusing. Why else? With consoles O and P alongside specialized Pharaonises made to kill the Ouroboros, and to make it worse, they already have an idea where they are. Ethel smuggled Bolearis out with info on the floor plan of the castle in hopes that it would grant them some way to fight back. Even so, she will still use lethal force when they next meet, and she encourages them to keep going, to look past their problems and seek their future. But after hearing this and considering the light from before, they know they can't just stand aside. They hold some responsibility for breaking their flame clock, and moreover, Mio could never accept surviving off the backs of their sacrifice. Everyone feels the same. They have no choice but to take action and destroy the Annihilator. Still, there is tension on Mio's face and within, as this course is set. At the castle itself, old rivals Kamaravi and Ethel find themselves on the same side, if you can call it that. More like they're leashed by the same master, or perhaps by fate. Either way, they have been granted new chances for their feud to end in blood, bound by new flame clocks which are attached to their very lives and grow in power as their flames burn brighter. But while the leash of the consuls grips them, Ethel speaks of the hope Ouroboros represents, which means there's only one thing they can do. In the calm before the storm, Ouroboros camp on the edge of the Wildwood, finding respite just before their march on the Kavesi Castle. Still, a shadow looms over them, over Mio. As her life ebbs away, so too does her sense of touch in her hands. Her fingers are going numb, her borrowed time trying to steal even that away from her. With the weight of her waning life, the life Miyabi saved, bearing down, Mio's composure is cracking. She's caught between the two conflicting desires to take the detour and save Colony 4, and to find the city and maybe lengthen her life. And though all Noah does at first is check on her, Mio lets her frustration show about the slow pace they're taking to reach Swordmarch. Noah tries to reason with her to remind her that she still has 2 months and the value of this excursion. But is it still 2 months? Or just 2 months? It's so easy for Noah to say that. It's not him staring at the slow decline towards death. Loss of power, loss of feeling, and loss of life. It's a suffocating feeling, like you're being smothered. And then someone tells you it's not so bad. It's a slap in the face. Noah means well, and it's true Mio agreed to this course of action. But whoever said emotions had to be logical or consistent, especially with the ultimate unknown creeping up along her while time wastes away? Noah has a weakness in his compassion, his tendency to try to empathize with everyone, which so often leads to him appearing above everything, as though he's expecting the same composure from everyone else. Like he's blind to the same human weakness in others that exists in himself. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that he struggles to understand the hearts of others. what they feel and why, even while he approaches life with uncompromising emotional passivity, blinded by the ideas and questions in his mind about the world and its nature. But while he wonders about it, he can't see the stress piled onto Mio. Why wouldn't Mio be frustrated? She needed someone to vent to, and she tried to do that with Noah, but he has his own growing to do. Senna sees all this though, and offers him the contextualization he needs. Senna is always watching the others, sees how they interact. She's envious of Noah, who Mio feels like she can talk to. She explains to Noah that sometimes all Mio wants or needs is an ear to listen to her problems, or someone to lean on. She just needs him to be there, to say things will be alright. Nothing more. But she at least sets Noah on the right path. Meanwhile, Lance and Tyon watch this like two bros watching their best friend bomb at his first relationship. Which is, well, not inaccurate. And apparently Lance is totally against whatever all that was. Meanwhile, Tyon's more open to it. I only assume this means that Tyon and Lance both somehow know exactly what's going on here, even before Noah does, and that's hilarious. Either way, they've got a city to find after this. For Mio's sake.
First time we've agreed on something, eh?
It is.
Hey.
What's that in aid of?
Do the right thing. Come on.
I love these goobers. As the sun rises and tempers are thawed, Mio and Noah have again the chance to speak. And while both apologize for their own parts in the argument, Mio takes the chance to open up truly to Noah. She tells her about her former off-seer partner, Miyabi, and how she sacrificed her life for Mio's. The cruel truth of it was, however, that Miyabi was the younger of them. The life Miyabi saved would be gone before her own was set to be. Even still, she made that choice and left her flute to Mio. The memories and impressions of Miyabi's life would die with Mio in 2 months. Unless she passed them on, just as Tyon suggested about Nimue's watch before. Mio suggests a trade, her flute for Noah's, so it can live on in use after she's gone. There's a beautiful symbolism in this as, while Mio likely doesn't realize this, the same is true for Noah. The flute he carries is one he got from Chris, and one which carries his memories along through Noah. And so they trade flutes and memories as their connection grows deeper. Even though they're interlinked, when they don't fully know themselves, there is still things to share and learn between them. Putting words to emotions isn't easy. It's a struggle humans have dealt with since our beginnings. But we can grow and learn to know each other better when we look past ourselves and share those memories. However, this is still Aionios, and to live here is to suffer. As they again come face to face with Ethel alongside Kamaravi, while O and P watch from the sidelines, confirming Ouroboros' suspicions about the consul's collusion. Ethel expected this to be the path they took. Despite her warnings, they have come right up to the hornet's nest, and she has no choice but to stand in their way. So blades are drawn for the greater good and prepare to make a good show for the consuls. And in some surprising ways, it's more than even. The two mightiest commanders of both nations given boosted mechs by the consuls are still only equal to the Ouroboros. It's a struggle to be sure, and all three pairs must be interlinked consistently to pull it off, but they're standing their ground. Until the consuls get annoyed. With the fight not going at the pace they like, they decide to pull off the old Iris mind control trick that Kay used. Ethel is unaffected, but Kamaravi is still bound to the system of this world, as O's words seep into his mind to hunt down his enemy, until Kamaravi tears his own eye from its socket in defiance. The smoldering commander refuses to be bound any longer to these unjust shackles. He and Ethel are free to see their desire realized as they finally have the rematch they had dreamed of. It's confusion and madness to Ouroboros and the consuls, but this is their wish. The dream both want realized to grant some modicum of purpose to their lives. Besides, it's not like they can just leave, not while the Annihilator exists, or while they're bound to these clocks. They have nothing to return to, except this one moment of splendid rebellion. This is the end they choose, and it's the end they are pleased with. It was born from Ethel's gratitude and envy of Ouroboros' freedom, their liberation from the world's order which inspired them to find this purpose. The consuls try to stop it, to make their flame clocks drain their lives away if they don't stop, but death stopped being a concern much earlier. Ouroboros tries to stop it too, but this is the last lesson Ethel wants to teach them. This is about more than their lives, more than just surviving. It's about passing the torch, passing their dreams and wills on. It's about living. Their lives may end, but something else can go on with the Ouroboros, and it's only through that may their lives have meaning. So one last time, Kamaravi and Ethel bare their beings for each other, and die, heart to heart. But grief must wait, because O and P are displeased and fall back on their second plan. See, interlinking is not just something Ouroboros can do. Remember, Ouroboros was meant to be something to fight against Mobius. So while Mobius can take a greater form alone, they may also interlink just the same. But this is not like Ouroboros interlinking. Rather than two equals coming together in understanding, thus creating a seamless and sleek being, this is rough and mismatched. Two heads at once, both who are too selfish and self-centered to dare let one take control, even for a second.
Do try to curb your disgust, you dirty pleb. We'll have you know that this is the true form of interlinkage. Yes! The form in which two worlds become one. A far more refined form than this half-assed one you've stumbled upon. Look upon us and tremble before perfection. You'll writhe in agony before we...
Mio?
Stop!
Stop?
Stop toying with everyone's lives! What did they ever do to you? Why? All they wanted was their wish to be realized!
As you can see, Mio has had just about enough. And not only her. But everyone has also reached their limits. Rage and grief boils in each, and even Noah puts aside his otherwise compassionate approach, both in pain for Ethel's death and in solidarity with those beside him. But mostly because these literal two-faced abominations have successfully managed to do what all prior consuls haven't. Made Noah mad. So Ouroboros brings everything against them and puts the supposed perfect beings on the back foot. Again and again their defenses fail and their time interlinked runs short, the beeping increasing as their two selves can't stay together forever. But arrogantly they persist, refusing to let anything tell them when to stop. Even when they try to go for a full interlink, they're outmatched and outnumbered, and their time is up. Their power and bodies begin to collapse and condense into an annihilation event. Two bodies, two worlds of opposing matter merged together can't stay as such forever, lest they cancel each other out in an explosion of existential force. There's no time to run as the annihilation event is about to begin, so Mio and Noah do the only thing possible, and shatter the cliff they're standing on and let gravity do the rest of the work. Thanks to quick thinking and Mio's understanding of Noah's mind, they live, but only they do, as they send on Ethel and Kamaravi, but not the Mobius. Even Noah has his limits. He's not the only one in an emotional state. The two losses that day hang over them, wondering about the purpose and feelings behind their chosen ending. Whether honor or peace of mind, they found that something in the end, and could be content. But what does it mean for those left behind? To Mio, the way forward is clear, to find something that means more than her life, and to find peace when her time runs out. And to Noah, he finally was able to ditch the passivity and take a real stand. So it seems both are growing in real ways. But as they approach the Kavesi castle, Senna's mind is awash with confusion, seeking how Ethel felt, perhaps because it could shed light on Mio's own thoughts, which aren't near as clear to her. Mio's got her own answer though, as has Tyon. Before Lambda, he was afraid to take a step on his own path, and now he can. He will help Mio to the city, and perhaps to live a bit longer, while Senna feels left behind. Up in the castle, N knows they will come, and gives D and J orders to show the queen something, the real queen, Melia, who can see all this through her proxy. He wants to show Melia the death of hope, the death of Ouroboros. So for that, all he must do is wait for them to come. While Ouroboros sneaks behind and around the castle, Noah picks up that since they knew where to head them off with Ethel and Kamaravi, they probably expect they're coming. Even so, he feels they have to take that risk while sneaking in via several containers before sidling their way up to the outer ring of the castle where the Annihilator is stationed. From there, they intend to disable its ability to draw in the black fog to produce the annihilation effect and then break the auto balancer, which prevents the Annihilator from collapsing off the weak outer ring that supports it. Sounds simple, and it goes well enough, but as anyone would guess, N expected this, and a familiar face is waiting for them. Mobius can, after all, figure out where they are even with the black fog. Not perfectly, perhaps, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out what they'd be going for. But none of that matters to Uni, as those old memories of a prior life and death spur an innate fear in her heart at the sight of this Mobius. Or rather, both of these Mobius, as this form is the combined state of D and J. The former of which looks like he'd wear sleeveless shirts and listen to Linkin Park in his garage. But when he and J combine, interlink, it's far more seamless than what P and O achieved, and far more powerful. G and J may be in there, but Lance and Uni both steel themselves to fight. And fight they do, furiously. But D and J aren't playing around this time. While the Annihilator starts back up and prepares to fire, the combined Mobius's claws shred the limbs from the Ouroboros, with only Uni and Taion still in one piece. Fear spreads from Uni as she fires from a distance, refusing to approach him. But D and J quite literally teleports behind her, gives her a thrashing, and can see the fear in her eyes. In fact, that fear is what makes him recognize her from her prior life. Unable to act, Taion takes the reins and tries to restrain and detonate them. But J is still in there, and while D does the fighting, J does the healing. Frankly, they get trounced again and again as D and J are able to detect their movements over and over, rendering any attempted tricks pointless. But while Uni watches her friends fight continuously, even though fear holds her, she lashes out still, swinging at D and J pointlessly while D mocks her. Still, she fires, grazing the Annihilator but not toppling it, and releases waves of shards in a wide spread, all of which seem to do nothing but pinprick the superior enemy. But D was too focused on the violence and could not realize the trick. Taion and Uni had switched places long before, and what D had been fighting was a mere illusion, created to allow for the real plan to play out, scattering explosive shots around the Annihilator.
Thought you had my number. You were so into my fear that you didn't notice what changed. And sure, I was scared. But even then, you'll find I'm no quitter. You ain't escaping!
Judy!
But even as the Annihilator explodes, they aren't dead. Taion can sense them as part of his weapon is still within them. Still, Uni took a major step against her fear, against the monster that haunts her mind. For now, though, they have a bigger problem, namely escaping the castle in one piece. But the plans they were given for the castle layout were wrong, or perhaps purposefully altered, as instead of a drainage pipe, they find themselves in the worst possible location, the throne room. And while logic dictates they leave, Noah is drawn to what is before him, the pods, where new soldiers are born, the origin point for every Kavesi soul. And in one of those pods, Noah sees her, Ethel, reborn. To them, unaware of the rebirthing process, this shatters their expectations of the world even more, and their faith in the ideas of the queens. Speaking of, they're about to meet one. The false Melia descends from on high, and beside her arrives En, face to face with Noah and Mio. His presence confuses Mio with some innate familiarity, and it pains Noah as though his mind is splitting in two. The Queen delivers judgment, condemning them for destroying the flame clocks and declaring them enemies of the world, all their past actions for Kevis erased. After all, this Queen is but a mouthpiece for the lie Mobius has created. There was never a point to arguing with her. All there is to commit some regicide. And though she can fake it, she could never be anything more than a pale shadow of the real Melia Antiqua. And Melia feels the same as a sudden glitch overtakes the fake Queen, rendering her deactivated and her mask falling away to reveal the truth to Ouroboros. And En seems to find it very, very funny. The ringing returns to Noah, the pain of En's presence which disturbs every fabric of his being, unable to hold his sword while En's appears in view, and again begs more questions to the unknowing Mio. But in a moment of being almost literally saved by the bell, someone takes advantage of this pandemonium. When the Lost Numbers attack, crashing through with their ships and automatons, snatching pods of soldiers while En does his best Virgil impression. Questions abound, but Ouroboros takes the chance and gets the heck out of Dodge, as do the Lost Numbers ships, and all leave En to lament the missed opportunity.
The passage of fate. How easily it slips from my grasp. Yet, perhaps, it will come within reach once more.
And if it does, what will you do then?
Need you ask? I will give us equilibrium. A time unchanging. Our eternity.
Should we live the days that we have left? What should we spend them on? We saw one possible answer to those questions. But we cannot accept it. Not even as a last resort. After all, it was the only path that was offered to those two. We should all be free to choose our own way. That's our belief. That's why we fight.
Mio and Senna have known each other for a long time. Well before they knew Taion, at least. They worked and fought together in the same colony, and while Senna was always the odd one out, distant from her comrades, when she looked to Mio, she saw something to aspire to be like. But in pursuit of that, Senna would sacrifice herself. What she enjoyed, the way she acted, she'd mold herself into the image of what she wanted to be. Anyone except herself. And when Mio would see it and tell her to be herself, all she could do is apologize. She apologized a lot. It wasn't just Mio, it could be almost anyone. Remember when she copied Manana's mannerisms before? I wasn't joking when I said there was a story reason for that. She's quick to follow the opinions of others and their actions and habits. The moments when Senna shows more of her real self, she's far more somber than the character she's created. Senna is, in many ways, a chameleon, one who has yet to find her own purpose as she follows the tracks Mio sets out for her. It's hard to say how much of the bubbly workout workaholic is really Senna, when so much is buried in the name of abandoning herself to be something better. And not in the healthy kind of way of growing to be a better person, but rather acting as a different person to not be you. Even now, she follows behind, striving so hard to meet that mountainous expectation she's created for herself. And so despite always being surrounded by friends, she is hopelessly alone. The only ones who can see it are Mio, occasionally, and Lance, who has seen her very memories. He's not exactly innocent when it comes to pushing himself towards an ideal, but he still tries to reach out when Senna instinctively bats away. Almost like all her defense mechanisms fire off at once. First she gets sad and honest before becoming angry and defensive, and finally dismissively saying everything is fine. For now at least, there's not much Lance can do except stand there beside her until she's ready. With the Annihilator destroyed and Sword March within reach, Ouroboros is finally ready to reach the mysterious city. only for the city to reach them first, appearing from thin air in the same ships from before. They're intercepted by strange, masked soldiers of no marking or obvious origin, but they soon learn they are the Lost Numbers, enemies of Mobius and led by Monica Vandam, daughter to Guernica Vandam. Of course, they don't know what a daughter is. This is Shania, common variety person. We'll get to her. After giving them some sick-looking eye patches, the Lost Numbers lead Ouroboros into the Ancient Sword, all while trying to figure out exactly who they are. But what the Ouroboros do learn, at least in a small bit, is that the eye patches are to block a signal their irises emit now that they're Ouroboros, which is why Mobius could track them up to this point. And the same kind of holds true for the Sea Folk, as they are all descended from Ouroboros blood. The heroes who liberated the world from a mad machine god, and who would go on to help found the city. A long journey led them all here, and though some reservations exist, Tyon, it seems like they may have found a safe haven in this world, even for them. But as it turns out, this is only partially true, as suspicious eyes watch them upon their first arrival in the city. After 1,000 years of isolation and hiding, the acceptance of outsiders who hold the Ouroboros power can't be a comforting thought to many of the locals in the city. And worse yet are those who were supposed to take their place as Ouroboros, trained to take on that power only to be sidelined by them, including Shania, who has been following them from the very second they set out on their journey. All the while, Monica watched with interest and some level of growing confusion, such as when they went straight into the Kavesi castle. But still, it opened the way for them to secure the growth pods, removing some of the soldiers from the circulating flow of Mobius, which haunts even the city, which looks over an ancient battlefield littered with the fallen husks of Kevis and Agnes alike. A constant reminder of the cost of living in this world, and the scars some of the Ouroboros still bear within. Scars that are passed down from one life to the next due to the pods they're grown in. As Monica reveals the whole truth regarding their reincarnating lives and the brutal purpose Mobius has set out for them. To live, fight, and die as fuel for the endless now. The most Monica and the Lost Numbers can manage to do is steal the pods when they can. Take the souls out of circulation and leave them inactive so they might slowly reduce how many soldiers are under Mobius's control. And yet, even after 1,000 years, it has only done so much. But now that she's shown them the truth of the false life they're bound to, Monica chooses to show them the truth of the life they're meant to live, and how they're meant to be born. There's something magical about this scene, the scene where Monica introduces Ouroboros, young men and women born into a truly unnatural life cycle, devoid of the truest connections of life, to what a baby is. You can see every range of emotion and reaction across the party, beside the fact that Riku is repeatedly drawing attention to things he already knows about, but does so to get them to see it too. Riku always does that. But more importantly, they learn to understand the wonders of life and birth itself. A connection is formed almost immediately in their minds. The beauty of it all. After all, the joining of the past to create a new presence, to establish a better future, is the very essence of making a new life, of having children. It is no mistake that Ouroboros is achieved, at least in this case, by a man and a woman joining together and becoming one, to make a new being which takes part of both of them. The moment Mio lays her finger in the hands of a new life, when Tyon is a total goober and expresses the most emotion anyone in this entire game does while just trying to get a look at it before exploding with joy, and then this part.
Alright then, lads and lasses, who wants to know how babies are made? Well, you're in for a surprise. Buckle up!
This is the most excited I have ever seen anyone be for that conversation. Also, Riku, why are you raising your hand? I get it. It's in case no one else raised theirs so they'd still get the explanation. Smart man. With their world sufficiently rocked, Ouroboros begins looking at everything in a new way. The screen purposefully focusing in on each set of partners at a time while they take in the sights of children, parents, and love. All of which seem to resonate within at least two of our heroes. But, just as life begins, it also ends. And when the lives of the city dissolve into light, the way they are remembered is by carving their names into the earth, and leaving behind items which belong to them. And for some, their memories can carry further weight, such as those who came long before them all, and gave everything to make the way for them now. Now known as the Founders, the Liberators' descendants form the people of the city and the 6 houses, which represent the government and culture there within. Their knowledge and gifts were passed down as well, including the Ouroboros stones, which now allowed for 6 to harness the power like that which was used all those years ago. But only 6, which is why the would-be Ouroboros candidates were so frustrated by our Ouroboros. It's not like a stone can just be recycled, the power isn't infinite. More so since the queens, the real queens, aren't around to keep making more of them. Still, they have a chance with what they have now, to return the world to what it's supposed to be, what the city is now. Of course, not everyone thinks that way. Just as Niall once thought eons ago, there are those that would rather hide away and live their lives in the now, forgetting the shackles binding so many souls beyond their walls, to shut their eyes and persist. Like Mobius. Guess there's a bit of Mobius in everyone, huh? But now Ouroboros is here, and with them, to protect and free the precious lives of this world. Isn't that right, Shania? Much of this new information makes Noah think about his encounter with En, and what some of it could mean, as some part of him is drawn to look upon the statue of Matthew, who, though Noah doesn't know it, had a great impact on some part of him 1,000 years ago. But rest is in short supply as they have a new priority, to sneak into a detention center beneath the Agnian castle, where city folk are kept prisoner to await a yearly mass execution upon a site called Hope's Rest, where the original city once stood. This event is projected into the sky for all of Aionios to see, specifically for the city to watch from where they hide. Mobius doesn't know where they are, but they can still remind them of their weakness. Ouroboros is going to head in to find someone who knows how to find the real queens. A person named Gondor. A family name, no doubt. They have a month until the eclipse, which is the signal for said mass execution, and a month until Mio's time runs out. So they have to get started now. But Monica gives them a word of reminder. Sacrifices are inevitable in this war. But Noah will only heed those words as a last resort. Ever the kind man he is. So they go talk to a Nupon smith named Samon, do a little fetch quest, and learn he's going to build them a boat! You have no idea the amount of joy in my body when I heard I'd be given a boat in a Xenoblade game. It's like jumping in Elden Ring, it totally changed my way of looking at the game. No, I'm not joking. Now, I know the story says they gotta be real quick about this, but this is my video, and video games are built on at least a little bit of ludonarrative dissonance, so we've got some things to take care of. Including Uni. Every main character has a unique side story to expand upon and wrap up threads of their story arcs. In this case, Uni's begins when Boliaris calls the gang with a request. See, Colony 5, led by an old friend of Ethel's, recently reached the title of Gold, which should mean they're pardoned from all combat and are now the height of Kevis, but no one has heard anything from them since. It's like they stopped existing altogether, and Boliaris wants to go check it out, which spurs Uni to ask to join him. She reveals to the party the memories she's been seeing, her old husk she found in the wreckage of Colony 18, and her dog tags which she's carried all this time. Now that they know about the rebirthing process, it's all settled in as real in her mind, and she wants to see what happened to the other gold colony, just like the one she was once a part of. It's not so much about learning her past, and more learning a reason as to why that destruction happened at all. It doesn't hurt that Boliaris called, hoping their bleeding hearts would latch onto a cause like this. Also, Manana wants to ransack a gold-rank colony's pantry, which is the most Manana thing to ever Manana. So off they go and meet up with Boliaris to investigate the region. Though the tension of the situation in relation to herself has Uni a bit fiery and quick to action, which grows worse as they encounter recently killed husks and enormous claw marks, and soon enough, survivors that are not quick to trust. Fighting only stops at the recognition of Boliaris as Ethel's former lieutenant, and they tell their story of when a Mobius tore their colony apart, harvesting their flames at their ripest while laughing the entire time. Ouroboros escorts the survivors out and heads into Colony 5 when they see the ruins of the place and a flame clock with a thin line of flame left. And the Mobius, holding the just-slain commander in its hands. And with him is X, an original Mobius, leading the extermination effort. Quick is she to mock the Ouroboros and happily explain the ranks to them, as mere encouragement to get the soldiers to kill each other more. Do well enough and you get to go up a rank and get nicer things, thus encouraging more bloodshed and passion within them. Soldiers across both armies slaughtering each other for a made-up series of titles and luxuries which are just a carrot on a stick to lead them right into each other's blades. Humans inherently seek purpose, a meaning to live, and most often, an enemy to fight. So Mobius just made everything nice and organized for them. They quite literally title rank the entire world like it was some kind of co-op shooter. Except in this game, the only winners are Mobius. As far as X is concerned, they're the ones who went along with it. They're the ones who kept fighting, dying, and killing. Who's really to blame? Mobius? Or the ones who gave up their free will? This is all nonsense, of course, when Mobius created a system that gave them quite literally no alternative but to fight like that. There was only so much flame to go around. After all. How many would just let themselves and their loved ones die on principle? Their lives meant nothing to Mobius anyway, as it's their deaths which produce power. The living part is just the gestation period for what they really want, the flames produced upon their deaths. Besides, all that blustering? It's to make them mad, because she's afraid, as Riku correctly points out, afraid of Ouroboros and their habit of killing her lesser kind. Which they do quite well to her colleague, who never even got a single line of dialogue. Sucks to suck. But none of them enjoy killing. It's just the lot in life they were given. But they've changed that now. They've broken free, and carried with them are so many who never got that chance. All so they can set things right. X is seemingly amused and curious to see if they can actually get very far, as she leaves them to sit in the revelations they just received. Olearis wonders what the point of any of their struggling has been for, but it's not the struggles that define their lives. It's what they do in spite of those struggles. It's the interior of who you are in the face of it, especially in the face of fear. Before ever reaching the city, the party has a possible chance encounter with a mysterious man we later learn is named Gray, a dour gunslinger with a secret tie to the city and an old compatriot of Guernica. At first, Ouroboros stumbles upon an odd artifact, one which Gray is searching for himself, and neither he nor Uni are the diplomatic types. With combat quickly beginning, Gray tests their mettle as the chosen of Guernica. With an ease born from a familiarity to combat, Gray is far more than a match for the amateur Ouroboros. However, interferences by soldiers that are hunting him leads to him retreating off a cliff. From here, he leads them on a wild ride across the countryside, all whilst examining the young men and women chosen by his old friend. He has to know the worth of those carrying that shard and that power, as both are more important than they realize. But after fighting them and fighting alongside them, he decides they've passed the test, and they can hold on to that shard. Though an outwardly gruff man, Gray is a man forged in loyalty and war, always striving to make sure the kids he's helping don't have the same life he's been made to have. And from here, Gray can be at ease knowing his old friend's request has been made fulfilled. Gray then decides to help those chosen by Guernica, so his last will may live on. That's not the only instance of closure happening though, as Ouroboros also wants to gain closure in regards to the man who got them here, Guernica. And for that, they seek out Monica in hopes of learning about him. But Guernica was not some idealized hero. He was a hardened veteran forged in war, and so he was a distant figure in Monica's life. Something to look up to and a man to admire, but never a father in the way she needed. But his will lives on, particularly in part of his mission which has gone unfinished, to find and reclaim personal effects and return them to the city's stones, where names and memories are recorded. It's a job Ouroboros agrees to finish for him, to let part of his will be carried out. And for their own part, after returning them, Noah and Mio share their own way of sending on the deceased. It's a short quest, but it's one that serves to grant closure to many involved. Ouroboros, Travis, who was Guernico's old right hand, many people whose loved ones' belongings could now come home, and Monica, who could carry on her father's dying wish and repair an old wound. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is all about the present, but the present always comes to an end, and we can't be trapped in the past that once was. But honoring it, and those who are now in the past, can mend the scars that are left when those we love are gone. That past does hold firmly to some souls, though, as Lanz knows all too well. Watching the worryless children of the city reminds him of how Yoren was, and if this kind of life would have been kinder to him, if he could have lived peacefully with the passions he really cared for, wood carving and making dolls. Oh dear. Worrisome foreshadowing aside, he also used it to reshape himself, how he wished he was, and Lanz, who Yoren looked up to, doubted him. Doubted he could be like that. Noah believed, but was it enough? They can't change the past, but they can think about what they can change for the future. Together. But Eunie's stuck in her own head, still thinking about, well, a lot of things if we're being honest. But in this case, it's about her husk, her past life, the implications of having lived repeatedly. Monica can tell the signs of someone who's come face to face with that realization. What follows is a conversation about why they haven't woken up any of the sleeping soldiers. Firstly, because it's a long fight that would likely outlive them, and secondly, because they want them to be able to live in a world that gives them the chance to determine for themselves. That said, it's not a perfect conversation, at least to me. That's right, for once I'm critiquing a part of Xenoblade 3. I know, I'm sorry. I get the point when Monica tells Eunie she won't find herself in her past and that she has to build herself into whoever she wants to be. But some of the phrasing was... it could have been better. No, you shouldn't be stuck in the past, but the past is what the future and present are built upon, so it's not wise to simply ignore it. Is this what the game means to convey? I don't believe so, based off the messaging of Future Redeemed, but choice of words is important. There's also the ever-specious words of being true to yourself. Ignoring that you can't be true to yourself if you don't know yourself. That phrase has always gotten under my skin for a number of reasons. It's the same logic as follow your heart, both of which tell you to unrestrictedly seek out your own perception of what you want. Even within Xenoblade itself, it shows the failure and flaws of the logic of this mindset. Mobius follow their heart. They're true to themselves, at least most of the time, and they're brutal and cruel. Because the idea that being true to yourself is the be-all end-all logically leads to an idea of stagnation and self-centeredness. You don't need to change, you have to be yourself. And I know for a fact that Xenoblade knows this. We'll see why later. The next scene, though, is better by the mere fact that it has two characters that almost never get to directly interact in the main story, Lanz and Mio. At least it hasn't seemed like they have. Maybe I missed something. It's a very unique and special interaction to have, as Lanz seeks her out. One, because her cooking, and two, because of her experience with Miyabi. Knowing she has a similar experience spurs him to open up to her a bit, and she can in turn empathize in a way Noah and Eunie can't. Both of them feel responsible for the deaths of their respective friends, but Mio keeps up hope to see Miyabi again now that she knows she could have been reborn, so she'll struggle on until her flame flickers out. Then it's boat time. Yeah, boat time! How is this not Game of the Year? Ouroboros, Shania, and Monica's group take the boat to a rendezvous island and wait, during which Mio and Taion get a better look at the gorgeous view. Because this is what the Switch can manage to show us. But that beauty underlies a sad and ironic truth. The reason it's so untouched and beautiful is because war at sea is difficult. If a Piranha sinks, its crew drowns and the flames can't be harvested via a blade, thus rendering no power to the flow. And while staring out at the pristine expanse, Taion finally admits to his second reason for being here. Mio's life has changed them all. Her part in their own has reshaped them, just as Nimue did for Taion and reminded him to open himself to kindness. Every life affects every other, rippling outward around them and then through the actions of others, rippling further until every life in the world is affected by your own life. A valuable lesson to remember that every life has an impact. Every life has a weight. And to save some of those lives, they've got to break into a prison. Which requires stealing some information, which in turn requires breaking some stuff, because when has an RPG ever not involved property damage? So, back to the sea they go. While in the seas, we traverse several islands, but upon one we find an unconscious figure. a young soldier named Fiona, who is rambling about needing to save her comrades despite being halfway dead 5 seconds ago. She also almost runs off back into whatever danger awaits her, until Lance gives her the harsh response she needs to hear, that she needs to focus up and not get herself killed. It's one thing to be ready to die, it's another to throw your life away, which seems to be a problem for Fiona as she ended up in this predicament because she recklessly ran out to cause a diversion during a raid on her colony without a second thought. Which is hilarious that it's Lance, of all people, telling her that she's being reckless, but whatever. Finally shaking off the shock, Fiona introduces herself properly and reveals her role as commander of Colony Mu. Along the way to her colony, they come across several husks of her friends, their flames slowly drifting into the air. Through it all, Fiona can only weep and shudder in fear, while Noah and Mio sends her friends off. Defending Colony Mu is Fiona's best friend and second, Irma, and plenty of her comrades fighting off a Kevesi raid that are leading a strange monster. With Fiona as their rallying banner, inspiring their trust, and Ouroboros behind them, they easily fend off the Kevesi, despite Irma being annoyed by Lance and friends' presence. With Mu safe, Lance prepares to leave, but Fiona stops him to thank him and welcome them into Mu. Despite Fiona being surprisingly perceptive and realizing they're Ouroboros, she still lets them in, especially because they're Ouroboros, as they've heard of the liberated colonies, and that's what she wants, freedom from needing to fight. Irma is hesitant, but Fiona made up her mind. There's more to life than this, and she wants to change that life for her friends who've placed their faith in her. But there are problems, as Irma points out. One, the consul of the colony has to be outsmarted, and second, they have to find the flame clock. Yeah. Because that's the kind of colony we're dealing with. Because nothing can ever be simple. Fiona goes ahead of the crew, to a wide-open flower field, where, when one of their comrades die, they plant flower seeds. As one can see, there are many flowers here. There are those that have grown alongside those originally planted, but still, it's a testament to the life they've lived. Like every soldier, made to fight and die. It gets Fiona rather choked up remembering it, which is a common habit of hers. The crying part, not the talking about dead friends. Well, I guess that one too. She also has a tendency to carry the whole weight of the colony, even though Irma tells her she can set it down whenever she wants and to keep living as she always has. Huh. But Fiona can't run away or stay weak. She has to face the responsibilities she has as commander, and as she heads off, Irma stays behind, reminding them that the consul won't make this easy for them, and to just make sure that whoever dies, it isn't Fiona. It takes some wandering around and questioning for the party to notice something interesting about the colony, how the soldiers here act, how devoted they are to Fiona, as well as the fact of how little they interact with their consul, how young most of the soldiers are, and more importantly, how little intel the colony actually gets. They're totally isolated from the rest of the war here in Arithia Sea. If all this is really meant to be a distraction or trick of some kind, they figure it best to tell Fiona, when they see Mu soldiers with red irises, a sign of a Mobius's influence. Fiona seems to be alone in keeping her mind as Ouroboros steps in to help, and those strange monsters appear again. Fake monsters made by Mu's consul. Consul I. Irma. Irma created the situation the consul is in as an escape from the reality of Aionios. She goes on about creating a situation to harvest quality flames, but in the end, that's only why she started it. It's why she put Fiona in charge, to act as something the colony can rally around and inspire them to keep going. By now, I has grown a genuine attachment with Fiona and learned to value that connection. But she is still Mobius. She doesn't want this dream to end. While Lance tries to step in to attack her, Fiona holds him back. Irma remains her friend, but I needs to make a point, as she shoots Fiona in the back and eggs her on to stand up and be the rallying banner Mu needs. But Fiona doesn't want it all to be a dream, to be fiction. This only enrages Irma further as she mocks Fiona and reminds her of the weight she was made to bear, the weight Irma made her bear, and the lives she took to ensure that. Grief and rage bubbling to the surface, Fiona lashes out and charges as I takes to her Mobius form. But we know how this ends. Irma falls, and even though she was her enemy, Fiona cries for her. As Irma was also her friend, one Fiona could not save. With Irma's death, the flame clock is revealed and the rest of the colony is left unaware of Irma's true nature. Lanz is there as a steadying figure, someone to look up to for the growing Fiona, but not as a crutch as Irma became for Fiona or as Irma intended Fiona to become for the colony. Their relationship is built on steady footing and respect. For now, Fiona bears another burden and keeps the truth to herself, but she's determined to know more about Mobius, to know just who Irma was. So, she goes along with Lanz and the others to know more about the friend and enemy she lost. While charting across the islands of the Erythea Sea, the party is stopped by the sudden shaking in the land and sea, as a Pharaonis passes them by. But it has no interest in them, lazily wandering across the ocean and finding a place to drop off on a nearby island. Upon further investigation, they warily approach the Pharaonis in fear of its consort. Whoa. Hello there, is someone looking for the single portion? Actually, he's inviting Ouroboros to dinner, cause Mobius he may be, a man's gotta eat. This is Triton, technically Mobius T, but he never much liked that term, and Ouroboros are kind of stuck humoring him to make sure he's not a problem. He's braggadocious, often forgetful, talks like a pirate, and has about as much common sense as Shania has subtlety. But he's not as dumb as he appears. He riles up the likes of Lanz and Tyon as an excuse to bring them into a 3-part challenge just for kicks. Fun activities like fighting violent animals and deciding what does and does not count as booty. As in Treasure, get your head out of the gutter. Triton stays one step behind the whole time, never teleporting as Mobius can because as far as I can guess he doesn't remember how, and when Ouroboros beats him in all 3 challenges, he makes up a 4th one that will make him instantly win if he succeeds, and that challenge is a fist fight, which starts by him sucker punching Lanz after announcing he would sucker punch Lanz. It's the least normal Mobius fight they've ever had, and it does end in Triton on his backside, but alive. Though they're confused as to why he didn't use his full Mobius powers, and to that, he's forgotten how to transform. He also much prefers to fight with his own hands without any of those fancy gimmicks, so he wouldn't have even if he could. Triton then does the last thing any Mobius would be expected to. He asks Ouroboros to destroy the flame clock of his colony, to do it right in front of his own eyes. And, well, how can they say no? When it's done, we get a good look at who Triton really is. The desire for eternity which sparked within him was so he could always find a better fight, a better opponent, and challenge himself. He felt life was too short to experience all this, and that spark made him Mobius. He never looked down on his soldiers because his desire for eternity, while selfish, was not inherently malicious. But as the years passed, as Mobius he began to realize a lot of things, primarily about the death no longer afforded to him. He watched soldiers he looked after live fulfilled lives or be torn apart by the whims of the world. All sorts, all dying while he remains. All remaining trapped to how the world was, trapped by the flame clock which always became their reason for living. But he didn't want to accept things just because that's what they were. That's not his way. He wanted to free them all, to let them live their lives the way they wanted, whether it was stupid or not. But even Mobius can't break free. Only then did he realize what he had become. What he'd lost. Sure, he could have made their lives a bit easier, killing monsters himself to feed their flame clocks so they don't fight, but they'd forever remain restrained unless he could do something. And then, just as he was about to give up, Ouroboros started making a name for themselves. So when they showed up here in front of him, he was all too pleased to have some fun with them before asking that favor. It may not seem like much, their lives didn't get any longer from it, but the relationship between Triton and his soldiers changed when that flame clock broke. Triton was, however unwilling, their captor, while it continued to exist. Their lives were destined to feed into his, but now, with it gone, those he's cared for can find their own lives and meaning independent of him. And he can find new adventures of his own alongside Ouroboros, to take down his former compatriots, the Mobius. And to help with that, as I said before, they've got to steal some stuff. The process to information stealing involves commandeering an Agnian vessel, but training never stops for Senna, a fact which surprises Shania, who in turn explains she's old friends with Gondor, though the city slang she uses is strange to the soldier-born Senna. But the conversation is drawn towards Senna's relationship with Mio, from back when Senna and she were much younger. Back then, Senna was not the person you'd recognize in Xenoblade 3. Instead, she's reserved and lacking in confidence in her own abilities, considering herself a nobody. But Mio reached out, saw something in her worth befriending. From that day, Senna had a role model, and since finding the city, they really have a purpose worth fighting for. But that bites at Shania. She doesn't see anything worth fighting for, just a meaningless battle that will get them all killed. Shania really goes off, expressing her hatred of all of it, and how it'd be better to be born a soldier. At least then you'd get the chance to try again, and again, and again. She then tries to play it off as a joke, and Senna goes with it, which is perhaps exactly what Shania was expecting as she calls her out on it immediately. In mere moments, Shania tears away the facade of people-pleasing and shapeshifting that Senna has put up all this time, because they're the same. Ever since meeting, something drew Shania and Senna together, but whatever it was, wasn't positive, as this interaction shows. Later, Shania remembers the time after she found Guernica's belongings, at the site he died, and she hears someone call to her. The shadow of X calling her, to be true to herself. Remember what I said? Xenoblade knows the flaw in those words, because if Shania and Senna are really alike, then Shania doesn't know herself. But still, she feels those words regardless. Since that interaction, Senna can't get her mind off what Shania said to her, and almost manages to reach out to Mio, but that required taking down the veil between her true self and what she wants to be. And she can't do that yet. Soon enough, the plan is set and they have what they need, as Ouroboros separates from Monica and begins the mission to break into the prison beneath the Agnian castle, taking the boat around the lower waters near the prison at night and climbing through the caverns attached to the building. They sneak into the prison's ventilation. Yes, I brought Triton with me. So what? I thought it would be funny to sneak a Mobius into the Agnian prison, and I was right. From there, they witness the city folk imprisoned under a sadistic warden and constant supervision. Rather easily, they enter and assimilate into the prison population. As I imagine, they don't expect anyone to be trying to sneak in, and soon, they meet Gondor, queen of giving aneurysms. She's an acquired taste that takes a while to acquire. To put it simply, she is too small and too aggro to be acting all high and mighty, and the only thing I wish Xenoblade 3 had done was making it an option to throttle her. Where was I? Right. Gondor's a pretty good character. She just takes time to grow on you. Like a mold. That said, she's the one with the plan and the info that the heroes need about the Queen's whereabouts. But she's not exactly quick to trust them, and she seems to be quite against the ideals they espouse about setting the world to rights, trying to kill the now, as she puts it. Amongst those reasons is why she decides to start a brawl with them, during which we learn two key pieces of information. One, she's Monica's daughter, because obviously with that name, and two, she was to be the head Ouroboros candidate. Well, sucks to be her then. Though, again, her problem appears to be with their attitudes, claiming that what they seek has only led to death upon death. Leave those in the prison be and the city would be safe. Besides, it's not like they execute every prisoner at once. As far as Gondor is concerned, they're not fighting for anything less than themselves. Some grandiose way of giving themselves a purpose or more time, and rather poorly at that considering they've all got 2 years at most, while Mio's down to less than a month. But there is purpose in what they've done. They've brought peace and absolution to many who have gone on, Mio more than most as an Offseer. They aren't trying to destroy what exists now, but open the way for it to grow beyond, to let the clock move again. The future does not have to come at the price of the now any more than the now has to come at the price of the past or future. That kind of thinking, it's purely Mobius. Still, Mio's answer is good enough for Gondor. She's not exactly smoothed out for them, but she noticed that the thing around her neck, a sort of key to a place called the Cloud Keep, resonated with Noah and Mio. So it's better in their hand. Besides, she planned on breaking out anyway. Half of that was just to get them riled up and hear what they believed in. And how else will they break out but in the most violent way possible? Plan for when most of the soldiers will be out on a training exercise. Obviously, this is kind of a volatile plan, but that's Gondor for you. Though she does give one useful piece of advice.
When all is lost, let him hear you roar. Got that?
Easier said than done, though. Senna sees it in her comrades, the drive to do just that, but not in herself. Of course, as stated before, it's all an act from Lance. He puts up a front to cover his weaknesses, to shy away from his feelings of inadequacies. Similar feelings that Senna holds. But where there is weakness, there is room to become strong. If one isn't strong enough, they've always got each other. Both are seeking their own purpose in life in the shadow of those who've shaped them, whether by loss or by example. Not for pride or adulation, because they want to.
Recognizing your own purpose. Huh. You mind if I pinch that mindset?
What you talking about? Friends don't need to ask.
Huh?
Huh? Here's to us, the mighty weaklings.
Yeah.
The next few days are tedious work, waiting and preparing as they live out the jobs and roles given to them by the prison staff. Foraging, killing local wildlife, listening to a deranged man talk about how much he wants to see us all die, regular prison stuff. But the plan is upon them soon enough, as a lowered number of guards will be distracted and lured in for the prisoners to riot and ambush them with only a handful of guards liable to be left. Then they'll break their way out. That's the plan? Really?
You call that a plan? There's nothing to get.
Thank you. This plan is the equivalent of punching the part of your body that's hurting to make it stop. Well, that is kind of Gondor's style, which is probably why she's not too shy around Senna. Though it could just be that Senna reminds her of Shania, her supposed old friend. I say supposed because they treat each other about as well as though one killed the other's parents. Gondor especially needs to work on her bedside manner because whether she realizes it or not, that constant barrage has a very negative effect on her old friend. Shania and Senna really are alike. Shania hates who she is and saw in Gondor something to be like. But where Mio reached out to Senna with kindness and understanding, Gondor took her more abrasive approach with Shania. More accurately, she insults Shania and wonders why she doesn't get the message she's trying to convey about Shania finding her own style. A reminder that Gondor is still young and immature, but in this case her words and actions will have a rippling effect. As the final day begins and Gondor's plan goes into effect, chaos follows. They fight their way through the guards, rounding up as many fellows as they can and rushing the gate as Senna and Lance break it down, setting them free to run right into a trap. The castle guard, the same ones meant to be away, surround them, which of course means they've got a traitor. 3 guesses who it is. Shania and some other city folk have betrayed them, choosing to forsake their freedom for a predictable existence in the flow. But she's small fry compared to the real guests of honor, both of which split the minds and shatters the understanding of everything Noah and Mio know. M and N stand before their shadows and reveal the truth of themselves. While Noah and Mio are experiencing the most existential out-of-body experience imaginable, Shania is having the time of her life watching Gondor be trapped, squirming under what she sees as Gondor's own doing, running off into a pointless fight while always winning so effortlessly, all while dismissing Shania at every turn. That's when Senna sees the difference between herself and Shania. Shania sets herself apart from others, rejects and abandons the natural way of life in favor of one that only leads in circles. Also, the failures of the past can be forgotten, so she can leave the past behind over and over again, with hopes of getting another chance to succeed. But Senna won't run. She won't hide from failure because she isn't alone. She is outnumbered though, and Noah knows it, handing off the key back to Gondor. Monica did tell them to be prepared to make sacrifices, so theirs is the sacrifice to be made. This way, Ouroboros can continue even if they're gone. So, while Ouroboros distracts and fights through one side of the enemies, M and N watching all the while, Gondor and the city folk run. Ouroboros block incoming attacks and rip apart Agnian machine forces standing in their way. With Gondor's escape successful and Shania standing out of the way, their final stand can really begin, as the Mobius approach. Against the fathomless disdain N has for them, they still choose to fight, because only through them can they take a future. But then M steps in, and decides to interject herself here instead. Taking the lead in fighting Ouroboros, she releases a shockwave across the field as Mio looks at M, and she opens her eyes. A tear is shed, and her resolve is set. While Noah demands answers for why they look the same, he does not receive them. Instead, they fight. And when I say they, I do mean they fight, as M's Mobius power allows her to step into the body of another, to take on a life other than the one she is trapped in. She uses this to sow confusion and distrust in the Ouroboros, hopping from one body to the next, outmaneuvering every plan or idea they have when trying to counter her. Soon, by rapidly changing from one body to another, she incites violence between them all, and they pair into Ouroboros, perhaps believing it will protect them from her power. Even so, they fight, until Taion realizes something. His Mondo can detect which one has her power within. Then they can attack that one, which causes damage to her real body. And yes, this is exactly how the boss fight works. She will take control of your own party members, and you have to fight them and then heal them to beat Console M. But reminder, M is not alone, and N is far more brutal. Without ever taking upon a Mobius form, he single-handedly trounces Ouroboros, shattering their bodies, ignoring their attacks, and doing every kind of disrespectful power move short of actually Fortnite dancing on them. N exudes an air of effortless strength against the Ouroboros, casually blocking and breaking their giant weapons with his sheathed sword, and when he does unsheath it, he does more damage to them than almost anyone except D and J. But he does it far more than they ever did, and for a reason too. The energy it takes to regenerate lost limbs is enormous and cuts down the time they can maintain the Ouroboros interlink. Needless to say, their time runs out and are forced out of their transformations to prevent an annihilation event. Without that power, it seems it is here where their dreams will die, and where they will die. But while Senna and Lanz look upon Noah and Mio in the shadow of N, Senna makes a choice, and Lanz stands beside her. They lunge for N, kicking up dust and running the limit of their time. They use the dust to bait him into their arms, and then they jump high. As their bodies heat up and their time begins to run out, Lanz and Senna have always tried to step forward, to be better than they were, and this is who they are. Protectors, warriors, and guardians. They're both ready to be themselves truly as light surrounds them, and they're dragged out of their interlink by X, arriving under Zed's orders to make sure everything goes as they want. With a staff imbued by Zed's power, their Ouroboros power is sealed and they are left exhausted and defenseless before N. A small crew of city folk are left behind and trapped as N kills just one to prove a point, that they're powerless now. And while it appears he is about to kill them, he instead has a wonderful, awful idea for some amusement. With no way to fight and nowhere to go, they're dragged to the Agnian castle and imprisoned, with Mio separated from the rest and just out of sight so they don't immediately realize where she is. The game actually makes you use a button prompt to try and push the cell door open before transitioning to a cutscene where Noah continues to try to break free. His composure slips, panicking as he knows Mio's time is creeping away. But time passes while his attempts lead to nothing, and N comes to gloat, mockingly applauding his good behavior and their inherent weakness compared to him, before telling him Mio is beside them, coaxing Noah to call out. But Noah resists, holding on to some hope for escape and survival, until N reveals his plans. The eclipse and the homecoming. Mio's homecoming. They will wait out the clock until Mio's life drains away, and as he reveals, her life will be untethered from the cycle of rebirth, never for Noah and her to encounter, even should he die. With that, Noah's calm breaks, lashing out and being put in his place accordingly as N's twisted catharsis mounts. In an act of almost self-loathing, he mocks and belittles his other self, perhaps recalling who he was as he looks upon the struggling Noah. Even after N leaves, Noah tries to break through, but only his hands manage to be scuffed and end up bleeding. He'd have kept going until his hands broke if Mio had not stopped him, and told him to calm down. She may die, but part of her, the part she's passed on, will live beyond her. This leaves Noah in a sunken state, unable to bring himself to fight or even eat, while Ouroboros is left to contemplate a lot. including the reality of N and M's existence and why they look that way. More so as why they're acting this way or are Mobius at all. It'd be easy to say that N acts this way just because he's Mobius and they all act that way, but Riku doesn't think so. As one with first-hand experience with N from long ago, though he doesn't say that much, he asks if within N's eyes there was sadness. But such questions aren't on their minds right now as the despair of the situation settles in. Questioning whether they even mattered, if what they did accomplished anything. But at least they gave hope. But even as Noah says it, his resolve wavers. Lands, alongside all of them, wishes for even a little more time. And time is all the city has, as Gondor and Monica fight about whether to save Ouroboros or not, and the risks following it. They get a visitor. And then, this cutscene. How to articulate this part? The one that has shattered 1,000 hearts. Well, I can try. As Mio's eyes fall upon the waxing moon, knowing that soon enough her life will end. Across the whole month up to the eclipse, every day and every night, the others pull and tug at the cell bars, from the door to the window up above. Every possible exit resists them. Slowly, one by one, they falter, until even Noah is left weary. But Riku remains steadfast, waiting. Shania comes by to chat and tells them her new place. Her iris now locked into the cycle with a flame clock. The day Mio is erased forever will be the same day Shania is reborn, so she can live a life as whatever she wants to be. And that is what Senna saw. She recognized it long before Shania's betrayal. She denied it, because to admit what she saw would be to admit they were the same. Mio tells her they aren't the same, though. Shania gave up. Senna keeps going on. She's always tried to go beyond, whereas Shania has settled into misery once she failed. Senna's hard on herself and quick to apologize, but her life had meaning. But though Mio says otherwise, time does not appear to be on their side. As the night before the eclipse, they remain languishing, and Noah can only think of what he's done to this point. He feels as though his role as an Offseer has been pointless, that every life was no better for his attempts to reach them. And then... well, as I once did for Xenoblade 2, I think this is a scene that speaks for itself more than I ever could.
It's dark out, huh? No moon.
Huh?
But the starlight is so nice and warm.
Mio.
Hey, when the two of us first met, you asked me if I wanted to survive.
Yeah?
I replied, I didn't mind either way.
Yeah.
I'll correct that. Now I want to live. To live and learn a whole lot more. Noah, there's so much for us to see.
Finally. You called me by my name.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I guess I felt that if I did, my heart would downright break. Because I'd be admitting the truth.
Mio.
But you know, these feelings that grew within me, they're thanks to you. That's why you're not allowed to say it's been for nothing. You've enriched my life, Noah. That's clear now.
Mio.
You know, I don't want this to be it. If I were given the chance, if this road I've walked were to keep on going, I'd like to spend that time with my Noah.
The final day is gone. At last they're here, dragged before the false queen, M and N and Shania, along with a crowd of Agnians. As the fake queen goes on a platitude-full speech of utter nonsense, they can only lament their fate. Having fought so long for a falsity, all they can hope for is that the hope they ignited has been passed on successfully. The flutes of the Offseers play, and Riku tries to push Noah to draw his blade, his real blade, the real Lucky 7. But Noah is stuck believing that this is inevitable, and while Mio is taken before them, led up the stairs, all Noah can think to do is reach out mindlessly. Until N does something unspeakably cruel.
Pick it up. You're an Offseer, so send her. What's wrong? Go on, send her. Isn't that your role? Isn't she your Mio?
It's been fun, Noah.
Mio.
With his hope and heart shattered, N raises his blade and brings the Endbringer down onto Noah's neck.
Have you never prayed that time would simply stop? Have you wished the now would last forever?
What? No, these videos take a lot out of me, okay? Why would I want this to last forever, you moron? Also, where the heck are we and why are we watching... Also, where the heck are we and why are we watching all the cutscenes to a video game? After the eclipse, after Mio's death, and the Endbringer was brought down on Noah's neck, Noah's eyes open. As Noah looks over his own body, as a voice reaches out and asks him if he's pleased with how it all turned out, shadows of combat, age-old memories stirred inside. He sees the silhouettes of his past self and Mio, but they're unclear. He doesn't quite realize what he's looking at, but the voice, a hooded figure, explains the cycle of his existence. Fighting and losing, half-hearted attempts to change the world and shattering under the weight once the love of his life is gone. Once more he has found himself at this point, with Mio's death before him. Would he try again, or make time stop? He is shown the memories of his past, his life and death beside Mio in their first battle against Zed, and the times that came after. He wanted to change the world for Mio, but still he ran. In yet another life, he fled the combat and his comrades. In yet another, he changed further, becoming a husband, a father. Dreams and hopes are born from a little life. Two selves spun together to make a future named Gondor. But time is cruel, as is Aionios. Mio's life would wane first, as it always did. Mio, her son's hand in her own, would wish a world that was kinder to Gondor than it was to her or Noah. But it would not be. On the day his own life would waste away, Noah took his son somewhere quiet and peaceful, a place they could say goodbye. He tries to give the 10 years of wisdom he has over to his son, to remind him his mother and father would always love him and be with him, and to not give in to the adversity of this world. Words which would resonate within him all his life, along with the peaceful smile of his father. But then he made a choice. When brought before Zed and offered eternity, forever with her, even though it betrayed every fiber of his being, past and future, this Noah became En, and split their hearts in two. Now, will he do it again? Will he ask for time to stop? And why is it that he's here now? Because he is an Offseer. Because he wants to know why they smiled like that. Yoren and Chris, when their final day came and their lives fell short, why did they smile like that? Noah thought for so long that they were smiles of pity, mockery almost, of those who were left behind in this world. A tough break for those still standing, but sweet release for those gone, because it's what Noah would do. He spent all this time dreading and hating the world they were born into. It formed into downright spite for it. He didn't want to just give up, but if given the chance to die for it, would he make the same smile? If he did, it would not have been for the same reasons as Chris or Yoren in those moments, and only now does he realize it, because he saw Mio make that same smile. It wasn't about spite or seeking death. It was about being at peace, because their life and its flame would be carried on by another. But it breaks his heart to know that those were the only smiles left to them. To Yoren, Chris, Ethel, Kamaravi, Miyabi, and Mio. If that is the only kind of smile they can find with their eyes finally closed, then Noah wants to break it apart, to set the world back to how it was meant to be. He may make the same mistakes and fall down the path of his other, but he'll change it all, because Mio left that legacy with him. So even if he has to go alone, he'll do it. Noah, both this one and all his others, built up a world in his mind that was filled with suffering. And to be fair, it is. So he tried to reach others, even if deep down he didn't know if he really could, whether as Ouroboros or an Offseer. He wanted to set the world right, but he did it for himself and for her. Or maybe, for what he thought was for her. She became a good reason, an excuse, life after life. And with her gone time and again, he could not let go. He could not go on. Because in his heart of hearts, he thought of them and those smiles the way he did. Cynically. Though he doesn't look it, it's an absurd, melancholy compassion that lurks in Noah's heart. The kind that made him believe that the ones he cared for, Yoren and Chris, would smile at him in pity upon their deaths. Because he pitied himself, for living in this world and more so for living without her. When the choice was laid before him, he took it, abandoning it all, sealing his heart and light behind the gnawing acceptance of despair and nihilistic grasping for the present. Fear of the unknown and what may come. That is the core fear within Mobius. The fear of heading into a future you don't understand or may not control. Because the most human fear is not the fear of the unknown, it's the fear of not being in control. That fear bred Mobius within each and every one of them. and it spawned into N and M. This time, though, he's got a hand to reach out to him from the darkness, as Mio brings him back, and M stops an execution, momentarily possessing Noah to stop N's blade. Down the steps she goes, carrying the Agnian flute, and then she grabs the Kavesi one. And while N dropped the Kavesi flute at Noah's feet, she presents the Agnian flute. Because she knows. She remembers the exchange they made, and the memories they carry now. This is not M. It's Mio. And N realizes the same thing as he looks into her eyes and sees the fused iris of Ouroboros and Mobius, both existing as one. He looks at the spot where now he realizes that M, his Mio, laid down her life and let her end come. And then Henry McIntyre earns his paycheck.
Why, Mio? Why would you do this to me? You said you'd be by my side. Mio! All I did for you.
You must have known. The other me. She couldn't follow you anymore. She couldn't go on.
Back then, at the Agnian prison, when she first activated her power, M took control of Mio's body and in an instant shared all the memories she had between her and her Noah. Her Noah has fallen far. Now the only thing that matters is that he and her exist together forever. But she never asked for all this. Never asked to be fed by the lives of others. With her death, perhaps it could snap him out of it, make him understand what she really wanted. So the other Mio, Noah's Mio, should share this all with N, and Noah too. He has to know for himself why his other self felt as though this was the path he must choose. Noah felt the same sensation his son's hand, Gondor's hands, in his own. The heartbeat, the warmth of life, but even in the face of that, N chose to become Mobius, one who harvests and preys upon life. Even a spark of those old emotions would cry out in protest if they remained within him. But N does not hear it. Over 1,000 years in this moment, in this feeling, obsessing over this now eternal. And it was all for his Mio, to make their time together be forever. I can think of at least one man who could tell you the folly of that mindset. Similarly, as N declares his intent to undo it all, rewind the clock and start again, there's at least one other man who could tell N the futility of it. From the second he became Mobius and felt fear for losing Mio, he has been trapped. He thought that if he could extend their time together, it would be enough, so he'd never have to lose anything again. But in his blind grasp to hold on to her, he lost Mio forever. Even 1,000 years by his side, and she was 1,000,000 miles away. Or rather, he was. He ceased to be the man she knew, the man she loved. Lost to the raging currents of the flow, he divested himself of all things but that singular desire, and removed all doubt, leaving only simmering regret. But even so, he does not even see it. He does not see his controlling of M, his perception of her as something to possess or take back. In this case, as if something stolen from him by Noah. Because N lost sight of the point long ago, when he zeroed in on the time itself, he forgot about the relationship. A relationship is forged on so many things, one created out of romantic love even more so. Patience and kindness, forgiveness and understanding, but N discarded it all together for the superficial time. Even though M would leave his side and sulk for long stretches, he saw it all as the same because she continued to exist by his choice, as if that alone justified it. Love is not an emotion. Infatuation or attraction are emotions, but love is more than any of that. Deeper than that. It is a mindset, a bond, a decision you make every day. But N took that choice away from M. So no matter how much she did love her Noah, what held them there was not love anymore, but grief. Grief over what had been lost, what could not be done, what was abandoned, and what would happen if he had done nothing. Despair, regret, grief, N and M became all this and more as they became Mobius. the very feelings which compose the reason Mobius exists. Perhaps this is why they were so powerful, because unlike all other Mobius who clung to the now for petty, self-fulfilling reasons, they clung to it by the very same feelings which made Z, Y, and X come to be. This power could explain N's own power, alongside holding Logos himself, and this power could explain why now M could resist Z's power and shatter the staff in X's hands to free up Ouroboros to stand against N, and this time push him to his limit. As Riku said before, Noah now understands and pulls free the real Lucky Seven, or rather, the Sword of Origin. Seeing it instills fear in N as he realizes Noah's capability to end it all. Even Mobius, which now embodies the endless now he's given it all for. And Noah will gladly do so. Whatever holds their lives back, whatever keeps them from existing as they were made to, he will shatter it, cut it down, and free the world. More so than N ever did. N who ran. N who gave in. N who did not strive forward because he lost his meaning, and imprisoned M to bring it back. But Noah won't fall down that path, and he has now grown beyond his darker shadow. One more time, Mio tries to break through, to show him the feelings of confinement M felt while stuck in the life she never chose. She just wanted their own life together, never anything more, and they had that. But N was too afraid to let that be all. He hungered for more time. But when M died, gave her life for Mio, N could not understand it. What was really a final hand stretched out he saw as a rejection of him and his reasons, but M wanted to free him of his obligation, to let him finally rest with her. Still, he has kept his eyes closed so long he no longer knows how to see. With his core damaged, X knows she can't possibly lose a valuable Mobius like him, so she activates the False Queen and sends her after Ouroboros. The Queen is no better than a distraction, however, and with the true Sword of Origin they destroy the very essence of the flame clock at the castle, freeing every soldier there. At least, that's what I assume happened here. All I can tell is that Fake Nia got hit by a very large magic sword and the flame clock died. Speaking of X, knowing the Sword of Origin is no mere toy, has one last trick now that the castle is free. After all, why would they just give one castle an annihilator? And it's pointed right where it never should have been. The city. Because Shania didn't just betray Gondor. She betrayed it all. She believes peace is something awarded to the strong, and Shania was never strong. So screw it all. She'll take it all down to hell with her, and X takes great pleasure in harvesting wayward chaff as she and N are taken away, and the place where the city was left is erased. But Mio is not worried, as Lost Number ships arrive and land in the castle courtyard with Gondor on board. Mio and M had planned for this, as Mio, while in M's body, traveled to the city and warned them of the Annihilator and Shania likely having revealed its location. And learning from the ancient city's destruction, the Founders made the city inside a massive furnace so it could be moved. A fact kept from most people, including Shania, who's probably feeling more powerless than ever before, as a very spiteful Gondor approaches with the same look of superiority and disdain which Shania had come to associate with her. The look which was all she could think of as Shania always stood weak and alone. But there was one last thing. One last decision she could make where she alone had all the power. The decision over her own life. And she chooses to succumb. Succumb to the flow. Senna's in a rough spot after that, seeing someone she had such conflicted feelings of identification, empathy, and self-resentment come to an end like that. In reality, Shania was the worst outcome for Senna, the darkest version of herself. But no matter how pointless the end, it was one Shania chose. And there's nothing more Senna herself can do. It's a similar feeling Noah had, which he openly admits to. While Mio was there facing death, he wanted time to stop wishing for just more. Just like N. But even so, he did not stand by that momentary wish. He now stands here against it. Momentary lapses can happen, as we all can attest to, but they only define us if we allow ourselves to define ourselves by them, like N has. M's feelings which she gave to Noah made that possible, and gave him power to stand up in the face of despair and so much loss. And when M died, her life, scattering and disappearing into the flow, her memories and spirit exist still within Mio, as her new iris shows well. And Mio needs to show them one last place from those memories, to fulfill M's will. Also Gondor joins as a hero now, so I guess we can say Gondor has the best hero quest? Seriously though, Mio takes them to Hope's Rest, where the first city stood. And it is here that Mio reveals what M knew of that day. That in exchange for maintaining his own life and breathing it into M, Zed ordered N to take the lives of the city. And we have seen the outcome of that day. In the aftermath of his son Gondor's death and the destruction of the city he helped form, N was at last truly Mobius, sacrificing his past and their future to hold tightly to the now, while M was trapped and forced to see what they both had become, unable to even die. This impossible choice, his people and son or his time with her, past or future, hope or regret, the decision, so it would seem, split them in two, and made Noah and Mio, who were their repentance made manifest. Even so, though that was the only smile M was allowed, it was still a smile. She was content, now that she knew her repentance would carry on. And that repentance had a clear goal: find and awaken the Queen of Agnes, with the key Gondor gives back, and defeat Zed once and for all. Okay, I just have to say it now, but what are the order of events here? N and M died several decades before N's attack on the city, long enough for Gondor to grow old and have children and then grandchildren. The timeline, as it's presented, kind of makes me assume a few things. First, was just N Mobius for several decades and M was still dead until then? Or were they both Mobius and this was just Zed dangling M's life in front of N as a part of some test to his resolve? And was it necessary to bring back M, or was that just an excuse alongside getting rid of Alpha? Or was it both? Or was it both and N killing the new life of the city was to weaken Alpha, as he alludes to in the future Redeemed DLC? If M was dead until right after the city was destroyed, when did Nia have time to hand over the Cloudkeep key to her? Are we supposed to believe that Rex and Nia are running around at the same time and either don't know the other is doing so, or for some reason are choosing not to be together? Especially because of that whole compact that Zed has with the Liberators. Did Nia wake up from her nap just to give M the key and then return to sleep? Her phrasing in this scene doesn't suggest that, so what even is time right now? One of two things has to be true. Either M was alive and Mobius before the city was destroyed, on top of Nia being around during the Alpha Crisis and just doing nothing, or a longer period of time elapsed between Gondor and N blowing up the city and the start of the DLC than it first appears. I'm leaning towards the last one, but I'm not 100% sure on it. In preparation for the end, they take the time to rest in the recently claimed Agnes Castle, which I guess means the functional hierarchy of Agnes is dead since the fake queen is gone, and the castle won't be deploying resources or ranks anymore. So, all cheers for that kind of unexpected win. Another unexpected win is the removal of Mio's time limit to her life, now that she possesses a Mobius body. Taion and Uni discuss this, and the relief that comes with this. More importantly, Taion admits that they are only here thanks to everyone. A bit more emotionally open than he is used to, but it was born from the bonds he made, such as when he and Lance bonded over sharing a driving force, or when Uni was anxious and he calmed her nerves, or when Noah said to him long before that there had to be a reason for their meeting. Similarly, Uni is showing a bit more optimism. As for that reason...
I thought you were one to worry about the details a bit more.
Now I've got a reliable guy to stand by me, so...
Oh.
Psst, Taion! I think you're in! After the heavy emotional and physical wear and tear of that day, and after we decide Mio should have long hair because character development, Mio sets them down the right path. The Cloudkeep. As long before her slumber, Nia granted the key to the keep to M, believing in the humanity still within her, and assuring her that one meant to take the key from her will appear, their true selves. That much Nia knew. As it turns out, M was the one who gave the key to Gondor to begin with. Perhaps she recognized the blood of her own dear son within the one who bore his name. In accordance with a promise Gondor made to M, she agreed to wait in the Agnes prison, and came up with that whole spiel about killing the Now and the cost of this war, pretty much to screw with them. Because Gondor. There is one other place in the vicinity of the Cloud Keep Mio wants to go. Colony Omega, a special covert colony of Agnes which has ties to the experiments which Mio and Miyabi took part in together, and where they both lived. Now, both still live. As M's memories showed her, Miyabi continues to exist at the colony under Mobius Y, one of the original Mobius. Said Mobius are having quite the meeting as they all consider the experience which wounded N's core and left him wallowed in despair. X is frustrated and looking for a plan, Y is simply intrigued by the unpredictable events that have transpired, and Z, as always, simply accepts and stays still. Waiting. Unlike X and Y, who both set out for their own plans, Y in particular decides that, in his own words, he claims primacy, as Mobius prepares for the inevitable. With their path set forward, we have to finish up some important work. Before heading out, for instance, Isard sent a message to Taion urging him to visit. When there, Isard reveals a special membrane once held by Nimue that covered her iris. For you see, Nimue was no normal Agnian soldier. Once in Orithia Sea, Isard's squad was attacked and decimated, leaving him to certain death, until Nimue found him and nursed him back to health in her home colony, one cut off from the world and distinctly self-sufficient. Once, an Agnian castle was stationed there before being destroyed, and cradles from that time still pumped out soldiers untethered to a flame clock and simply living peaceful, secluded lives. It was clear they were no friends to outsiders, so Isard eventually took the hint and left, taking Nimue with him, as she longed to see the world beyond. She had the membrane crafted to hide the true nature of her iris, unbound to a flame clock. And that is a problem, as what remains of Agnian leadership has sent word to have this colony annihilated. Isard is in a tough position. His colony, despite being unconscious during Ouroboros' shenanigans which set them free, have been totally severed from Agnian communications, and to move against this attack would put them in harm's way, which has been tenuously avoided so far. So, while he doesn't admit it, he wants Taion to save Nimue's home. Naturally, Taion and Ouroboros agree to it, much to Isard's relief and guilty conscience for dragging Nimue into this mess, and now possibly leading to her home being attacked. He sends Taion there to keep it and potentially a reborn Nimue safe in his stead, fearing how he may act if he were to see her there. He's not the only one worried about guilt, as this whole situation brings up the old memories of Taion's part in her death. This time though, Uni and the others are right next to him to pick him up and be beside him. But whereas Taion has Ouroboros around him, the consul who is busy at work digging through the caverns to get at the colony is alone, save for the machines he commands. Fun fact, said consul is Consul V, one of the oldest consuls in Aionios, who's been kicking around for well over 1,000 years. And he's gotten rather good at his job, seeing as though his Pharaonis is stuck at the entrance, his smaller Levinuses have started swarming the caverns and breaching the Lost Colony's line. Ouroboros naturally steps in to save a forward squad, and Taion finds Nimue. The isolationist soldiers are slow to trust these sudden saviors, except for Nimue, who can simply tell Taion is worth believing. Of course, Taion himself is in a bit of an emotional state at seeing her again, and lets slip he knew her name. So what does Taion do? He lies. He lies like a king. Man pretending he can guess names at the drop of a hat. I'm with Uni, this is giving me a headache. Although, outright telling her the truth would be like taking all that crazy nonsense they've had to learn in the past few months and trying to cram it down her throat in a few minutes. So it's better not to overwhelm her, or as Taion and Isard believe, it's better not to drag her back into this world. And for that, when Nimue asks about the world outside, Taion tells her what a wretched place it is, a world of constant, unceasing conflict where life is traded like currency, but she still wants to see it. To know what the world beyond is like. Besides, if someone like Taion is out there fighting to change it, then she believes it must be worth seeing. Sequestered away in a grove of glooming Sophronias is the Lost Colony. Drenched in shimmering leaves, the people of this place and their chief have lived here for countless years, and have no intention of leaving, even with the enemies bearing down upon them. For so long they have enjoyed this peaceful seclusion while the rest of Aionios killed each other. So perhaps they see the war upon their doorsteps as simply a matter of fate, and they will follow what fate prepared for them. Do they truly deserve such a fate? Yes, they have ignored the world beyond, but is that worthy enough to accept their death? Of course, Taion's not the only one thinking on it. The situation, meeting someone you knew in their past life, draws Uni's thoughts to her own husk, and who she used to be. Whether she was the same as she is now, or if she was different, maybe even like Nimue. But even when Taion drops the ball a bit on complimenting her, there is one thing different from her past life. She's got Taion and the others, and that goes both ways. If the colony won't leave, then it's up to Ouroboros to crush the incoming attack. And for that to happen, Taion has a spark of inspiration. Seeing an ancient and partially malfunctioning Faranis with an active flame clock that appears to be mistakenly registering life connected to it, Taion realizes this must be the reason Mobius suddenly took notice of the colony and put it in danger. And now Taion plans to use it to save the colony. While Riku is trying to jury-rig that age-old machine to be running, Nimue can tell they're preparing to fight. Some connection lingers in her mind towards Taion, and she worries about the outcome, especially his safety and her own desire to not shy away from the reality of the world. The beauty of this place shows the world is not wholly lost, that peace can still persist even here. It's something that must also be protected. And that's a mission Taion bestows upon Nimue, that once their fight is over here, then her own will begin, to defend the tranquility of her home. Riku sets up the Faranis as a lure, just as Taion intended, to draw out the Mobius which has tracked the colony based on the Faranis' flame clock. Betting on the Mobius' own stupidity and refusal to use soldiers that might be able to think and plan for themselves, the Faranis keeps the attention of the console's Levnesses while Ouroboros circles around and attacks the lone console V. And V is a total clown. A dangerous and poisonous clown, but a clown nonetheless. I half expect that he was made Mobius just because his idiocy kept getting him killed early in every incarnation. It's a miracle he survived as Mobius this long, frankly, so I feel like we're doing Zed a favor by getting rid of him. With V dead, they overcharged the Faranis and self-destructed against the cavern entrance, again sealing the way to the lost colony save for a small side entrance that would be harder to find or send troops through. Now the colony is safe, as is the refuge of the Sophronias. Nimue, having now witnessed the kind of fighting Taion engages in every day, understands the weight of his war, and can in turn dedicate herself to her own war, to protect this sliver of peace for whenever those who are out fighting need to rest. She and the colony will be there, and one day, perhaps even Isard will be able to face her. Far off, Mobius Y and another speak about an old project of his which he abandoned, a green flame clock. Normally, Y would disregard anyone trying to use his old refuse, but this console intrigues him with her proposal. This flame clock will not share the flames equally. Instead, it will consolidate them all, to be given to the last soldier standing, among which is a shadow of Lanz's past. As for Lanz himself, he watches the training of the city folk in hopes of learning from it, but it only brings back old memories of their youth's training. Specifically, that little garbage can Garvel and the many times Lanz bested him, fueling resentment in Garvel, and a desire for greater acclaim from Lanz. In the city, the same thing can happen, as only 6 can be made into Ouroboros candidates. So many who train for it will be shuffled to the side as not good enough. It's a fact of life that not all are equally gifted. The struggle between talent and hard work is one that has been covered in almost every form of media. And in this case, Xenoblade takes an interesting approach as shown in a conversation between Lanz and a random street performer he sees get shut down by local militia. Lanz can't help but wonder why he isn't out training and preparing to fight like everyone else, or why he'd go through all the trouble of his little juggling act only to be pushed around for it. Fighting would at least get him the approval of others. But he instead asks what determines merit, and if those who do so are even sure they're correct. One random NPC dismantling the myth of meritocracy. In reality, this guy hasn't thought about it much, but with everyone else doing as is expected of them, is there really any harm in just him doing things his way? Now, I'd argue that depends on what his way constitutes. If it's like murdering people, obviously, yes, that's a problem, but that's not what they're talking about. It's instead about finding value in little things that may not seem like they have a point, that don't naturally lend themselves towards personal glory or praise, something Lanz has sought since the very beginning. As the man runs off, he invites Lanz to see him perform again, leaving Lanz once deeper in thought. Meanwhile, an emergency mission has been called for Ouroboros and the Lost Numbers, as a massive transport of cradles is happening nearby and requires essentially a large-scale stakeout to liberate them all. All these things corresponded makes Lanz spit out what he was thinking about, how things had grown far more complex than he'd grown used to in the army. It was simple as see thing, kill thing, move on. Even if he were to die, that too was all part of the deal, all predictable. Not so much now, with the questioning of what determines merit and what is or is not worthy of renown. Lanz was used to not getting too deep into it. He wasn't like Noah or Mio. He was happy to accept the world he lived in if it meant that final victory in the end. Besides all of that, and Uni calling him an idiot, Lanz isn't in the greatest mood when a fan of theirs comes to gush about what an honor it is to fight beside him. Meanwhile, Lanz is just thinking about the worst. The idea of having to fight old friends and having the suspicion of some city folks still on their backs. In short, Lanz is absolutely positively done with everyone and even tells one guy to shoot him in the face if he's so disappointing. That said, this is a good opportunity, a chance for Ouroboros to prove their trustworthiness to the city like they all did with each other at the very start. Lanz was slow to take to it back then as well, but if he follows that pattern again, then once his trust is earned, it will be hard to steal. At the site of the transport, they find cradles, but they're all empty, as it dawns upon them and Monica what this is. A trap set by Kevesi troops, including a certain little waste of space. Garvel, along with Layla and Hoop, who were also with them in training but died in battle some time ago, now reborn and serving as soldiers to this little regiment. And they've got the ego to match, believing they're the elite of the elite, chosen, special, and with no remorse for each other, as every life taken, including their own, just goes into the flame clock to be rewarded to the last left alive. To Garvel, that would be him, but he gets a reality check very quickly when Noah even breaks out Lucky 7, and they all go Ouroboros, seemingly just to teach him some perspective. In return, Consul H fires upon them and reveals herself to protect her investment, having put a lot of prep into crafting this little group as an anti-city task force. Now, everyone, guess how this Mobius fight ends? Did you guess with H dead and the flame clock broken? You are correct. With the console and clock gone, Garvel's purpose has vanished in an instant, and he lashes out accordingly, before Lanz punches the child in the face. Been waiting for that one. Without fighting, without the guidance of the flame clock, Garvel cannot see a future for himself, and he cannot see a point. Words that ring very familiar in Lanz's ears. It serves to remind him where he was and what that really meant, what it meant to not think about his place in life. Now he could put some part of his past to rest by freeing Garvel, almost as though he were freeing his own past self. And this time Garvel can have a bit of a better chance than Lanz did, sending him to Boliaris so he can learn how to guard lives rather than take them. But even with that, Lanz wonders if he did enough, if he did too much even. But he's not doing this all alone. He's got quite the group with him now, encouraging and fighting with him. Garvel will get that too after a while, and just like Lanz, he'll begin to find his own new reason. And though Lanz may have always wanted for more before, he started to realize that maybe it has to really feel like it's all enough. And that has to start with himself, within. And he must choose what is enough for himself. In their travels, Ouroboros has encountered plenty of aggressive colonies, but one that stood out would be the one led by Commander Alexandria, one of the most famed tacticians in Agnes. Early on, she correctly analyzes and outmaneuvers the party, and any plan Tyon orchestrated with his cautious, by-the-book mindset. Turns out Alexandria is quite famous for her push for efficiency and unusual tactical practices, rising to silver rank within a relatively short period of time. So to get closer to their colony, Tyon came up with a new plan: to isolate and attack her squad leaders individually and then pursue her when she was alone. The beauty of that is that the player doesn't have to follow these plans. You could charge straight in and fight Alexandria with her whole crew if you wanted, but it will be harder. Either path you choose, you can face down Alexandria, who is amused by Ouroboros regardless. Her consul, less so if she is beaten. Consul E has played a part in shaping Alexandria into the person she is, crafting the kind of commander she is as to his preference, all to make the show of watching Colony Iota's battles more interesting. With Alexandria defeated, E steps in to remove Ouroboros as unwanted side characters. As a consul in a hero quest not named Triton, you can guess how that goes. But even this was all according to plan. Alexandria challenged and lured Ouroboros into Iota with the... But even this was all part of the plan. Alexandria challenged and lured Ouroboros into Iota with the hopes that they'd have the power to kill their consul. And to make sure they had it in them, Alexandria used herself, her soldiers, and her colony as bait. Needless to say, it went as she hoped it would. Of course, the plan alone didn't sit well with Tyon on principle. The level of uncertainty, and more importantly, sacrifice at play is unacceptable to him. Sure, it was the quicker solution, but one wrong move and things would have fallen apart for herself and everyone else. But that is who Alexandria is. Unapologetically a risk-taker. And innovative. Her whole colony acting as a sort of goods and materials transporter for other colonies. More so, they track the ebb and flow of necessity across the colonies to determine the state of the war, and then adapt accordingly. They do that with the Collectopedia cards, an actual in-game mechanic which Alexandria herself suggested and had made, which became widespread across both Kevis and Agnes. Alexandria learned to be like this as a response to her previous commander, who was a far brasher individual with a penchant for headfirst tactics. But in comparison, Alexandria is quick to manipulate and perceiving others by usefulness, which runs contrary to the members of Ouroboros. Still, she seeks to be free of the flame clocks and to see what life is like outside the confines of the world system, which aligns her just right with Ouroboros. Though, she'll always be one full of secrets. On the edge of Kevis Castle's direct control, there is perhaps the most bloodthirsty colony in Kevis, and is known for soldiers of nigh supernatural skill, as Ouroboros learns well upon stumbling into a battle just across from the colony itself. Wreckage of destroyed Levnesses, and atop them is a woman, bearing a double-bladed polearm, laughing at the absurdity of war. Lives lost for nonsense, perpetuating conflict forever. This is Ashera the Undying Blade, considered one of the greatest warriors in Kevis and commander of Colony 11, which just tried to kill them all, including her. Quite the predicament to be caught up in, but Ashera is having the time of her life and invites Ouroboros to have some fun with her in helping kick Colony 11 back into the dirt, and kill all her comrades. Oh yeah, she's also a bit crazy. As far as she's concerned, when you live your life killing, whether it's allies or enemies, it doesn't really matter so much. It's all just the game of life and death. Curiosity gets the better of Ouroboros and they follow her as a favor for helping them prior. Of course, her plan is to run straight at the colony along a single bridge with barricades which are manned by soldiers, which as Taion points out is utter insanity.
Oh, come now. We live in a world of strife.
Hold on, what?
We live in a world of strife.
Is that Dunban over there? Ashera, being a classic Blood Knight, hungers for the satisfaction of soloing her own colony, which has never once been defeated. Even if she does die, it's just a part of the duty as a soldier, or so she says. Lanz is fanboying at the idea of fighting alongside the greatest defender in Kevis, and Uni has had it up to her wings with this nonsense very quickly. Even Gray, who shot at them, irritated her less than this. This is a lady who is upset being called a suicidal maniac, not because it's insulting, but because it lacks zest. We left Crazy a while ago.
Yep, it's official. We found the worst commander.
And yet she's still somehow the lesser of two evils, as the person leading Colony 11 against them is a consul. One who sees herself as a great tactician and superior to Ashera, despite Ashera proving herself far and above anything she can muster. This sort of petty, unspoken rivalry between them is the impetus of this consul-commander relationship. Oh, but she's not mind-controlling them. Ashera's colony just wants to kill her that badly because they're all as hungry for battle. Consul R doesn't really have to do much encouraging beyond that, but even if she could, her primary reason for hating Ashera is her being disrespectful towards R, along with just generally doing whatever she wants. R is a control freak that wants all her soldiers to act exactly as she likes, which sucks for her because Ashera is a bit too far gone for something like military discipline. Sadly for R, the entire colony is like that. She never commanded respect from any of them. They only listened because it led to glorious combat, the combat they wanted and thirsted for. Ashera, bluntly stating as much, drives R to rampage, which makes Ashera very happy. No, you can't fix her. But when R lays defeated, Ashera doesn't kill her, which is only more infuriating to R. Not out of mercy, no, because if she lives, then she could provide even more fun chances to fight. Because that's all that matters to them. Even after the Flame Clock lay destroyed, Ashera has not given up her desire for combat. Why? So they can all one day die in glorious warfare against a worthy opponent. Even the situation with R was leveraged by Colony 11 for that possibility. Never because they had to or were scared of her. Because Ashera wants to die. She thinks it's the most natural thing in the world for soldiers like them to want to die. But Uni, who has memories of what it was really like, can't stand that. It's childish stupidity, a vain glorification of bloodshed which is just a wrapping for their suicidal march. Uni really tears into Ashura for all of it, enough to make the others try to pull her back and make her apologize later. And in doing so, Ashura reveals the real reason behind her wish, to leave a legacy. What else could it be? A legacy that makes an impression on the rest of the world. The way she sees that to be done is by dying gloriously. It's not about seeking death, it's about seeking meaning in death. On the outside, it looks like simple suicidal nonsense, but really, everyone there wants to prove the worth of their life by the measure of the hole that is left when they die. Despite not understanding, Uni can say one thing: the way Ashura fights really is breathtaking. With that said and done, Ouroboros start back down on the road to the Cloud Keep in the northwestern mountains, and on the way Noah finds himself enamored with the blade he has. Riku explains that the form and function of the sword is rather simple, as it is more the will of the wielder that matters than the sword itself. As a conceptual weapon which is formed by the spirit of one who once housed the spirit of something called a god, which in turn is sheathed in what is very likely the Ouroboros gauntlets that house the Numa core crystal, why wouldn't emotions resonate in the blade and give it power? And Noah asks the most important question of this whole game.
Just who are you?
Riku, just Riku. Common variety Noppon.
Those words haunt me to this day, but it's enough of an answer for Noah. In the end, Riku managed to do his job just right. He found the one worthy of holding the Blade of Origin. Now he just has to get far enough to save his master. Elsewhere, Mobius Y and his commanded unit of familiar faces waits in the mist and woods. Miyabi's song piercing the dark and guiding the spirits of these wayward souls, waiting for Ouroboros. And on the way there, Mio remembers her days with Miyabi and the rocky way it started. The two could not have been more different. Miyabi struggled in every training session while Mio excelled above everyone else. Even so, both were selected to be off-seer partners for the colony, infuriating Mio for what she considered a lesser position. While Miyabi tried to approach with hope and expectation, Mio sulked in the perceived demotion, dismissing Miyabi out of hand. Seeing herself as being in a pointless position with a klutz of a partner while the rest are achieving something, said something being killing and collecting the life force of the dead. The same dead who they play to and who they alone would ever hear the song. Yet another pointless act in her eyes. But Miyabi asks a pointed question about Mio's motivation for recognition and acknowledgement. As for Miyabi, she's happy she was born clumsy and weak, as it gives a good excuse for her fear of taking life, which comes so naturally to the other soldiers, including Mio. But where Mio sees it as living to fight, Miyabi recognizes it as fighting to live. An important distinction that Noah would one day draw to as well. And just the same as Noah, Miyabi feels sympathy for her enemy. Knowing the motes of a Kavesi is no different from a mote from Agnes. So, if they are burdened to live in such a cruel world, the least they can do is send the lost and departed on, and give peace to the living. It was from that day that Mio understood, and she and Miyabi became true partners. And then the day came they were transferred to Colony Omega. She tells the story to the others of when she and many others were sent to Mobius Y without warning or explanation, not to fight but to be examined, looked at and prodded every day until something happened. A malfunction with the flame clock. The Faranis filled with deadly smoke and began to collapse in on itself, while Y simply teleported himself away. Mio and Miyabi struggled to escape the burning structure, but Miyabi went above and beyond, saving both Mio and Senna from the destruction. But then, she handed Mio her flute and asked her to live, and fired the escape pod from the other side. Mio and Senna survived as she watched the Faranis of Omega explode. On that day, two different messages were learned. Senna came to believe in her uselessness, which she would struggle against for some time, and Mio decided she would learn how to leave a mark on this world, to make sure the time Miyabi gave her was worth it. Mio still thinks back and wonders if she'd been stronger that day, maybe she could have saved them all. A feeling Lance knows well, as he had faced that same pain. It's for that reason she wants to go back, to face Colony Omega and learn of Miyabi's fate. Omega is an odd colony, without much knowledge from their own experiences or from M's memories. It was not designed to fight, but to be a housing place for Y's experiments. and left almost entirely separate from the Agnian military system. Wasena does remember one thing that Mio hadn't. The flame clock, burning violet, the same color as the flame clocks on Kamaravi and Ethel's Veronicas outside the Kavesi castle. And now it burns again, as Y concocts a plan to upset the waning life of the world and extend it even further, to halt the annihilation events and make this endless now truly endless, for the good and well-being of Mobius. And it will all begin with his precious Miyabi. Ugh, hate that. Thankfully, to end that, Ouroboros approach and fight through perplexingly a mixed unit of Agnes and Kavesi soldiers. For obvious reasons, that raises some alarm bells in their heads, and even in front of the colony they find mixed batches of soldiers waiting. But among them are those who should be dead. Mwamba and Hacked, old friends to the party from before becoming Ouroboros, and killed by D&J. Soon Kamaravi is also revealed to be alive and in his late 10th term. And Miyabi stands apart, playing her song for them, and the reason as to this seething madness is soon explained by a rather dramatic Mobius Y. They are mere revenants, puppets bound to their natural instinct to fight and kill, as all soldiers should be in Y's mind, free of thoughts or feelings that only muddy the waters. To this nihilistic Shakespearean giant of a man, emotion, desire, and even the search for meaning are all worthless additions they have all deluded themselves into believing are real, seeking purpose from the purposeless. So with this experiment, he has shaven these things away and left only husks which fight and collect flame. An experiment enabled by Y's own power, the power to create flame clocks. Meaning every single soldier across Kevis and Agnes, every flame clock that demanded blood be shed for life, every life lost and discarded for even a single day extra, all of it is in Y's hands and laid to blame at his feet. Mobius are avatars of Zed's will, and Zed is an avatar of the fears of people within Origin, so to ensure this world continues, X and Y exist as extensions, to act where the passive Zed will not. X is the reaper, who harvests life, and Y is the planter who sows the seeds with the flame clocks and the soldiers' conditioning, ever seeking to increase the efficiency of this process. There is even perhaps something to be said for their names. I have seen one theory that posits their names, X and Y, correspond with those same chromosomes in DNA, with Mobius X being a woman and Y being a male in reference to the two X chromosomes that make up the female DNA and the single Y chromosome that differentiates male from female. And both are complementary forces and extensions of the greater Mobius, Zed, who, while labeled as he, is ultimately what the forces of this world demand he be, and Zed demand Y be what he is, a grand and heartless orchestrator, one who prepares for the harvest that the more destructive and nigh manic X brings about. Even Ethel and Kamaravi's flame clocks were preparation for this, for Omega's clock, and this force of living corpses raised again at the zenith of their last year. All raised from death and reborn at the final terms, the flame within burns brightest before it is snuffed out. But there is no will anymore, just hollows being directed by Miyabi's song, which itself lacks the spirit it once did. Instead, it keeps calm the minds of the unstably reborn soldiers, brought back and shunted into the late-term bodies, warping one of the few comforts afforded to soldiers in their lives into a means of control via the lack of feeling. But Noah remembers. As Chris once said, it is the emotions of the Offseer which gives the tune its effect. When a mote responds to the Offseer's tune, it is because of the life of the Offseer, because of their feelings. Cheesy? Perhaps, but this is Xenoblade. And besides, it's about more than just that, as Mio begins playing her song, so it can reach something that remains in Miyabi. A spark of memory, perhaps. Recollection begun by hearing the song. As the others defend them, Mio and Noah play their song, and the sword of origin resonates with the emotions within, allowing them to reach the Mobius-trapped mind of Miyabi. And while Y can hold tightly to her, he can't do that for the others, as they falter and fall free from his grasp. And a hole is open for Mio to reach her, and perhaps for the first time, motes like that of a soul emit from Lucky Seven and the Sheath. Perhaps some others, who were once trapped, who now dwell within the sword and scabbard, reach out to free these lost souls. Y is confused and agitated by this unexpected breaking of his plan, so he must take things into his own hands as a Mobius. Y is by far the largest, but his power of the flame clock holds no power over these freed souls. And yet, when they restrain him and break the flame clock, he shows not fear or ill will, only expectations for what they will bring next as he vanishes. I wonder why that is. Why do you think? Why, oh why, does Y act so wily? Haha! Back to less important news. The soldiers of Omega awakened to freedom, including Miyabi, who heard every note from Mio and her new partner. Even so, there is a place for Miyabi now, as she may live a free life just as she always wished for. But one man is adjusting a bit slower. Kamaravi has no memory of his life as the smoldering commander of Agnes, but still, precepts of his warrior's way remain implanted firmly in his mind's eye. He resists the lost numbers, refusing to back down until Mio, the one who saved him, calms him and the soldiers down. With all their weapons put away, Mio understands that his warrior's way would not allow him to attack a defenseless opponent, to which he acquiesces and calms down. And from there, Taion comes right out and asks him to travel to the city with them, a place that he can be free and safe, to pass on the message he gave them back before the Kavesi Castle, the will and necessary price to be free from any bondage. And the price Kamaravi paid still stings even in his new life. But he doesn't cower, as he demands the same treatment for his fellows from Colony Omega, Kavesi and Agnian alike. With that assurance, he and they head to the city in a flying transport, and quickly learn that Kamaravi has no love of heights, and has the instinct to sit down when in high places. Ouroboros tries to ease Kamaravi into his new life, giving him a chance to cool down, as it were, no pun intended. But Travis shows up with a problem. Someone opened a cradle, and you may be able to guess, but it's Ethel who is now running around somewhere. Upon hearing of a problem, Kamaravi's worries vanish, it seems, and he steps up to assist. Despite newly born into this body, his spirit to aid and honor remains affixed within him. Not to mention he can empathize with the feeling of being awoken right into a confusing place with nowhere to go. It takes a short investigation involving a Nopon having the stupid idea to climb on one of these cradles, but they do track down Ethel, who's attempting to hijack a ship. Poorly, and she slips off only for Kamaravi to catch her. Something inside him recognizes her, but again it only triggers the pain in his eye. Upon seeing him, Ethel too has faint memories, knowing his name but not knowing why or where it feels like she was meant to go. But she can't just run out into danger, so Kamaravi proposes he look after her. It takes some convincing, but Travis agrees to work with Kamaravi to care for Ethel and to find a place for both of them in the city, so they can both have the freedom to choose. Kamaravi now finds himself feeling indebted to many in this place. Travis, the party, and most especially to him, Taion, whose words lit the spark of desire for finding his way, which he can now pursue alongside them and Ethel. Perhaps as those two were always meant to. Finally, now we can begin traveling back to— Oh, come on! They be no mere machines, however, as they act with reactionary tactics and intuition, and Senna only realizes after she swings and shatters the outer shell that there is a person inside. This soldier, only a few terms old, was fighting in the metal exoskeleton much before anyone her age would be expected to fight. Senna feels personally responsible for her now being unconscious, and possibly worse, but just to make sure they transport her to the city to get looked at. And when they learn that she has awoken but has some sort of complication, Senna further feels the need to be the one who checks on her. As it turns out, the problem with this little one, calling herself Number 7, like she came right out of codename Kids Next Door, is that she acts rather matter-of-factly. Too much so, actually. She's almost literally a robot in her responses and reactions. When asked about her affiliation, she affirms that she is not of Kevis or Agnes, but directly under the command of Mobius, in the classification of Colony 0, with the mission to kill Ouroboros. Which is why they've been popping up all over the place trying to kill them. Luckily, like Yes Man from Fallout New Vegas, she was not told to keep silent about that information, so she's an open book. Lacking a name and almost all sense of self, Number 7 is rattling for Senna, who has only recently begun to find her own sense of identity. The total dehumanization until she can't even realize that something is wrong. No name, no feelings, no sense of self-worth, all forming her into a weapon without a soul. Senna is shaken and terrified by the experience and seeks counsel, and Mio suggests a gift to ease tension and maybe coax something out of Number 7. That gift being Senna's onigiri, a traditional Agnian snack which is the only thing Senna knows how to make. Frankly, to me though, they look like delicious jelly-filled donuts. Man, I miss watching Pokemon. Returning to number 7, this time with her emotional support army, Senna presents her offerings to the human weapon, which she evidently enjoys a lot considering she and her fellows have been eating just rations this whole time. All while she eats, number 7 thinks on the others in her colony. 7 does... Wait. 7. Wait, did they do that on purpose? Okay, it's official. We need to change this child's name. On that note, Senna does come up with a name for her. Sagiri. Taking the first syllable from 7 and replacing the first from onigiri to make a name. I don't know if it's the actual reasoning in Japanese, but that is a very funny way to name a person. Even Noah has trouble defending that behavior. Noah. Let me remind you, Noah's primary running joke is that he's terrible at naming things. But Sagiri likes it and finds no rule about keeping her original title, so that day she becomes Sagiri. And Ouroboros becomes acquainted with her master, Consul F, as he transmits a message to them from Sagiri's iris. Unlike most consuls, F is courteous and oddly respectful to them as he requests the return of his lost soldier. He speaks of valuing the life in his colony and will even prevent his units from hunting at them any further if they agree to just return her to him, even giving their coordinates free of charge and orders Sagiri to lead them. And then he tells her that they've been worried. Senna decides to flip that coin and return Sagiri to her colony, on the off chance F was being honest, and returns her broken exosuit back to her as well. With Sagiri back in one piece, F officially rescinds the kill order and invites them to tour Colony 0, ordering Sagiri to lead them. And she complies, as she does not have a choice. She's the effective leader of this group, but even so, F is the one in charge, and his word is their will. But Noah and Taion notice something. There is no flame clock in Colony 0, and soon, while speaking with her aide, number 4, they learn the truth. Number 4 collapses, his flame rising from his body as he turns into a husk and dies. Number 4 died because he gave his life unto his Pharaon, the exoskeletons they all use. A miniature Pharaonis made to suit a single person and bind their lone flame as a power source, like what Ethel and Kamaravi had. When the limiters upon the Pharaon is lifted, it drains the flame right from their body to increase output. But as number 4 just demonstrated, there are hefty consequences. These machines are necessary for Colony 0's true function, to act as the maintenance for the War of Aionios. An accident there, a leaking of information here, an assassination or two. F and his little soldiers grease the wheels of the war between Agnes and Kevis to ensure every life does its part in propping up this world. In this way, F reveals how he really feels. He does value the lives of his soldiers, but not as people. He values them as a product, an energy source which is valuable to his own existence as Mobius. He relishes in the holy act of protecting his flock so their sacrifice might one day sustain Aionios. He loves his children and loves greater the product of their deaths. And Senna's had just about enough of it. F doesn't even realize how twisted his view is. He does not see how downright cultish his messed up little family has become. A family he sends to attack as soon as Ouroboros makes it clear they have no intention of letting him just continue with this absurd kill squad of his, releasing their limiters as they might fight and die well. Sagiri requests that F restrict the use only to herself to spare her comrades the strain, and F praises her for her selflessness before ordering them to proceed regardless, as they are ordered to kill. But Senna reaches out as she had been reached out to, imploring Sagiri to choose for herself, and within her, you can feel the truth of these words. Recognizing the influence Senna has on her, F orders Sagiri to kill her first. Sagiri raises her weapon and throws it, and misses as it spins back around to cut through F from the back. Wounded and then finished off by Senna, F falls down dead in disbelief. The Pharaons shut down, and to save them from their influence, Noah cuts the flame clocks attached, allowing Colony 0 to be free and Sagiri to consider the ramifications of what just happened. She wants to know what to do, she wants to know why she attacked the consul, but more importantly, she wants to know why Senna keeps treating her like that. Like a person. She does not desire anything, she does not seek anything. She knows only to take orders and act upon them, so what's she to do with no one to give orders? Well, now she must give herself orders, act upon her own free will. And though she is mentally unable to comprehend that, she can comprehend a loophole. If Sagiri gives orders to number 7, if she gives orders to herself, then she can process that logic. So now she can begin to learn what it means to be herself. Okay, now we can get back to the main story with nothing to distract us. As after a quick convo that boils down to Mio saying no spoilers, they arrive at a derelict pedestal on the edge of the mountains. Though it appears to be nothing, Mio approaches with the key and presses it into place. As true to its name, from the clouds the keep manifests into sight as a gorgeous song starts playing. No joke, hearing that music for the first time had me grinning from ear to ear because it was at that moment I knew that we were really about to see Nia. In the upper room before a great machine that itself houses an old friend, Ouroboros once more presents the key before a pool of water, and within there she is, Nia, sleeping as she had for 1,000 years, ready to wake up and help the world. They made her a donut. D and J are here, having indeed survived up to this point and tracked the half-Mobius Mio, and just waited until they were in the right spot to kill the Queen. Lance demands answers from J, to know how he could do this and why he would trade his life for Lance's. J responds that perhaps it was to make himself useful, as he'd only ever seen himself as worthless, envying Lance for his confidence. We know this confidence has been a sham for some time, but Jay doesn't know that. He sees his certainty and believes it to be true, wishing for some of his own, as all Jay could see were all his own failings. And yes, all his own failings, as when one becomes Mobius, they bear witness to all their past lives. And in every one of them, Jay was a failure, the weak link, useless. So when he became Mobius, who he believes he is, he stayed true to himself. The dead weight. He thought his friends were sick and tired of him. But now he's Mobius, now he has real power, and now he plans to beat them back into the dirt to prove it. But separate, they aren't quite the same, and Ouroboros has only gotten stronger since before. Jay sees again how different they are, the power they were blessed with. While he crawls and squirms, they soar far above in realms he had always dreamt of touching. So every word of encouragement, every act of generosity, every gift of kindness, it looked to him as pity. The arrogant words of the great telling the lesser they're doing a good job. A bird congratulating a worm for its hard work, while they dwelt in wholly separate places. Jay wanted that approval, real approval, to rise above what he was and be among the great. So he became Mobius. To be strong. But Noah sees through it. He sees what Jay really wanted so long ago. He carved it out himself. To be the best version of himself. If Noah and the others were set above him, it was not by their own choice, but in spite of it. They were given no say in the matter any more than he did. That very world is what they are trying to change. A world where everyone, Jay included, could truly soar. He smiled that day, and while Jay professes it to be a smile of triumph, of rising above, that was never what it was. That smile, that moment, Yoren was able to be himself more so than any other. He was able to break free from the restraints this world set for him for just a second, and became more. Jay has spent his entire life seeking an explanation for his action that lined up with the life he now has. To deny his past so fervently that he'd ignore the real reasons behind his own actions, and those of his friends. And Lance won't let him run from it anymore. His death changed Lance, pushed him relentlessly to become something more, to learn what it took to protect his friends. They all learned to move forward, and so can Yoren. He, all of us, are so much more than the sum of our past mistakes, as he recalls that day when he moved without thinking. D refuses to allow any more of that. D pins Jay down and forces him into an interlink. I don't even want to think about that implication, honestly, but D decided to share his own experiences. His own past. He recalls the dreams he had when he was human, dreams of death, his own and others, slaughter over the battlefield. And when he became Mobius, he learned that all those dreams were real. They were memories of all his lives as a man named Dirk, where he would fight and kill, not with a blade to take life, but with a cruel claw-like weapon meant to sever and splice his enemies and friends alike, all for the sake of the kill, and to mount a collection. Heads, dozens of them, from across the eons, all piled together for his leisure. He won't let them break the cycle. He won't let them free the world, because he wants to keep feeling this way into eternity, to remember and collect every face of death and despair until it drowns the world. Thrashing them through the floor, he takes the fight to a larger arena where he thinks he'll have an advantage. But with Jay holding back and the much greater Ouroboros, D is stuck in a losing state. He demands more power from Jay to finally stop being a deadweight. And he agrees. He remembers Noah's words that he can be more as power floods their interlinked body. D's excitement turns to confusion and then horror as the annihilation effect stirs around them. And Yoren takes a step back. And then another. Then another. While D struggles, he finds that his will is nothing compared to Yoren's. He has decided. He'll be different. He will move on and save his friends. He won't stay standing still. As Yoren looks back at his friends one last time, he takes the last step and flies, taking Dirk for one last wild ride into oblivion. Fading into light, all Yoren can think of is the hope and chance to see them all again. On the other side of eternity, the Kevesi Ouroboros are in mourning, as that day Yoren truly died. But time must move forward, though they don't at first know how. When they look to the Queen, her body having been pierced by D, until she starts to move. Because D aimed for her heart, but he only worked off what made sense for this world and couldn't have comprehended the fact that Nia is a blade of all rest and the greatest healer of that world. Her core was all that mattered, and that's a few centimeters off from where her heart is. Hope still lives as she rises to her feet.
My name is Nia, and I am the Queen of Agnes, one wing of Aionios.
N and M. Another version of us. What are we really? Why do we exist in the first place? The answers are within me, together with her hopes and dreams. I will give them a voice. I will make him hear our truth.
I once said all this before, but as Nia tells them, it's important to remember. Once, there was a world much like ours. Countless people lived in this world, till it was cut in two and grew individually. But the worlds which were once one longed to be whole. The collision of these worlds, now comprised of two opposing forms of matter, would no doubt annihilate all things. So, through the communication of light, the peoples of the two worlds of Allrest and the Bionis made a plan to create Origin. And if you followed thus far, you know the rest. Mobius manifested with Zed at its center, taking power of Origin and kidnapping Queen Melia to use as a key to the souls within. And left alone, Nia used her own key to forge the Ouroboros stones, while the Sword of the End, a result of a similar process by Melia, found its way to Noah's hands. Combined, they allowed them to resist even Zed's power to a point. And now the way of freeing this world is set. They must find and break into Origin to seize back the center of life and unshackle Aionios. Only then can their worlds be freed. Only then can free will return to both worlds. And Mobius, well, Mobius's existence and their worth will be up for them to decide. Upon realizing their true nature before Zed himself, in the center of the sea where the Sentia Omnia region once existed, where it crashed after the destruction of Alpha, and remains to be hidden within a great vortex. This proves to be a problem, as anything which approaches that vortex is ripped apart in seconds. But surely Nia has a solution for that too.
Right. Actually, I kinda don't.
Nia, you have done nothing wrong and we all love you. Mio isn't much help either, as ever since taking M's body for good, her Mobius powers have been lost. Probably to prevent something like her, sneaking an entire bunch of Ouroboros right into Origin. But you know what could get into the vortex? Boat! The ultimate vessel as created by Samon, and the real hero of Xenoblade 3. Bye, Nia, I guess. Rude. To finish building Samon's ultimate boat, they need several pieces of Origin metal, of which Samon only has one. However, they detect at least one is right back at the Cloud Keep, so Ouroboros heads up there like that one guy who moves out of their parents' house and only calls them when they need something. And just like that, Nia is shocked and then quickly tries to take up back a maternal, regal role, pretending like this was all part of the plan. Honestly, I'd take a whole game of just Nia at this point. Takahashi, make it happen, please. Nia also has one last gift for them, a blueprint of Origin from the Agnian side, as a certain Nopon engineer was involved. However, considering that Origin isn't shaped like a giant poppy, I can only assume that Shulk did most of the designing. This time, Ouroboros gives Nia a proper goodbye and promises to seize a future for all of them. Alright, what is it with Welsh cat ladies being the best characters? I swear, it's like a prerequisite. So off Ouroboros goes, scouting the world and finding shards of Origin metal to be used to power the superboat. But as they do, Zed watches alongside one of the last remaining Mobius. Mobius C, who knows just where to wait and what to do. C will wait for his old student, Noah, for him to play a song for him once more. And on he does go, approaching the Kavesi castle where the last remnant of Origin metal they detected is supposed to reside. When they realize something strange, there's no one there. They've all vanished, and a song carries on the wind, the song of Chris. And without fail, Noah realizes what this means. Chris is Mobius. As Noah recalls those days under Chris's tutelage and the sudden twist of a choice he made, there is literally nowhere to go but up, as Noah seeks the answers that gnawed at him across this entire game. What was the meaning behind his actions? Behind Chris's smile? Chris stands there with the false Melia and does exactly what we all wanted to do the entire time. Chris wants this to be a personal matter, for Noah to share the melody of his soul in this one moment. It is all he has sought since becoming Mobius, and Noah's going to give him the performance of a lifetime. Chris, meanwhile, has a purpose in this. To make Noah realize an important lesson. Not all can strive forward to the same ideals he has. He seeks betterment to make the world into something that won't hold his life back, but will he be caught up as he has before in his ideas, to the point of ignoring the feelings of others? Will he leave them to rot as he writes a future for them? Will he be no better than Mobius, imposing an order upon everyone else based upon what he thinks is right? What if Origin doesn't work? What if all that follows is erasure? Then the lives of both worlds are doomed to annihilation all because Noah had the idea that his way was better. Will he shoulder the blame if all that these ideals lead to is ruin? Even so, it's a worthy risk to Noah. He remembers the smile Chris had on that day, choosing his own end no matter how tragic of an end it was. Noah wants to be able to smile genuinely, looking back in his final moments. As one man trapped in despair once said, "Happy is the man who can sleep in the comfort of the smile he sees then." Noah himself wants to smile like that, to have a good end, and to do that he must at least be allowed to choose it. This world crushing everything and everyone with a lack of choice. So if that is the world Aionios is, then he will cut it free, even if it destroys the world. Chris understands now, and he wishes to see all of Noah's conviction. So they struggle on, and lead to the certain death of Chris. His work done, his desire satiated, Chris lays back and accepts death, once more, as he shares a moment with Noah before the end. He confirms that it was Zed himself who made each former human Mobius, and that Mobius themselves are racked with fear for the future. They're strong, but fear death that they can't return from. So, to take even a single step forward is unthinkable. Chris once became an Offseer to understand what connects the one being sent and the one who is sending. And he learned his answer. The song. The emotions within the song, embraced by the player and taken from the one sent, mixes and changes the song again and again. And the city embodies this as well. New births and lives independently of Mobius. origin, or their cycle. A sign that the world is not as stagnant as it may seem. So as Chris, a Mobius, and being of stagnation dies, Noah plays a song for him, that he might remember and feel the emotions carried by all those connected through Noah. A song of hope and of change, while the people of the castle awaken and find a new life where, just as Chris wanted, they find value in all things.
Do you truly want it thus, O ye voices? Then let me enunciate, emphatically so, the rules to which this world adheres, for the benefit of us all.
Back in the city, as Samon works on his boat, Noah wonders back on Chris's words about Mobius and what they are. Every Mobius is reborn upon becoming one, but should they die as Mobius, that's it. They all intrinsically know this, and so fear the end if it should come, feasting upon the flames to ensure their own survival. Despite that, Yoren broke free and found hope. That hope was contrary to Mobius and is the core of what makes them able to change the future into a world where everyone can make a choice and, fine, be true to themselves. The game loves that phrase, doesn't it? Regardless of phrases that I'm annoyed by, they will take that hope to Origin and ensure this future comes to a close. Before the march on Origin, though, we have a couple of final steps to take, starting with Gondor asking Senna and company to help with releasing some stress by fighting monsters. But elsewhere, a certain soul was being remade. Shania did not live an ever-happy life. Though she worked hard and finally managed to become an Ouroboros candidate as a reserve, her mother didn't care. If she wasn't one of the 6, she couldn't care less. Shania would remain a disappointment. While Gondor rose up and became the first ranked, Shania's family is Reed, from one of the great houses, and have always held a place as one of the 6 Ouroboros, until now. Her father had been one, her sister could have been one. But Shania was not built to fight. She never had the drive for it. But now, if only for the barest praise from her mother, the last family she has, she tried so hard and came up short. Now her eyes would open to the voice of a different woman, X, offering her a new start and a chance to be something. Mobius. Now she can take the place she always wanted, to erase Gondor and to be true to herself, the final culmination of what she was. So as she arrives in the city, she does not see home, only bad memories of Gondor blindly pushing her away from fighting. But in doing so, she pushed Shania away from everything else, too, and she will burn it all to the ground. Gondor gets the message while out of the city with Ouroboros, and the news shakes Senna, but this time fear turns to resolve as they rush back to the city to defend it. Monica and the Lost Numbers hold down the line while Shania rampages through the city, and while on the way to the city, Gondor gives them the rundown of Shania's upbringing, the weight she bore under her mother's expectations. Though it sparks sympathy in Senna, we often must deal with the hands we're dealt. Gondor has everything that was needed to get where she was, a short temper and tough exterior, a legendary lineage, and the will to see it all through. Shania only had one of those, but she still struggled to meet another's wishes. This time she's going to take everything she ever felt she deserved, and she won't destroy the city completely until Gondor is there to see it, while the people of the city are frozen in time, stopped in a perfect still moment. This is Shania's Mobius power, to stop everything, including her mother, frozen in fear under the statue of a once great hero, a statue symbolizing their house and its founder, Panacea, and her teacher, Shulk. What if he could see this now? Ouroboros weeds through the frozen people of the city, following Lucky Seven's shudder and sensing of Shania's Mobius power right to her. And here Shania plans to start a new work of her own, to reduce the city to rubble, soak it in a blood-red hue, to destroy everything she hates in the city that she was trapped in. She tries to trap them in her power, but Lucky Seven dispels it, as it has other Mobius powers easily. And while Gondor herself is seeing red, Senna calls her out. If Shania really hated everything, she'd be right next to them helping to undo this world. But instead, she became Mobius. The chance to change remains, even as Mobius, as others have before her, and a world where she is free could come to pass. But Shania doesn't care about that anymore. All she's feeling is hate. hate for the city, her mother, and Gondor. Gondor doesn't really do any favors for anyone, antagonizing Shania and daring her to actually commit to something, so Gondor can show Shania that House Vandam has always been greater than House Reed, that she could never have bridged that gap, and it's enough to send Shania into a rage. But really, if they could best N, X, and Y up to this point, what hope did she ever have? If she loses, she'd have nowhere to call home. But that bridge was burnt long ago, and when she charges to attack, Gondor finishes what she started. Her core cracked, Shania lays dying, as for perhaps the first time, Gondor really manages to say what she's always been trying to. Shania always had a love and a gift for art, one she put to the side to embrace her mother's desires and her own desire to be celebrated and looked up to. But to Gondor, she doesn't really see why she'd bother when she could make art like this. Why not let that be her calling? And again, she is told to be true to herself. Ugh, I hate that phrase, especially here. The problem isn't that she's meant to have a different desire, it's that you, Gondor, need to stop being a douche canoe. But she is sort of right. To be a soldier is not what Shania wants. She wants to make art, and she loves to do so, but to get the acclaim she desires and what she wants, she feels she has to bury that. Maybe a friend who encouraged her could have shown her that way out. But, well, perhaps Gondor was too young or immature to see that. Although, maybe the story knows it, as even Shania doesn't recognize what Gondor did as expecting anything from her. There was one who did, though. Her father. When he saw Shania practicing with her sister's gun, trying to copy her footsteps, he told her to set it aside and offered her a brush instead. He didn't care about renown or glory, he just wanted her to be happy. And as Shania remembers that, she asks Gondor, if she hates her name so much, why not abandon it? Pick something new that she likes. But Gondor can't do that. It's a connection between her and her mother, even if she whines and moans about it. It's still the name given to her. She'll hold on to it, just like Shania could have done herself. While she disappears into the pale motes of Mobius, Gondor and Senna mourn. A friend, and one who could have been a friend. As her name is added to the remembrance stone, her mother still holds the disappointment Shania was. Even in death, her name is slandered by the mother who she could never measure up. But when Monica stands up to her, she is left scrambling like a coward. At least Shania had the backbone to rage against her lot in life. Senna's own part in this may seem small, but Shania was always meant to be a reflection to Senna, and her own story with Gondor in turn shows the differences in how they've grown. Senna brushed off the past, sought what makes her special, rather than clinging to anyone else's expectations. Senna wonders if a parent shouldn't naturally be closer to their child, to which Monica says that the mere act of being born from someone doesn't alone establish a relationship. A relationship is kept and nurtured. A child and a parent can be a powerful connection if that is done. Just like the future they want to build, it remains up to the individual. In the end, Shania was able to smile, as Gondor and Senna look on to build a future where she can do so again. In the Cloud Keep, the party goes looking for Nia, only to find her trying out an old outfit that is much more freeing and lets her move around better than her robes did, when, well, they're just there. Flustered and left in an awkward spot, Nia tries to compose herself and act all queenly. However, Noah pointedly wonders if she gets tired of pulling that act. Irrelevant to that are a number of questions about her clothes, which come from her homeworld, and about her homeworld and all sorts of other stuff which they want to know. And just as she gears up to explain the story to them, she suggests they watch my 2-hour-long video on Xenoblade 2. Shameless plug, shameless plug, shameless plug, shameless plug, shameless plug. Okay, no, fine. She has a much cleverer idea than that. I mean, look at that face, how could she not? She remarks at how long it'd take to explain it all and that they would not want to be held up in this place the whole time. So she asks to tag along.
I mean, that is not to imply that being cooped up here the whole time is as lonesome as it is tedious.
Pick up the hint, guys, this isn't a hard decision. You know how many people would kill for this opportunity? Nia is brought along with her own background music for fights because Monolith Soft knows how to do fan service right, and she continues her stories across Aionios. Stories mixed with nostalgia and melancholy, with no small hint of hope. It's also a valuable learning experience for Ouroboros, to learn of the ancient past so they might understand the future they want to create. The tragedy of Moratha and the world before Klaus's great mistake, the kindness of a man named Vandam and his impact on her life, and the connection between herself and Mio. A connection Mio may not know, but it tethers Nia here firmly, to help her daughter back to a world where they can be together again. Nia only has one other request: to be taken somewhere high up so she might gaze upon the clear blue sky as she would have in her old world, for how deeply she misses all rest. She is so grateful to have met Ouroboros, and that it was they who awoke her, because she tells them of the inevitable end should they succeed. The worlds will begin moving and be drawn apart, and with it, the memories of this time will no doubt vanish as well. The eternity between two hands of the clock will stay as such and become lost to memory. Despite that, Nia finds value in the memories made in this place, in this world. They have value no matter how it ends, because she has faith they will make it happen. But she's got one thing wrong. It's not they who will make it happen, not alone. She'll be there with them. Even should they be separated, Mio believes they will find their way together again. And when that happens, they want Nia to be there too, and with them to the end of this world. So, hand in hand, she will strive forward with them as well. By the way, you should totally hit that subscription bell down there. Do it now. Anyway, bye. With that settled, the final march can begin, as the fleet of the city sets into the sky and flies under cloaking to get near Origin. The fears and excitement of the moment building as with a leap of faith they plunge into the great sea's abyss. While Origin screams and churns the seas, Zed sees their approach and Origin shudders to life, and its shadow eclipses everything. In Origin's heart, Zed announces none will break the cycle as the ones who wish to prove him wrong fly full speed ahead. Origin awakes and fires out, scattering shots in all directions and even striking Kavesi and Agnian colonies that just happen to be there. After all, no need to worry about casualties that will only end up back in the flow. This is just the crescendo to scouring the world and beginning all again. A new Endless now, without the city or Ouroboros. To try the same thing again for a different result. The definition of insanity. But their potshots had a side effect, because no one, not even those trapped in the web of lies Mobius created, like being shot at. And in this world, everyone's got a very big gun. Colony 30, Baldi's colony, sends a detachment to fire on Origin to possibly take the heat from them, but it's erased in seconds. More casualties can be undone in the Endless now, and if that is the case, perhaps the very idea of killing does not compute in the minds of a true Mobius. It's all just natural to them to give and take life. To end that cycle, to end that mindless death, they fire up all cylinders and crash right into Origin, punching through it layer by layer. The intrusion seems to slow down the shield and stop the vortex around Origin, allowing it and its Pharaonis-shaped front to come into view. The origin point of even the Pharaonises, they are made in Aionios. From top to bottom, metal imbued with the souls of two worlds, center of Mobius and Aionios, where every last inch is in some way Mobius. As the Sword of the End shakes and clatters, feeling the call from its creator, Melia. While they march inward and towards their dream, another lays sunken into despair. End's blade has changed, just as Noah's did, and Zed calls him to pull it and protect the eternity he fought for. When Noah and others reach Melia's holding place and see what has become of her, Noah feels his presence and hears his approach. This time there is no mocking, no false joy or arrogance, just wallowing depression and gloom, just like Noah looked in the prison before M's death. And what N sees, twisted in self-loathing, is a smug look on Noah's face, even while Noah looks on in pity. The grief that held N before is now intensified with the loss of M, a feeling of deathly certainty and an acceptance in the now. He stands drenched in sorrow that he thinks is the sum of existence. But M wanted more for him, to drag him out of that. She passed this desire on to Noah and Mio, but it will take more than pretty words to reach N, who's standing at a cliff face and prepared to drag them into the abyss with him. The sunk cost fallacy is a deadly thing. The perception that after so much given or so much lost, it's easier to just dig yourself deeper. You could try to climb out, but it's fear which holds a person back from it. Fear and regret. Two things that make up the Mobius N. A man who calls the people of the city who he murdered chaff, despite what he felt at Gondor's death. This was the only emotion he could muster for it. As people representing a future, they were not necessary for the Endless now. But even then, he disregarded what Mio felt for them. And that snaps him. Looking at Noah, En can't help but point the finger. Self-loathing has never become more direct as he blames Noah for being unable to protect her. If he'd been stronger, if he'd pushed on, at a certain point it makes you wonder who he's talking to. This punishment En has bound himself to, the life of Mobius without M, drowning inside with the regret of the path chosen. The regret which split and formed Noah before him. Humans are, if nothing else, inherently regretful creatures, and En embodies that. He is the regret of a man who had to make a cruel choice. And by M's own words, not theirs, Noah and Mio are their hope. Even now, M lives on inside Mio, her will and feelings and her hope for N. But hope that he can't see, he can't feel. So how can it be true? All he feels is the weight of his life, the regrets of his past, and the despair for whatever remains. So he again endeavors to fight on, with his sorrow as his guide. But what strength could a man draw from sorrow when compared to the strength one can draw from hope? He does indeed fight ferociously, but it's not mere power that defeats him. It's the words of M. Words Mio passed on. M wished for their time to last forever. Perhaps N was right to make the choice he did, but that time meant nothing because of who he was. Because he had become N, not Noah anymore. She wanted him to be Noah again, for him to call her Mio, not the Mobius titles he'd embraced. If that forever would have mattered, it had to have been as themselves. Finally, M begins to see as he questions why they were the pair that got it right. Why they get to stand together while N and M were trapped in endless sadness. Whether you call it luck, coincidence, fate, or providence, it was the chance encounters Noah and Mio had which changed the path they set. N only ever had M. That was all he cared for. It was the focal point of his life. But Noah isn't like that. He loves Mio, but he has more than just her. Lance, Uni, Taion, Senna, Riku, Manana, and every hero who has stood beside them all have changed him and pushed him down the path N didn't travel. Without them, Noah would have made the same mistake he did. But now he can choose to march on. Even if he doesn't live to enjoy it, it's his decision. And now it's N's decision. He has the power to move on, to protect the now and the future. M always knew that. Now, so can N. He can move forward again. I know that feeling, of being afraid to take the first step. I think many of us do. Being scared to step away from stagnation into a fearful unknown. Like N, like Mobius. There's a bit of it in all of us, it would seem. That is what empowers Zed and maintains his present that steals the choice from others. But N has that choice, and he takes it. The path made clear for him as he and Noah finally find equilibrium, just as Mio did. N vanishes as he recombines with himself, and they are whole. After thousands of years, Melia, Queen of Kevis, finally awakens from a seemingly endless dream. She looks upon the young men and women who have come further than any other. She watched them all through the eyes of the puppet made to watch as a punishment by Zed, who she reveals to be not a person, but the embodiment of a concept, of a feeling. Fear of the unknown, fear for the future, regret made manifest into a being that acts as an arbiter of that same feeling within the souls of Origin. So, as I've said, there is Mobius within even Ouroboros, and the wish that is within Mobius birthed this world. Though it may seem that all would be false, stuck in this conceptual reality as it is, all they've experienced has been no mere dream. It's been real. Every moment and thought and feeling, and even the lives that should not have been, the lives of the city, all of them are real. Ouroboros and the Sword of the End are shaped by the will of the wielder and can make real the future they want. So, Melia entrusts it all to them. With all said and done, Melia departs from Origin and gives one last nod to her apprentice, before leaving to free her soldiers of Kevis from the tyranny of the Flame Clock. There is now one last story to tell. Melia's. Technically, it's post-game content, but it's canon, so deal with it. In Kevis Castle territory, Melia is re-establishing control over the castle as Ouroboros pops by for a visit. Don't worry about the whole origin thing, that'll be fine. Not like Zed will do anything. But as they're heading in, Melia is heading out and trying to ditch her guards. Melia has been trapped in Origin for so long and longs to see what life is really like for the people of this world, especially her people of Kevis. She needs to see it all with her own eyes and without any guards to attract attention. So Noah offers to be her escorts. Melia knows better than anyone that the future is carried by everyone, so despite her aide's objections, she agrees to travel with them and see what is needed across Aionios. In this case, those places are Colony 9, the city, and the Agnian Castle. All places are strained by the prolonged attack on Origin. Wait, is that the explanation? That the attack on Origin is more like a siege than an outright battle? I'll accept it, but only because Melia is involved. Melia imposes again on Ouroboros, even though they don't see it as such, but while they make plans on how to lift the spirits of others, Noah detects sadness in the eyes of Melia, a deep, ageless loneliness. In Colony 9's case, besides freaking out Xeon, Melia adapts quickly to the role of an active leader, searching out lost soldiers who disappeared due to a landslide after the beginning of Origin's counterattack, including a young soldier who was missed dearly by one of her friends. But while she uplifts her soldiers and tells them to cherish the special people in their lives, again Noah wonders about the people she has in mind. Even further, she teaches Xeon a lesson, not to doubt himself. Xeon almost stepped down out of fear that he was unqualified for his position, one he felt he only got because their prior consulate favored him. Drawing on her own history, Melia gives her wisdom that his role is whatever he makes of it, that only he decides whether he is fitting of the task. He then sets out to round up and resolve the tension among former Agnians who have lost faith in the new Agnes, which has formed since the castle's fall, one that is not warring with Kevis. They cause rampant destruction with no discernible reason, as the purpose they once knew has been stripped away. Melia wishes to know them better. Instead of just killing them, she exposes the hurt within them and offers a way to live in this new world. Though they may not take it now, the path is open to find a purpose beyond the lies forced upon them. Her journey around Aionios ends in the city, where she is asked to raise the spirits of the downtrodden city folk, and, well, her presence may have caused a sort of stir amongst the people, a crowd forming just to see her, and the local storyteller downright having a heart attack upon her arrival. Then Lance punches him in the face. He's fine. From the storyteller, Uni asks about what it's like to live as long as he and the others have, to lose many friends along the way and keep going. Melia, instead, answers herself. She who's outlived everyone and everything she's ever known. She gives Uni the answer she found, to hold tightly the memories of those she loves, to let them drive her even though the past is gone. In this way, those feelings and memories still carry on. Back at Kevis Castle, her little mission trip around Aionios is done, and Melia recalls the past. What her friends fought for and how much it has taken to keep it, and how much more it may. Perhaps even her own life. But she's not disposable, not to her new friends. She may be vital to the world, but she is not a servant to it. Her life is distinctly hers, and her friends both now and before think of her always. They can and will live in this world and the one to come together, just as the ones she loved did. Okay. Nothing else? Nothing at all. Good. Time to finally end this. The stage is set. Ouroboros' resolve has never been stronger. The entire world fights together to defeat Mobius, and even the city launches to attack, sending out their secret weapon, a great flying mech helmed by Monica. With Gondor's own ships behind her, they fly off to tear away the defenses of Origin's outer shell, which works just right as Monica flies her ship right into a swarm of Mobius enemies that were charging Ouroboros. Monica's decided to tag along to the end, to see the face of Zed, their true enemy. When her ship leaves, Gondor comes in with the exact same motivation. Like mother, like daughter. X and Y both bar the way, but are nothing more than roadblocks, unable to stop the momentum Ouroboros has built. And soon the heart of Origin is within reach as Zed invites them in, and Aionios marches to the end. Even Borealis sends his colony to war by the sheer power of will, it seems, and a good kick to the Pharaonis engine. Through the theater doors, Zed waits, looking back on all that led them this far. The route which ended in them here and Noah once more before him. So many times, so many lives, again and again, each time he thought things would be different. And every time Zed will ask him, why not acquiesce? Why not give in to the flow? The flow of human emotions which yearn for the endless now that he is tasked to protect. His existence alone proves their desire. But Ouroboros refuses this and refuses to be subject to his whims. They and all Aionios want a world with the freedom to choose for themselves, a world not held down by fear. But Zed believes choice to be a falsity, something enjoyed only by those with the privilege of choice. So what of those not allowed such a leisure? What of those lacking the strength or opportunity to make their own future? What will Ouroboros do for them? Give them some of their chances? Offer their options as charity and act as though that solves all the world's woes? But in the world Zed offers, anyone can have a chance. Lifetime after lifetime. Everyone can find their glory and happiness, even if it only for a while. Just another cycle and another chance to be a winner. So what if it's built upon death and killing? That killing perpetuates the world and allows the endless now to continue. Besides, what harm is there when their lives get churned right back out again? It's not like Zed set the rule. He's merely using it for the endless now. A natural part of this world. The rules of nature dictate it thusly, that the young shall trade lives to uphold the world for the great drive for more. It is something lacking in true Mobius. They cannot truly desire more as they only want the now, and that explosive fervor of life which they as Mobius are here to embody. It was for that which he gave N and M the choice he did. It was for that he gave Yorn and Chris new life as Mobius. Because it amused him. That's all. Amusement. A whim. To him it is as delectable as a 5-star dinner, simple and pure elitism at its finest. As he is the one with the power and they are the characters in a grand story for them to enjoy. Mobius have always been the most ardent audience to Ouroboros and the people of Aionios. This is why Zed's center of power is a theater, because that's what it is to him. A show, a spot of entertainment. Because he is desire pure and surreal. What more can a desire want than immediate gratification through amusement? But for such a time as this is what Miyabi's words were for. Fighting in order to live, truly live as Ethel and Kamaravi did, an act of splendid rebellion. Not just survive, live. Mobius is the cause of so many choices taken from others, all for a grand illusion that is fraying now at the seams. So they will show him real strength.
Knowing when to be close and when to let go. Walking together. Eventually choosing who you really are. That is strength. And that's the real battle here. To find that answer. The will to choose our actions moment to moment. And if you dare denounce that common right, we will defy you. To live in a future over which you lay no claim!
But this is the world Zed made, and to seal their powers is trivial. He takes away the power to interlink and eliminates the ability for chain attacks, and sets the stage alight with fire, ice, and more while pushing Ouroboros to their limit. And they push back, little by little, chipping away at the ruler of the world, and though he tries to chain them to the pains of their past, they are no longer trapped by them. Lands will live as Yoren wanted. Live and protect. Senna will never again try to be a shadow to another. Instead, she will walk forward as herself. Uni won't live in the past. She won't be controlled by fear for it. This is her time to be alive. Taion learns from the past and grows, recognizing that to do so he must go on and better himself. Noah has come this far, remembering the hopes and dreams of every soul he sent on. Every life that wanted only to truly live is with him now as they fight for the present and move on to the future. And Mio has seen with her own eyes the desire in the people of this world, and even within some whom Mobius held captive, the desire for fear not to hold them, for hope to finally rule this world. Each declaration shatters the chains holding them back, and Zed's sway over them falters, so Noah cracks the facade, as Zed can no longer hide from the world. They are overcome in a swirling abyss of souls, the very self of Mobius churning around Origin. And this mass of Mobius asks, why? Why set things forward when the end of all things could come? Origin may not work, and if so, then all life will be erased. But Noah turns it back. How can he be so certain? The possibility exists that Origin will work, and the future will be bright. But no, Mobius only needs the now, this moment of eternity, and it will claw and kick and scream to keep it, as Origin at last unfurls, its shell shaving away and a behemoth of a machine forming around the central mass where Ouroboros faces Mobius. This machine, Mobius's last defense, fires upon Aionios, burning every faction all the same. Keves, Agnes, the city, none are safe. But as it does, Melia and Nia take the helms of their nations, in an instant undoing every flame clock and mobilizing every colony to fight, along with the castles themselves, which begin to shift and take more battle-ready forms. The final war, to the end of eternity. They fight to take back their lives and end the stagnant world. And as Bolearis looks upon it, he can see that this is the future that Ethel would want to see, and the one he will fight to make real. He and so many more, like Nia and Melia, who are at last fighting together as they should have been when the worlds first collided. This time around, they're here to support the heroes, so that a new generation can free a world stuck chained to one moment in time. Melia fought to connect her world to a better future. Nia fought to free her world from the past, and now, down there, 6 young people fight to let the present move, fighting against the truest Mobius there is. Themselves, the bit within each person that longs for time to stop, staring them all in the face. They will resist this weakness, and they will resist Mobius unto the very end, a force that only tries to divide them, even splitting the party itself between the 2 shades of itself, X and Y. Still, they are not alone. Not now or ever. As Melia breaks open a way and sends in some friends. Every life they've touched comes back to help them. The heroes they've inspired to seek the future come to fight for their own, to shatter what divides them all. Mobius's will. This includes the queens, who descend to fight once more to undo despair and make way for hope. And, as I was able to do in my own game, with the final swing of the Sword of Origin, Mobius's will is weakened, but not yet broken. The fears of not just 1 but 2 worlds worth of people lash out and swallows them, the fear of tomorrow and what may lurk in the beyond. They do not want to continue, whether it is forward or backward. They do not want to change this status quo. Mobius declares that all that exists is the self, and as such, only oblivion can bring about the cure for despair. Self-destruction. Nihilism at its finest. So like a child, rampant and irrational, the embodiment of all human desire for fear and stagnation throws a tantrum in its refusal to let go of the now. But a desire could never be cut down by a sword or by words. The only thing that can kill this desire is one born from the very same feeling. Regret, despair, and fear. N and M exist now still within Noah and Mio. They allow Mobius to persist because that feeling which is Mobius is part of their being. It cannot be undone. But they can be. It was natural to wish for forever, but that feeling draws itself to that which shackles the world. So they will let it go. Of their wish, and of themselves. Noah and Mio try to let them back in, to let them walk the world with them so they can finally be together as themselves.
You could finally be here together!
Such kindness. Your eyes, they brim with it. I ask myself, were our eyes the same on that day? No. Mia. When we came from different worlds, we were able to leave a life behind.
It was a hope for the future. Our hearts and our dreams intertwined, and we were given the chance to weave new life. And therefore, it's all good.
Believe in yourselves. All of you will certainly reach heights that we were unable to. You guys can surely make it.
You can take our place in the future.
As light fades, Ouroboros stares upon the two worlds separated at last. Mobius created Aionios to protect it. That protection required stifling control that restrained those within it. It's natural to want to control things, to want to hold on to this moment, but to deny change altogether is wrong. Denying yourself and the feelings of that time even more so. It's a tempting feeling, though, as the queens know. Though it is not what they want, the choice remains open to them. They could take that mantle, bear the title of Mobius, and uphold this world if they wanted. And Noah has to think of it. So many want this life to continue. They've crafted whole communities, cultures, and friendships. Every life of the city would be impossible in the separated worlds, even if their souls still are real and could be reborn into them. It's not a certainty. They make this decision for everyone else. How are they any better than, say, a would-be god? A deluded old fool, a self-destructive coward, heartless machine, or even the very souls of humanity. But here and now they have to make a choice. To choose nothing would run antithetical to what they've done up to now. Besides, what they want is inherently something all people want. To have a world where anyone can choose. A world where everyone has the power to live with free will. Whether a simple mechanic, a big-hearted wanderer, an orphan salvager, a hot-headed hero, or a group of unlikely friends. The answer is simple. To walk on. To take those first steps as the virus is scrubbed clean from the origin, and the process can finally begin, and a new dawn arrives. In the aftermath, Noah takes a solemn moment to thank that which got him this far. Lucky Seven and the Sheath of Ouroboros. Without them, the man who never wanted to fight could not have fought for this peace. Now, though, he does not need them. As he gives them one last good look and says goodbye, by yeeting them as hard as he can. I hope Fiora and Numa can swim like that. Then, Noah finally says thank you to Mio for standing here all the while. Both needed each other to get this far, and now their dreams were made real from it. Similarly, Lance and Senna were invaluable to each other, pushing each other to be better and becoming great together. As the world pulls away, they won't be able to be together anymore. No matter how or where, they'll be thinking of each other. Meanwhile, Taion gives the smartest gift possible. An herbal tea recipe made of leaves from Uni's world and on paper from her world. Meaning, even if the worlds separate, Uni can still enjoy Taion's tea. A pretty nice gift for Uni's fourth best bud. Which, though Taion doesn't realize it, is a pretty good metric considering Uni's lucky number is 4. Also, dual masterminds Riku and Manana are having a messy goodbye and reminding everyone that the clock is ticking again. For the first time in a long time, as friends from Agnes, Kevis, and the city look on, except Triton, because he probably died when Mobius did. Now I feel sad. Still, one more goodbye is to be had.
Still, even if we're worlds apart, I swear I won't.
I won't let go. Not ever. I'll always be with you. Our feelings, forever interlinked.
Wherever we are.
Yeah. Wherever we are.
Melia and Nia look back on the time of this world, the struggles and the joy, and know that though things are unstable now, the time will come where they can walk hand in hand once again. As Melia thanks those who watch over her, and Nia finally gets to speak with an old friend. Yeah, that's Poppy. She was in that thing the whole time. Yes. The photo that changed the world. Look at that man, smug little dweeb. As Noah and Mia are pulled apart by the shifting of their worlds, drawing away from each other, they look on, start running. While the worlds pull them apart, while entire realities divide them, 8 souls chase after each other regardless. So much to say, so much to feel, the clock not stopping even once. Hands outstretched and hearts open, but even still the ground itself splits away. But this is not the end. It is simply the first step.
One day, I'll come see you. I promise.
Me too. One day. I promise.
This is the truth of our world. Memories melt in the morning light, and then a new day begins. Roads stretch out before us. So many paths. Which do you choose? That's up to you. Sometimes you might run astray. You'll stop, maybe cry in frustration. But you know, that's all right. For the roads, they go on without end. So look up, face forward, toward your chosen horizon. And just walk on.
As the morning sun rises, my lingering memories fade. I no longer see your silhouette. It's too far gone into the haze. But hey, it's all right. I won't forget you. Not until we can meet again. I swear it.
Somewhere in the world of Aionios, a clock ticks forward. A young boy blinks in the evening sun and feels the memories he just had vanish as three friends urge him to follow. But just as he does, a familiar song touches his ears and heart and draws him away to another chance encounter. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is, without a doubt, a masterpiece in so many ways. The first two games are near and dear to me, but the third knocks both of them on their backsides. From characters to story to emotions which are wrung from my cold, pale heart, it's easily established itself as my second favorite game of all time. Yeah, I spoke this long about my second favorite game of all time. Though to be fair, it trades places with my first favorite just as frequently. What is my first favorite? Well, those who know my previous videos from before I started getting big might know. But for you newbies, you'll have to figure it out. In the end, a dystopia is defined as this: an imagined state or society in which there is great suffering or injustice, typically one that is totalitarian or post-apocalyptic. So in conclusion, yes, Aionios of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is indeed the perfect dystopia. And if anyone ever tells you another story does the whole young people take down a dystopia better, laugh at them and point them my way. I'll set them right. Trust me. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you all who've come with me on this journey so far, and I hope to see more of you as time goes on. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, share the video around, all to help this video and this channel grow to even greater heights. If you want to help me further devolve into manically talking about every video game known to man or god, please do so. It all helps tremendously. A shout out to all my patrons, including my newest patron, Nortradamus, who makes a living as a professional fortune cookie fortune writer. Turns out it pays more than you'd think, especially when they can divine the social security number of Jeff Bezos. And a big thank you to all my lovely patrons up to this point for all your support. It means a lot, and thank you. Now, if you want to click off the video, feel free, but I do have one last thing to say. Something kind of deep and personal, so if that's not your style, go ahead. I won't mind. Xenoblade 3 is a story that stands in defiance against stagnation, against standing still, because it knows so well how terrifying that first step can be. I know that feeling too. Some insight into my own life. When I was 13, I got sick. Pretty badly. In the end, I got better, and today, with a solid regimen of supplements to make up for the things my body simply does not produce or absorb, I'm living well. But it didn't start that way. For 6 months, before I started to improve and before we started to learn what might have been the problem, I wallowed in constant pain and misery. I couldn't keep food down, and as I failed to take in the vitamins and nutrients I needed, my body atrophied as I lay on a couch day after day. I even recall a humiliating instance when I couldn't even walk to the bathroom on my own. I'd grown so tired and weak. Of course, there was no shame in it. It wasn't my fault I couldn't get to a bathroom on my own, and it didn't define me or change who I was as a person. But that didn't change how I felt at the time, especially considering the independence I'd previously had. I fell into a deep depression, feeling that if I was gone, maybe the life of my parents and my siblings would be easier, less of a hassle. They wouldn't have to worry about me so much or be chained down. I remember begging, praying to God to either heal me or let me die so the pain would end. But the pain did end. And then came the recovery. It wasn't easy. It was slow, seemingly pointless. I'd relapsed due to exposure to gluten, which I learned only due to this whole ordeal that I had an allergy to. I even dropped out of public school to be homeschooled as I realized that I didn't know if I could even be consistently healthy enough to attend. By then I was isolated, save for my family. Most of my friends I had been out of contact with for a long time, and though I never got to say a proper goodbye to any of them, I didn't feel like I cared. Because at that point, why bother? I didn't even know if I'd be healthy enough to live on my own. Sure, I was 13, going on 14, maybe my cares were overblown. But it was a huge shift, and a scary one. My family moved closer to our family doctor a year or so later and my health began getting back on track, but then I realized that it wasn't my physical health that was trapping me. My mental health took a toll. I was more isolated than ever before. Homeschooled, weak, dealing with ADD and lingering depression, and now anxiety born from a feeling of uselessness and self-loathing. That I was a failure. It took me till I was almost 19 to get my driver's license because I was afraid to do anything. I was afraid to leave my house. I was afraid to find work. I was afraid to start this channel. I was afraid of change. For 4 years, what I call my long year, nothing changed. I stayed home, I didn't work, I just sat around most of the day, feeling like every second I was wasting the life I was blessed with, but was still unable to step forward. It was during that time that I found Xenoblade Chronicles. This was before the third game came out, and both 1 and 2 captivated me. Changed the way I looked at storytelling and characters, and touched me in an emotional way that almost nothing else had in years. Then came along Xenoblade Chronicles 3 close after. It was like it was calling to me. Every story and moment, the characters and the emotions, all of it felt like it had a message for me. Take that step, because it's your life to live. Ignore the fear, ignore the worries, ignore the voice saying, why bother? You're a worm, stay where you belong. Because that door can only be opened by you. And I did. I opened that door time and time again, I did. Even now I'm a work in progress. I can't confess to be all put together, but hey, who can? Nobody chose to live. But we do choose to keep on living. Now, of course, I won't say it was all born from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I had my family and my faith, but in this moment, there was that feeling of being seen. To know that this story understood was so gratifying. I felt like what I was feeling wasn't something to hate myself for. It wasn't something to stay in, but I could finally step forward. Like Noah told us, find your chosen path and just walk on. Because we can't stay trapped in that endless now. If we do, then we are merely surviving, not living. So once more, I am the Hearth Guy, here to say to you all, come by the hearth again, because you're always welcome. All of you. A seat will be saved, and I'll be waiting. Next time, around the hearth.